I don't like dick. I don't like dick. I don't like cock. I do not. I like pussy. I like lots and lots of pussy. I want to breed. I want booba.
A list of random people I dox through my Patreon account. Yes, they all gave me money. Yes, they all paid up. They paid money for REEE to make content every day. Yes, they tipped me and supported my streams. I just I thought it was gonna fade out.
$5 or more.
No.
Oh! No. Where'd you come from?
Okay, good. No more of them going to come out now, so we can just focus on this guy. We just need you to die already.
Exactly. Pokemon babies, I hope you like laying eggs. You know what? Listen, I will neither confirm nor deny having had that fetish in the past. God, well, I can't believe I just said that on stream. Anyway, let's move past that. Azumarill, I'm gonna pass you.
3 more to go. We can do it.
We can do it. We can count. And we still got to get to the... Oh, did I accidentally hit the...
Oh, I hear turkeys! Oh, there's a turkey! Oh, it's good! Baby! Oh, that was a lot of feathers.
Bro, the menu's not even moving. That's how laggy he is. Fucking Russian piece of trash.
It's not easy.
I wonder if hairs have any problems. You know, hairs have at least Brazilian hairs have a different problem. But they are egotistically arrogant, stupid jerks. And they deserve all the... Sorry, but I have a hair trigger.
That did 1,000 damage! Holy shit! Oh! No one's got healing now, bitch! Oh my...
Oh. Well, I didn't know. I'm not even in the house. Yes.
You have to
I
wait
wish
till
for
she's
snow.
actually in the house.
Oh God.
I wish for snow.
I'm getting out. Welcome to a stream with the Decepticon where I'm probably not gonna make any money because I'm gonna be dead every single round.
Oh shit, You know what we need? We need Hatsuri Miku.
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party. We're ready. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti. I'm scared. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing, fiesta, romancing, siesta, samba, la bamba. Ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
Whoa, buddy. We have a situation going on, chat. I gotta go full Medicare mode in order to investigate. No, not really. But what if I did, though? Let's just get right down to it. I'm gonna talk about this now, so that I'm not bothered about it later. Hey, look, it's the guys, the Kino Casino. Okay, where's the actual tweet I want to look at? It's over here. A bit of a snag. All of the pictures of the antagonist, who is obviously meant to be me, were directly ripped from the content on my channel without my permission, right? This is blatant copyright infringement. Wah! From the plaintiff, Philip Burnell. Now, if you don't know who this is Happy Gamer, the owner of, was it like Happy Game Studios or something? I have to assume that's what the G here stands for, and what the gamer here stands for. They made the Detractor game. You may have seen all your fellow Tractor pals playing this amazing, immersive 9 out of 10 experience. I hear it plays exactly like Punch-Out! So basically a reskin of a Nintendo game, which means, obviously, I would have been down to play it. Now, sadly, unlike every other Tractor you may pay attention to, I was the 1% who did not purchase the game. and now I may never get a chance to play it, asterisk legally, unless I ask GPM to borrow his copy. But this is the developer. They had put up the game in 3 places: iOS, Android, had a little bit of a brain fart there, and Steam. The game was taken down from iOS and Steam today. Now, I notice I've not commented on whether or not this is Philip Paul Burnell specifically, because this is not confirmed either way. However, let's take a little field trip here, if you will. So we have the Brave search engine here. We have the Detractor, 8 out of 10, $5 under the dingus doxed currency, the US almighty American dollar. And then we have the exact link. You know, it's purple because I clicked this yesterday. You know, I checked it out because Ignis sent me the link. Wiggle wiggle. Let's go ahead and open that. You open it now, you get sent to the front page. You get sent to the homepage of Steam. Like, what is this? Gray Zone Warfare? Helldivers? This isn't the Detractor. What the fuck happened? And then we have the Steam community, which I actually don't know if this is down. Is it? Wow, it's still up. Well, big ups. If you still have the game, you still have access. It's a lot like how it works on consoles, where if they delist a game or something, but you still have the rights to it because you purchased it, the digital rights, correct? You can still re-download it. Same goes for Steam here. You can re-download the game if you've already bought it, but new purchasers, new buyers, you're out of luck. Again, that includes me, REEE. Yours truly. We have this guy. He says, game has been removed from Steam. What the fuck happened? I agree. What could have possibly occurred? This is probably a fun community here. Taken off Steam. Store pages redirected to the Steam main page. We get ban, gone. Forever. Oh, who knows? Who can say? I like this picture. It's one of my favorite DSP edits there. DSP President of the United States of America. Oh, look, we have a negative Nancy, DarkSyde Phil. Who the hell is that guy? Level 0 on Steam? It's because he barely plays any Steam games. Seriously? Who had the bright idea of making this game? It's just plain terrible. I know because I've been doing this for 16 years, married, have a family, and I run a successful business. This game doesn't even make sense. But I'm not gonna waste my fucking time going through every detail, right? I'm too busy busting my ass working 6 days a week running a successful business with a family. I forgot to reiterate that he's been married. And I've been doing this for 16 years, okay? Like, it's almost dead on, but you forgot to reiterate here that he's married, and you forgot to say that he's still here and he's not going anywhere, and he doesn't know anything about this game, and guess what? He doesn't care either. Just look at my content. It's much better, curated, fun, chill, and relaxing. So here's the deal, guys. I can't even snort like he does, but you gotta force Dingus pig snort there. That's the best pig snort you're gonna get out of me 10 minutes into the stream. I love this game, but it's like a mixed bag, you know? I'm not gonna do first day views. It's actually day 1 views, you fake fan. Because I'm not that kind of gamer. The game is a roguelike hyphen style game. It's very similar, but also very unique. Snort, and a robust kind of game. I need that money. I really do. I need that money to pay my bills. The electric bill, the internet bill. It runs really well on my AMD mini PC without even overheating. This chick is hotter than Shadowheart, hands down. BG3 isn't even Game of the Year material, but this is. Can't launch the game? What? I was pressing buttons, and the game still won't launch. Freaking bug Steam mechanics. Alright. I heard there was this guy in this game who was like, semi-famous. He was like apparently caught masturbating on stream, and he was like 35 years old, some kind of pervert or something. Pretty shocking if so. It's the guy. I'm reading the reviews of the game on Steam that's based off of him. I mean, I have a wife, so why does it like need to be sexualized? This is the same thing they did with Stellar Blade. These are the best reviews ever. You know, initially when this got taken down, the speculation was that all the I want to say facetious, but no, these are obviously positive reviews, all entirely in good faith. Everyone here played the game, they owned the game. Obviously, they're not having fun at all. But all these the speculation initially was that all this tidal wave of facetious reviews that are all just trying to have a bit of their own good fun, and that's all well and good. But the speculation was that the wave of positive reviews that all gave it like big ups was like suspicious, like the administration found that suspicious, so they struck down the game or something. I've heard stuff like that has happened in the past, but last I checked, this game only has about 50 reviews, and sure, all 50 of those reviews are, again, facetious reviews, either LARPing as Phil or just, you know, making fun of Phil. But that's not nearly enough to get like a game like this investigated. The games that do get investigated for having so many positive reviews, you know, botting and all that, is usually a bit more in the hundreds and all that. Yes, Hirono, the Detractor game did get felted, and I will read greetings in a second. I just wanted to get this segment out of the way because I know everyone was going to be talking about it. Ah, yes, it is the hot news story topic thing of the now on Dark's big damn day off. We have the developer again. They say that it was taken down by plaintiff Philip Burnell. Now, this doesn't mean it was Phil 100% guarantee. It could be like a liaison. It could be a Pride Month op by someone else, a certain supper puppy, if you will. It could be someone else trying to do the same shit. This is not guaranteed. It's not confirmed Philip Paul Burnell at this moment in time. However, I will say this, as someone who's as someone who has the misfortune of listening to Phil so much, I will say this: the way this is worded, it sounds like something Phil would say in the way that he would word it, if that makes sense. Like, if Phil had to do a DMCA of a game that made fun of him, it would be written exactly like this. It's like, read it, just read it and imagine Phil's voice saying it on a pre-stream. you don't have any issue with it because it literally sounds like how he would word that if he was to do it. But yeah, we got my Shasta lemon lime. Big ups, Trash Man. Let me scroll up here. Big ups to the dingers, doggers, and the swollen _ ones who are here now to discuss this massive drama. Wow. Yeah, Dark really was right. All the good shit does happen on this day off. Big ups to Peaches and Keen, the redeemer of the I was here first redeem. That's right. Reminder, if you're the first person to stream, you too, Rue, can redeem the amazing I was here first redeem and get 10,000 ding coin at the end of the stream. We have Theo does streams. Dude, I was watching him play Persona earlier. We love Theo. Actually, go follow Theo right now. I don't know if he's still live or not. We'll get a free Theo shout out there. We got Kazugana Sakura. We have UNFW1, the Unfun One. They recently beat Final Fantasy VII because Dave refuses to show you the ending. So UNF went out of his way to give you the ending. We have Brian MK. Releasing this game before the day off was a big mistake. True, it gives him all the time in the world to, take it down on his day off. If it really was him, again, if you were Supper Puppy and you've been doing this for years, wouldn't you also, like with that information that Dave only reacts to stuff on his day off, wouldn't you, to be a third party and instigate shit, wouldn't you also take it down on his day off to further make it look like it was him? I'm just thinking like a Supper Pup would. Got Pam Pam. Algernon, Golem, Lamb. DC probably got really butthurt by the fighting system in the game. The fact that you could beat the shit out of Phil. All I had seen was the trailer before today. I was saying it last night. I saw the initial trailer. I was under the impression that it only had digitized like sprite recreations of Phil's face, but that's not true. It actually does kind of have like just straight up snapshots of Phil in the game. It's got voice clips of him too. But I argued it was like we have video games, flash games back in the day, like mocking celebrities and other public figures. So I guess it comes down to an argument of whether Phil is as big of a public figure as, say, a celebrity, a musician, the president. Obviously not, but he's the guy who says he has a 16-year legacy. And then, of course, there's also the question of whether those flash games back in the day were free. This was a paid game, $5. I don't think Phil is gonna go. If this really was Phil, I don't think he's gonna. Legal-wise, I don't think he's gonna do anything more than this, because then it just becomes an issue of time and money. You know, even to pursue it. There's not. How many people really bought this game? Like, really? What are the damages here? You're just gonna be wasting everyone's fucking time. And even his own, he would be wasting his own time trying to really pursue this any more than what he's done right now. Ricketta mentioned DSP last night on his stream. I got it clipped as practically nothing. Answered a super chat for a few seconds. Alright. Ricketta, fishing for DSP clout, obviously. Oh, we got Chrono. I could see it being Phil, even if it isn't him, it's something he wants. Yeah. If it isn't him, we're gonna get a segment tomorrow about him, talking about how it isn't him. But I feel like even if it was him, if it is him, then we don't get a segment tomorrow, but we do get like a cocky little line. If it isn't him, then we get a full segment about how it isn't him and people are crazy. We'll do a mundane man. He will say he didn't do it, but he did do it. Does this team have like a DMCA boss flag history? He should show it up. We got Steve Sager. Is the guy. He's striking down the game. He is. How dare he? How could he do this to us, you guys? We got Trash Man with the bananas. Bill didn't pull a Teddy Feezer though. He could have said the images of him could be considered doxing. Correct. But it's like he shows his face off every day. I'm not gonna say it's impossible for Bill to do something here. I just think it's like, even if he does have a legal leg to stand on, as he would say, he doesn't have the time or money to pursue it more than the actions that he has done already. DSP not talking through React videos is fair use, but making the whole game is not fair use. Yeah, exactly. Big up Spawn Primus. You got it down to a T there. Oh, Rip T. We got Sea Snow. Yeah, it's a suspicious situation. You know, initially I was under the impression that, oh, there's no way it could be Phil. Like, this is obviously a Pride Month off. There's no way it's not him. But now the more that I think about it, the more that I read it, it could go either way. I don't want to really put my stock fully in either scenario. I could see it going either way. You know, it being a third party who's just memorized Phil's style of speech, his rhetoric, his vernacular to the point that he can perfectly mimic how we would react to a certain situation. So it's just such as a game that uses his likeness, or it could just really be DSP himself, and like it is just simple as, you know, Occam's razor. It really was DSP. Again, I was wrong. I gotta take the L here. I gotta reiterate. I have been wrong on this before. Last year when DSP showed off his flagging history on his birthday on YouTube, I was wrong. I gave Phil too much credit. I was up the camp that Phil, oh, it's way too much. Phil would never flag down. He doesn't have time. Like, I truly believe him when he says he doesn't have fucking time to watch all these Detractor videos. And then he showed his flagging history, and yes, he did flag down people for reasons other than just directly re-uploading his content. They just made fun of him or made fun of his wife. Super crazy. Loophole, Dark Dave. So, you know, I've been wrong on this before. Do not take my word as gospel. I am just speculating on the facts that I have here before me. But it's not the first. It wouldn't be the first time that I've like given Phil credit. It's like, oh no, there's no way Phil would do that. He has too much time. He's too lazy. Why would he even go to that effort? He already said he's okay with us making videos on him. He doesn't even care that they're monetized, but also he kind of does care that they're monetized. And sometimes says that people should like demonetize and just either not make videos about him or make videos about other stuff for like a whole month or something. You know, like it was that rant he went on last week. Like, he says he doesn't care, but if it really is him and he doesn't care, why would you do this? It's like, where's the line in the sand? You know what I'm saying? So, like, making videos on him is cool, but if you make, like, a whole game, unique creative assets, you got a whole game loop here. It's not like it is a shitpost game, but it has a level of effort to it that goes a bit beyond. Like, it's almost too much effort for what it is, which is great, but it's also, like, that amount of effort is like it's not just something. It's not something lazy, like some heart and soul and passion was put in this. It's not like a lazy asset flip, you know? DSP, why would you be so cruel to take this down? If it really was you. UNF could survive the Tifa titties, big ups. Yeah, sadly the DSP could not. It's a parody game, fair use. I do agree it's a parody game. If he didn't want to take it down, he wouldn't put it on Steam, TBH. It is still up on Google Play. It was up on multiple platforms. It is also down on iOS. It is free on Google Play. It was up last time I checked. So if you want this game, in like, I mean, there's a possibility he could put it back up with like a reskin DSP, like maybe replace DSP with a pig or something. If you want the vanilla experience as intended by this developer, you can go put it on your phone right now on Google Play. Pick up stanza. Several of us did buy the game, not enough to make noise within the snore for it. Yeah, I really don't think that even like for the monetary damages, I don't think it's worth it to like really pursue it. Never mind the money, but again, just the time. Like DSP would not go to the effort. Would waste too much fucking time. Pick up BR Joe. When you get the July 4th Crip Walk video stream, sadly no. Yeah, giving Dave, I look. VR Joe again. I gave him the benefit of the doubt, and I got bit in the fucking ass for it. It's the last time I do that. Which is why I'm like of two sides here. It could go either way. You know, someone showed him how much Gundam made, probably added another zero. What, he made 40K? Fuck that guy. It's like when people told him the side scrollers made $20,000, and I don't think they had any proof or evidence of them making that amount. They just said 20,000, and Phil lost his mind. He just believed it, because he just believes anything his chat tells him. Like the game was repurposed to include DSP memes halfway, which is a normal game before that, so it's a legit game. Yeah, okay, you said that better than I could, Steve Sagger. That's what I wanted to say earlier, but I couldn't find the right words. Yeah, it feels like it's a game that was conveniently made in such a way that Dio could give me a tier 1 for 3 months. And he says, time to make the Swollen Dingus game. Just play the Garfield game on Genesis for that. Or is the Shy Lady in a video game yet? I feel like she should be one of those games you play on Newgrounds that you don't want your parents to see you playing. But yeah, I agree with what Seep Sagger said. I think perhaps out of convenience, or maybe this was his plan all along, the DSP references are included in the game are in such a way that if he was to run in some sort of legal trouble, it would be an easy thing to swap out, you know? Because think about the opponents you face in that game. It's kind of just like generic Hogan's muscling men. You're not like fighting a DSP Dent or a Detractor like every level, correct? Right? The cameos, you just got Gundam as a shopkeeper. You could easily replace that. You got like DSP cameos during the puzzle stuff, but they're all just PNGs. Again, it's just easiest stuff you can swap out. And then the DSP parts himself, you know, easy head swap. I would say you just make him a pig and just call it a day. So whether intentional or not, if he has to change the game to put it back up, I can't imagine it'd be very a very lengthy process. It feels like he was making the game with that in mind. Like just from me looking at it, I saw Shroom was playing a little bit of it. Make DSP with the purple skin, dude. Yeah, turn him into Grimace. But thank you again, Theo. Wow. Tier 1 for 3 months. I really appreciate it, man. You get all of my amazing dingus-style emotes. When he sees other people making money, he sees red. That is true. Speaking of people making money, or lack thereof, I saw Wingo, I saw people mention that Wingo was in his chat yesterday. Very briefly for him fighting Melania Trump. But Wingo, sadly, even Wingo could not be entertained by DSP's gameplay. Even in a game as actiony and sensational as Elden Ring, even Wingo couldn't be bought over. But Lummox's vid for that is up. I might take a look at that. Yeah, you just lose out on all the sound clips. I mean, hopefully you can find some sort of replacement. Maybe just replace it with another lolcow. Like, one that won't fucking take down the game. You think Jordy would take down the game? Jordy don't have time to be DMCAing people. Make it about Ralph, fuck it. Well, actually, no. Ralph is... Never mind. Ralph is way more litigious than the DSP. Don't make it about Ralph. I take that back. Detractor developer is a mobile game developer, so I kind of expect a cheap product. I wouldn't even say cheap quality-wise. For what the value of the game is, like $5. Like it's a good chuckle for like an hour or two. That's like the consistent sentiment I see from everyone that's reviewed it. It's a lot of bang for your buck, man. And big ups Egging 1738 in easy money. Now, so we have the developer tweet. The Steam community is still up right now, and then of course the game itself no longer has a page available. So, I'm not saying again that this is confirmation that DSP is aware of the game's existence. I feel like it's inevitable that he knows about it by this point, because he has the mod Discord where people very obviously go to show him stuff. My theory is that Phil doesn't go out of his way to look for this stuff, it's just that the mods tell him about it. In the case of this game, I would absolutely say, in addition to the mod Discord, it's probably this game in particular, this thread in particular, that is bigly responsible for informing DSP about the existence of this game. Big ups Red Animator for talking about the thing that I'm on right now. But here it is. You may have recalled DSP talking about an Indies marathon the other day. Despite promoting a fighting fiesta or whatever, like the day before, I guess we just forgot about that. Let's play indie games conveniently on the month that a Detractor indie game drops. Ah yes, the thread. Hello everyone! I'm here to announce that my next big marathon event on DSP Gaming is a PC Indies event. On Saturday, May 25th, all day long, I will be playing PC indie games as nominated and voted on by you, the viewers. Please use this thread to nominate games for the upcoming event. After 2 weeks or so, I will tally up the most nominated games and formulate a poll, which you will vote on to determine which of them will actually get some playtime during my marathon. It's such a wild way of wording that. Only criteria here. Please make sure the games run well on my mini PC. I gave out the specs. Okay, great. Like, where are the specs at, motherfucker? it would help if you could list them out for me. That they do not cost a ton. I cannot buy 6-10 games for this event. That costs $60 each. Well, great. Most indie games don't cost that much. Thanks. Happy nominating. Happy nominating. And all caps, good luck. Thankfully, OP Boone isn't a complete idiot. He's got the specs right here for DSP's device, which DSP was sure to heart and pin. Very smart of him to pin it, I guess. Then you got the specs there, and let's count how many people recommended him to play this game, because it's a It's a staggering amount. It's like it pretty much is the whole thread. We have Play the Detractor from John. We have Anleet. Dude, it's Anleet on his other account. Linked it here. You got Elam. That's 3 people already within the first 3 replies. Becomes praise that soon. Pizza Tower. A legitimate answer. Look at how he hearted this one. Look, he hearted this one 17 hours ago. So, 1 day ago, 17 hours ago, he gave a heart to he absolutely saw these. You can't tell me he didn't see these. They're right here. They're right in front of his face. They're right there. Yeah, what's up, praise that soon. Organic response by an inorganic person. Got J-Mart. Hey, Amran. He has to approve them, doesn't he? I know he does for videos. I don't know if community posts are any different. I don't often make community posts. I would assume so. Wait, but in that case then, he approved all of these talking about this game? Certainly didn't delete them. We're going to have a segment tomorrow. If he didn't do it, we're going to have a big segment. If he did do it, probably like a cocky throwaway line. This guy said it. This guy said it. We got a few honest answers, a few earnest people. According to DSP, he does approve posts on a community tab. He probably won't talk about it. I feel like it's more likely if he didn't do it. Like if it's a case of someone trying to frame him, like someone so good that they know how to word how he would say things if he were to do certain things, and someone who knows how to time it on his day off, when it's more likely that he would do something. So far, we got some people nominating good games. Actual games, real games. Not to say that the Detractor isn't a real game, but you know what I mean, like honest responses. Oh, I thought I saw more Detractor responses. Dude, I'm totally felt it. I said the whole thread was the Detractor. Let me do new. There we go. I think he knew beforehand, wanted to be able to say the haters tipped him off and they're idiots. He has done shit like that before. It was like, my trolls are so fucking stupid, guys. Like, right? Like, they just out in the open, they publicly said this on their public Twitters and their public YouTube comments that they were literally gonna do this. They're fucking idiots. Oh yeah, we're doing it by newest. I swear I saw more when I looked at this morning. Do another quick skim. He certainly saw these. All right, easy peasy way. The Detractor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 comments. I felt like I saw way more comments this morning, but I could be gaslighting myself. Either way, people have been submitting the game. But DSP has stopped it. He stopped it by DMCAing the game, obviously. Or maybe it wasn't him, or maybe it was. And if there were more comments, they don't exist now. I must be blind or something. You see Brandon's new rant against Japanese people in the culture? He sounds like DSP. No, Brandon sounds like Brandon. But I did not see that, no. My trolls want me to play their game about me! They're fucking idiots. They don't know a thing about anything. Supper Pup or some other similar loser would do. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm not 100% on it's DSP. I'm just saying, if it isn't DSP, they certainly know how to word something to make it sound like it's DSP doing it. Hey, Ivan Cypher. I like when he credited Detractors for spreading his Fall Out viral video on Twitter. Yeah.
Go on. Go ahead. Go ahead, say it. Fall Out. Say it. I want you to say it.
All right. Well, that's the drama of the now. That's what's going on. If you didn't get it, sucks for you. I'm in that camp with you. But you can always go ahead and download it on Google Play until they take it down there too. Now we have a crabby game here. But I'm supposed to be playing a game, right? And we'll watch some videos too. I think we'll start off with that Lemmings video I was talking about, actually.
Am I gonna do a robust morning stream tomorrow on YouTube? What, to watch him rant about the game? I don't know about that. Well, big ups UNW1 on the Anleet style alert. Well, if he's here, he can say if he's what he's got going on. Thank you for the An check. It'll be quite the event. You think he's really gonna go on a big rant about it? I haven't done a YouTube stream in forever. Okay, let's see what Wingo had to say about this stream last night. DSP cheesing Melania Trump. Think we'll get a segment? If we don't get a segment, it'll certainly get brought up during Q&A. But I don't want to be... Hey, big ups, Gondola. Thank you for the random DSP greeting. And sliming me! Blah! If we don't get a segment during the pre-stream proper, it will certainly get brought up during Q&A. Alright, but this is Wings of Redemption Eats McDonald's! Restreams DSP and The Trolls Made Me Lie. The game's not even that mean-spirited. From what I saw, the worst that it gets is you beat up DSP. Like, I didn't see Fat Cat. Instead, they made Fat Cat into the supermodel that DSP always wished she could be. I'm doing all right, Brian. Thank you. I'm having a fun time on level 1. I got my ice cream cone on. I'm ready to explore.
If I could transfer my time in Rainbow for anything else in life, what would it be? Hitting the fucking gym. Shit. If I could have 10,000 hours in the gym under my belt, I probably wouldn't look like a sack of shit.
You guys notice there's some slowdown in this area? It's fucking game devs, right? These fucking indie developers.
Oh my god!
Yeah, I saw Shroom play a little bit of it, and then I saw Mr. Huff stuff do like, he did 2 runs in it, because it's like a roguelike, from what I can see. But yeah, from what I saw, it didn't really get, like, the worst thing in it was ESP's Coom face. So I guess it is capable of making Cat cry, therefore it's verboten.
Let's see this.
Alright, it's been a minute since I played this.
Oh, Fenris,
Time to
one
lose.
shot on right side of the wall. Hard right of the wall.
Oh my lord.
Oh, she's in!
I gotta get back into the groove.
Let's win this round. Here, let's get it.
Yo, give me that thimble.
Oh, fucking snuck up on me.
I'll probably just watch Tevin do the pre-stream. I don't want to be hyped up for something and then it's like an underwhelming response. Like hyping myself up for like, oh my god, he's totally gonna have like an hour segment about it. They're threatening me. They're making games that make fun of me and my wife. Make fun of me all you want. Make all the videos you want. But don't make fun of my wife. She has nothing to do with this. She has nothing to do with me or my content.
Have nice things. If you tell people you
Tries
have
to kick
nice
the co-op videos under the rug.
people will.
He has nothing to do with my content.
But I do have an Impala and a Camaro.
I don't even know what's going on with Wingo lately. The most that I hear is we got some sort of drama with him getting a new car.
Like if you'd like to donate, you can donate. Any money is appreciated. But since I'm doing so well with locale right now, I don't really have donation goals.
You can donate anything, man.
I do that with the fucking like Totino's pizzas, little square ones. I'll put like put the whole thing on a plate and just eat it like a big sandwich.
Fuck, bro.
These archers are annoying. When am I gonna get a gun in this game? Oh my god. What?
Dude, she just guessed. Just fucking guessed.
In a locale versus game, I would main Ralph in that in a heartbeat.
Dude on the fucking door over there.
Ralph's been in how many fights?
Come on, dude.
You don't even have to make up moves for Ralph. You have his moveset already.
Conveyor on top of mezzanine. I was literally had my fucking things out.
He'd have like a move where he punts you with his gun. His final smash would be begging for people to call the police.
I can't go negative this game at this point.
We waiting on somebody? Or we
Jordy used to go to the gym, didn't he, Brian? He had like a classic trainer art.
Do I need a pizza delivered? Pizza don't deliver to my house. I actually have a burger here. For Din Din.
Man, he's got some resistance having the burgers just sit there and not just like immediately eating them. Whoa, it's a K-pod! And you guys want my based coffee pod take? You can't call them K-cups because they're gonna get sued. Wait, what's this guy?
Like
the disease lycanthrope?
Like
what?
in a good mental spot right now. I don't know.
I don't know. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on?
I was frustrated that first game.
First boss?
And it showed.
First boss of the stream. I'm already dying.
Like we lost that game because
he's gonna dominate this boss in one try.
Good, even though we had the guy that went 0-6, we still probably could have pulled that one back. I mean,
he spawns enemies.
Even if like a big girl is hot, like for example, let's take like Whitney Thor, right? From like My Big Fat Fabulous Life. She's good looking. Right, but even then, she's popular and good looking, and she still has trouble.
We'll get checkpoints out of it. That's good.
Dating guys, right? And I think a lot of that comes with like she has too high a standard. She wants the stereotypical hot guy. It's like fat people have this thing where like Boogie has the same thing. Like he won't date fat girls. It's like that's fucking crazy. Maybe it's crazy to me because like
I specifically love Boogie's logic behind that. If you didn't watch the Boogie documentary, he explains himself and his reasoning behind that. His reasoning is he's Boogie, so he should be able to have a Hollywood 10 out of 10 instead of an Arizona 10 out of 10. Whoa, it's Drawn Fraga in my chat, along with Dallas. We are losing to this giant boss here.
He's got a wizard.
I need to do the boom attack.
Wait, what? He's watching DSP.
That's kind of RNG. That's not up to me to
Oh, it's his lunch break. His lunch break is watching the guy? How tragic. Hey, Aqua.
I don't see it happening.
Waterfowl's the exact same in the second form, is it not?
Yeah.
So the real question is, how long before Jordy board quits? How?
What up, Logan Egger? Just chilling out, watching some Phil, eating my dinner.
What a response. Yeah, I'm just chilling out. I'm just watching the guy, baby. Ain't nothing but something to do.
No, man, you should have had, like, flames cleanse me.
Somehow
I need some tips from the Crab King DSP. He beat that boss after like 45 minutes of struggling. He'd probably have me at that boss for 4 hours. I probably still wouldn't beat him. I suck at this game. Like, if I go even one day without playing it and I come back to it, I like forget all the controls.
Peace, people. Looks like this stream's getting deleted.
Alright, that was Jordy restreaming DSP for like 2 seconds before getting bored. At least he had fun with it. Hey, Knock. Hello, Knock. In the meantime, I have been asked about watching this. I figure we get it out the way. We have we have the guy. He finally came out with the video. It's only 20 minutes. It's not an hour-long diatribe. You know why it's only 20 minutes? Because he actually likes the game. We have Synthetic Man. Yes, Stellar Blade is actually pretty good? What? Let's see what he has to say about it.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Whoa!
No, I made fun of DSP for spamming the bubbles, and here I go doing the exact same thing.
I'm looking for the quick time. One try. Yeah, one try. I remember someone last stream saying like, "Oh, you're gonna get your ass whooped by Gigas."
Yeah, I saw a few of the streams too, Sakura. I thought this is actually a surprise for me. He didn't seem too amused by the game.
Zero expectations for. Well, that was me with Stellar
Maybe
Blade.
he just like went into it with a doomer attitude. I didn't see him finish it, so I don't know what his thoughts were when he finished it.
Left in the world, or at least it seems that way. But no, it actually surpassed my expectations a little bit. Doesn't mean it's amazing.
Hello, Cerulean
I think
A6.
pretty much everyone agrees it's a decent game. Maybe some people even think it's a great game. That's fine. I was decently entertained for about 15 hours, which is more than I can say for most modern games. That said, there's not a whole lot to actually say about it. So this is actually going to be a shorter review for once, which was
it's
always
short
the
because he
plan,
likes
if
it.
you listen to the end of my Dragon's Dogma 2 video. If you just want to very briefly know what it is right here in the intro, it's essentially a Souls Light. Yes, not Souls like, Souls Light. It's half Souls game, half generic action game from like 15 years ago. And the further you get in the game, the more it becomes like a older hack and slash, which I certainly see as a good thing.
Oh no, he was absolutely going to get backlash if he didn't like praise the shit out of this game.
This game is definitely
the comments would have been wild on him.
Sure. If you're looking for a challenge, this is not the game.
Man. He has to like games like this. He's got no choice.
I enjoyed it more than I thought I would. I have always been a strong proponent against hard being good. It was something I talked about a lot in my Elden Ring video, and probably some other ones I'm forgetting on this channel. That
said, if I recall, he was kind of mid on Elden Ring as well.
I beat every
his video on it was like it's not as good as you think. It was the kind of take he had on Elden Ring.
To the combat system, little ways to get around perfect dodging or perfect parrying to deal extra damage that you don't really deserve, and that's what's going to put off the Souls-like fans.
Oh,
so
why am I toxic? Why am I toxic?
Like I said,
why
it's
am I
half
toxic?
Souls-like, half action game. For some reason, a bunch of people were debating me, saying it's not a Souls-like, even though it has a shit ton of Souls-like mechanics, like a dodge with invincibility frames, a perfect parry. Enemies have stance meters. Attacks are slow and methodical, at least in the beginning, and it has enemy-oriented combat, which, to explain simply, just means that the player is put on the defensive and you react to what the enemies do. Enemies can have complex move sets, and generally,
well, it's just like the game I'm playing right now.
1v1 combat. Yes,
this is Synthetic Man. He is one of those based right-wing YouTubers, and allegedly the only one that still exists that reviews games, apparently. All the Redditors hate him, and we watch him here semi-unironically, semi-ironically. All the viewers hate him, and I cap for him a bit too much. Look, there are even some videos of his that I don't like. I thought his Zelda review was garbage, but I feel like we bring up the Zelda review every time we do a segment on this guy. The Zelda review is just like the worst video he ever put out.
In this game, they can be fairly infuriating because there's no buffer, there's no invincibility frames between you getting hit, and so if
he thought Auburn Core 6 was mid.
That can kill you faster than
he got a bit of backlash
More
for that.
Like mechanics include Estus flasks, a limited number of strong combat items, one of the most blatant uses of bonfires I've ever seen. It's literally this small circular rest area where you rest in a chair and it respawns.
You know what games don't have rest areas? That's right. Mario games. Mario don't need to take a rest. He's always on the go, dude.
And it has the typical back and forth where you block or dodge a series of attacks until it's your turn to attack. So what makes this different from a Souls-like? Well, actually quite a few things. First of all, you actually have basic light and heavy attack combos. In most Souls-likes I've played, for some reason you can't mix light and heavy attack. There's also no stamina meter.
I got the Chom Stowaway.
Special beta attacks where you have to get beta energy. Insert your jokes
on that
here
DSP, the DSP strategy face tank.
Can actually interrupt enemies while they're attacking, including bosses, which gives you a level of interactivity with enemies that is often lacking from a lot of these harder Souls-likes. That was definitely a complaint I had with Elden Ring, is that the combat becomes basically turn-based, unless you're exploring exploiting certain mechanics to deal an insane amount of stagger. This is not one of those games, thankfully, so your beta attacks felt pretty useful and powerful. Unfortunately, you only get 4 of them for the entire game, and you unlock all 4 right at the beginning. Honestly, that's one of my big complaints with this combat.
See, I haven't played Subtle Blade, so if he says stuff that's not true, I can't debunk it, sadly.
Devil Trigger, which you get much later. Yeah, that's another way. This isn't really like a Souls game. You just straight up have a super form past the halfway point, but you're stuck with the same light heavy attack combos and super moves.
Actually, no, I think I'll save
the entire game. After a certain point, you get a secondary meter that you build up by perfect dodging and parrying, and with it, you get another set of 4 moves. 3 out of 4 of these are cinematic anime super moves that are obviously pretty powerful, and the 4th one is a buff to your attack speed and damage, which you're definitely going to be using against bosses. Though probably the biggest way that this isn't that much like a Souls-like is the fact that you get a gun fairly early on, and this gun,
we do love guns
as
a fellow Americans,
has a lot of different ammo types, and there's nothing stopping you from using this to just cheese ball a significant number of the difficult encounters in this game. Now, I avoided using it for the most part, partially because the ammo can be pretty expensive, and also just because I don't think it's that fun.
I feel like I bitch too much for charged attacks, but they're so powerful. And just doing the combo.
Not like a really shitty third-person shooter, but the gun is pretty strong. They try to integrate it into the main combat. There's a specific move where you have to dodge away from enemies at the right time to expose their weak spot, and then you quickly use the gun for massive damage. But there's nothing stopping you from using a couple of the more powerful ammo types to effectively
like
skip or severely
I don't fucking use summons, right? Like, I'm glad that it's there for accessibility, but like, I don't use it. Like, you guys know this. I don't rely on the summon ability.
This is definitely much more casual than other Souls-likes, to the point of it.
Yeah, they knew only gooners would be playing it. They can't make it too hard.
More like a Souls-light. However, it's not to the point that I would just call it a straight-up hack and slash. This definitely does not play like Bayonetta or Metal Gear Rising or Darksiders or any of those. I've heard people compare it to those games, and I just have to wonder.
I recall he really likes Darksiders.
And to explain that better, let me just talk about my few issues with this combat system.
The Darksiders 2 a Kino game.
Lag. There's just straight up input delay on your block. We're talking like a quarter second of lag before your block comes out.
So there's like a quarter second of lag
where you have to perfect parry attacks, and it absolutely feels awful. You're gonna get hit a bunch of times, and it's not gonna be your fault.
He even did the thing DSP does, where he like hits the button, like shows you the controller.
Delayed when you're allowed to parry. Another thing I hate that almost feels like a bug, it certainly could be.
Now wait a minute.
Sometimes when you get hit in the middle of an
input
attack
delay,
combo, you have to let go of L1 and press it again to be able to block. And it's not the hit stun preventing you from blocking.
There's a reason they call him DSP Jr.
The game just cancels out your L1 press.
The game just cancels out your press, like as if the game is a person.
In fact, if you press
L1
too quickly, the game won't even read your second block input. This is what I'm talking about. Another issue is because you have proper combos instead of these locked super limited move sets that Souls games typically have.
I was initially confused as to why they called him DSP Jr. I totally get it now.
Longer than other ones.
He doesn't really mold about it, I don't think.
Because when you're fighting
he takes it in stride.
Typically when you're hitting them, it's after they've just finished their combo.
I'm not gonna say
it's
inaccurate.
Them, so you're able to finish your attack combo no matter how long it is.
DSP, if he did DSP politics and continued to play games
again before your combo is finished, and you can't animation cancel with a block or a dodge, so you'll still be attacking and not even have a chance to block, and then you'll get hit, and that can be incredibly frustrating. Another one of my frustrations with the combat system has to do with the colored attack system. I think for the most part this is fine. Some people think
synthetic
it's
side
too literal. You should be able to actually watch an attack and know
this dude is like a synthetic copy of the guy.
I'm fine with the color-coded system. What I'm not fine with
Jr. in the
is
sense that he's a clone.
Sloppy. So to explain how this works, yellow attacks
we all know what they
have
say.
to be dodged.
The knockoff is never better than the original.
Blue attacks also can't be blocked. You have to dodge into the
enemy. Why would I play the knockoff? I just play the original.
Them and nothing
the OG.
personal kid them for a lot of free damage. And then purple attacks, you have to dodge away from the enemy, and this exposes their weak spot, allowing you to shoot hit them for massive damage. So what's my issue with this? Well, sometimes it seems like the direction you push the analog stick has to be very precise. You can't just point up or down even if you're locked on. No, you have to push toward the enemy based on whatever its current position is when your sword flashes blue or purple. And again, this could just be a skill issue, but there are plenty of times where I dodged forward and it didn't count because the boss was slightly to the right of me. You see what I'm saying? But yeah, I would say about half of the issues I just named are nitpicks. I think for the most part, the combat system
at least
is
he acknowledges
fun.
that he's nitpicking.
Generally, the benefits it has over Souls-like combat
I mean, the
systems
title says he
is
still
that
enjoyed
you can
the
afford
game.
to be a lot
So
more
like these aren't deal
aggressive
breakers
because
to
the game
him.
just isn't that difficult. Even if you do get hit because of the input delay on blocking, you can usually take like 5 hits before dying, so it's really not that big of a deal. I'm a bit mixed on the cheat codes, as I like to call them, whether it be the gun or the usable combat items. Honestly, even healing is kind of a cheat code in this game because you get access to
I think there was something over here that I wasn't able to get.
Healing items, and 3 out of 4 you have to buy in shops or find them, but money is common enough and you're not going to be spending on that much stuff unless you use the gun all the time. So I never really had an issue filling up all the way on healing. Honestly, most of the times I died in this game,
I should probably use the hook for the
gang
archers
squad
too.
all hit me at the same time. That's
I
the
got
only
limited
time it
amount.
genuinely feels kind of unfair.
So maybe
or at
saving
least
these for these
annoying.
seahorses was
I'd
the
say
right
if you're
move.
the type of guy who doesn't really like Souls-likes and wanted to try this game, you'd probably actually enjoy it just because you don't really have to be that good. Like I said earlier, I beat all the bosses in 1 or 2 tries. And
Sounds like DSP would enjoy it. I wonder why he didn't go for it.
I didn't even learn any of his attack patterns. I basically just brute forced with the sheer amount of healing and overpowered tools I had access to. I mean, less than halfway through this game, you get access to a full revive item. So even if
That's
you
my
do
main
fuck
issue.
up
I don't
and
block,
get
and I
killed,
always
you
try
just
to
come
fish for
right
charge
back up
shots
with
over the
full
combo,
health against
and
the
I'm just
boss.
dodging way
This
too
game
much.
is not hard enough to need this item. I definitely beat
Let me get my
bosses
muscle
I
memory
shouldn't
back
have
in.
just because of this. To mention one last thing I'm not a huge fan of, this game has fairly low enemy variety, at least for a game like this. As I was playing this, I was reminded a lot of
I never
the
do that
Surge,
royal crab
and if
wave
you're one of
move
the people
either.
who played that, you'd know that
almost forget
the
I
game ran
have
out
it
of
most of the
enemy
time.
types about halfway in. Yeah, it introduced maybe like a handful more, but you were essentially fighting the same 20 enemy types throughout most of the game, and Stellar Blade is very similar. Whether you think this is a Souls light or just a generic action game with some Souls elements, this is still pretty low enemy count even for a hack and slash game from 20 years ago. I mean, yeah, the enemy move sets are more complex than a lot of other games in this genre, but that doesn't really matter. Once I fight the same few mutant demon things about 100 times, I want to fight some new guys. And this is also one of those games that's
games that
guilty
spread out
of
their
giving you
enemy
a lot of
variety.
damage
Mario's
upgrades,
good at that.
but then it just sends you more the same enemy type but with more health, so you might as well have not gotten any upgrade in the first place. But yeah, like I said, I still think it's a decent combat system. It's just completely unfocused. It's all over the place. It doesn't know if it wants to be a Souls-like or Bayonetta or Darksiders, Devil May Cry, whatever.
It wants to be
doesn't
all
lean
3 and
hard
then
into
some.
either direction. But the combat's still fun. It's really not that bad. It held my attention for the most part. The lack of enemy variety
Hey guys,
was
he
the
likes
only
it.
thing that
He
made me
likes
want to quit
it.
the game after a while. Now
Big
let's
ups to
talk a
Alpha
little
Elite
bit
TV.
about story,
How are you enjoying
characters,
Endless
and, of
Ocean?
course, sex appeal.
Remember
which
you
I'm
said
sure
you were
is a big
downloading it
reason why
last night and
anybody
you were
would wanna
playing it?
buy this game. The story
I'm making
is
progress in
very
another Crab's
minimal,
Treasure.
which could be good or bad.
Eventually I'll get past this
Generally,
area.
I like games that have minimal story. However, this one is minimal to the point of being almost incoherent. Essentially, it's just Korean Nier Automata. Instead of playing as an android, you play as a cyborg from space that is sent down to Earth to wipe out, well, instead of
Would have
evil
enjoyed it more if the
robots,
prototype was
they're
food.
like demons that used to be humans.
Leave him alone.
So you play as
Leave him
Eve,
alone.
who is one
He's
of the
allowed
most
to have his
bland
kinks.
female characters I have ever
We're
seen in a
allowed to make
video
fun of
game.
him.
Now, of course, that's still an upgrade over an insufferable
He didn't
feminist
ban the guy who made that video on him.
but
And
man,
I
is
still
she
see him in his
boring.
chat,
Even her
so
design
he
is
wasn't
really not
upset
that
about
good.
it.
Her
He wasn't
partner at the
upset
beginning,
enough to the
Tacky,
point that he
arguably
decided to
has
ban
a
that
better
person.
design, looks more like main character material. Even your engineer assistant that you meet later
Very chill
has a
game, but maybe
more
too chill for
memorable,
streaming. That was one of my
iconic design
concerns.
than the main
Seemed like
fucking
a
character of
be
this
the game that you
I
will
don't know, Eve
want to
just
play
looks
off
kinda
stream.
weird to me. Like she's halfway between an anime girl and one of these South Korean chicks who has extensive surgery to look like a doll. Her
So think
jawbone has
Nier,
been completely shaved
think
off.
Dark
and
Souls
she just looks
with
bland.
Nier
I know everyone
combined,
focuses on her
correct?
body because she does have
Think
a
games you have
widely
already
appealing
played before.
body type that basically any man with any testosterone left in their body would be attracted to. But her body also isn't very exaggerated. As you probably know, it was scanned off of a real woman, and so she just looks like a fit, skinny woman. Average size breasts, average size ass, though maybe above average for a Korean woman, let's be honest. I think the only reason people thought she had a big ass is because she has some of the worst pelvic tilt I have ever seen. Just look at a side profile of this character.
Let's check it
You
out.
can never unsee this. And given the horrors
No, hold on.
that
I
I've
need
been
that in- I need
exposed
that in
to
full.
on the internet since I was a teenager,
I don't know. What do you guys think? Is this awkward?
thought she had a big ass is because she has some of the worst pelvic tilt I have ever seen. Just look at a side profile of this character. You can never unsee this.
I heard, like, okay, I heard that it was a real style lady that they used to digitize actress. That I'm aware of. But I also heard that the woman had extensive plastic surgery, so it's like... It's a real body, correct? But is it authentic style? No.
And given the horrors that I've been exposed to on the internet since I was a teenager, this really just doesn't activate the neurons that much for me. It's absolutely a step in the right direction.
You want to see the real
after
lady?
being exposed to like a decade of LGBT-friendly sexuality.
I think they got some
Just look
behind
at
the scenes
Baldur's
footage for the
Gate 3.
game
They're
out.
still
I remember seeing
drooling
something.
over that gross shit, but it's definitely not extreme enough for me. Another issue for those of us who are less monkey-brained is that Eve just is so bland, it's unbelievable. You can't describe her character because she doesn't fucking have one. So
Shut,
we're all gonna
bros,
forget
the
about
liberals
this
were
character
right.
in like a month.
She's just
this
a
is purely
doll.
a culture war thing. You know it, I know it. I'm not gonna pretend that it's more than it is just because it upsets all the right people. Anyway, back to the game. Your partner
Whoa,
is
he's got
killed right in the
principles,
beginning,
guys.
though not really. Obviously,
I mean, I
she's
knew he was
show
gonna
up
have that
again
kind of
later.
reaction.
And so Eve gets rescued by some generic Asian man named Adam. Adam and Eve. A little bit on the nose, don't you think? And so you fight your way through this post-apocalyptic city and eventually you find the last city of mankind, Zion.
Well, they are Korean. They
Zion.
probably thought that
That's
was a
interesting,
good
too.
symbolism for
And you
them.
end up going on this grand quest.
Not so
to
much
get
for
these
Americans.
energy cores to restore the city to its former glory. And yeah, of course, there's more
Oh,
to
there's
the
a
story
shortcut
than
up
that,
here.
but
Oh, no,
it's
this is probably
really
exit
minimal, man.
when
I
you
don't
go
think they tried
around over
very
there.
hard to make it engaging on any level. This is also one of those stories where the plot twist is so heavily foreshadowed that it makes you wonder why they even bothered having twists in the first place. And to talk a little bit about level design, I kind of like the linear levels. They feel like Souls-like levels in the sense that there are shortcuts, you know, doors that are locked from the other side. You can explore little nooks and crannies, fight optional combat encounters to get upgrades.
Okay, but is it
All
meaningful?
that
Like,
stuff's
is this
fun.
meaningful content? Like, why am I doing this?
There's
Correct.
A desert
Why
wasteland
is this
map
in the
that
game?
is a
Is this
somewhat
meaningful?
sizable
What is the point of this?
sandbox, at least
Correct.
for a character that has to run around on foot with no vehicles, and it fucking sucks absolute ass. Now, of course, you could skip every side quest and just go to the main objective, and then it's not a big deal. But are you
PSP
really
style
gonna do
gameplay
that?
right there.
You're gonna at least see a few of the side quests, and of course, they suck. I just don't understand why they would have this big featureless desert and these little linear paths connecting these mini zones. Kind of like a
illusion of
single-player
content,
MMO.
obviously.
I guess Koreans can never quite escape the MMO genre. I know I was thinking of Cabal Online, which I played as a kid. The music in this desert.
I remember
is even
hearing if you
kinda
want to play
similar
MapleStory in
Cabal.
Korea, you have
And I
to
guess I
dox
could briefly
yourself.
talk about the
Always thought that was
soundtrack
fucked
since
up.
I don't usually in game
But you gotta
reviews.
send in your
it's
ID.
Pretty good. It's heavily reminiscent of Nier Automata, but
I've
not as
seen
good.
a lot of these X's in the sand. I wonder if there's anything I can do with that, or if that's just for
vocals,
design.
especially in the first area. I got
And you see
sick
it's
of the
kind of
track that
faded,
plays
and
there
there's
for
bubbles
like
coming
2
out of
straight
it.
hours. But I think most of the tracks were enjoyable to listen to.
Well, the first
to go
time I've
back
seen
to
a
the
pattern like
sex
that.
appeal thing, there are a lot of costumes for Eve in this game, and yes, there was a bit of censorship. I think people maybe exaggerate the importance of this, but I absolutely understand why, because if you give them an inch, they take a mile, right? I honestly don't even understand the point of the censorship,
we
because
must
there's plenty of
boycott.
slut clothing in this game, so the fact that they singled out the swimsuit and the Chinese dress, and there might have been 1 or 2 other ones, is bizarre to me. There's also the graffiti, the hard R shop, which I thought was kind of funny, but it was still a reach to say that that was an N-word
They're Koreans.
reference.
They don't know what that
Regardless,
shit
it got
means.
censored to the crime R shop, so we can now call them crimers, or wait, that's their word. I guess we have to say crime, which is actually funnier if you ask me, but regardless, there are certainly some of you who would like to know if the game was censored, and sadly, it was at least partially censored, and there's a huge petition with like 50,000 people who signed to try and reverse it.
One more to go.
Considering it likely came from Sony, I doubt it's going to be reversed. This just seems like a pure display of power on their end. And honestly, that's about all I have to say about this game. Let's just go to the conclusion. Should you buy Stellar Blade? I guess on sale, if this looks fun to you. I thought it was a decent game.
Fair enough.
I was a bit critical
It was
of the
never going to
combat
be like
system,
a
as I typically am, because
the most
I don't play video
spectacular
games
10 out of
to play
10
dress up
character
with a
action
glorified
style game
Korean
with Dark
Barbie
Souls
doll.
born
Eve
elements.
is an
Like, it was never
incredibly
going to be that,
bland
right?
character, and she's not Coomer enough for me to make up for that.
Looking at
And
the
so
model
I'm
right
playing
now,
this
she
for
doesn't
the
have
combat,
she doesn't
as
have a
anybody
fat
should
Korean
be.
ass.
And
I'm
while the combat
pissed.
was decent, it's
But
certainly
are you
no
coming
Metal
for
Gear
her?
Rising.
Oh, no,
And
you
because of
didn't?
the
You
generally
lame
low
brain
enemy
piece of
variety,
dog
it's not
shit.
as engaging as Dark Souls either. But
Actually,
I still
you
think it
coming
was
for
fun
her
enough
is
to
like,
hold
that
my
means 2
attention.
things. My
I
bad.
like that you got significantly more powerful abilities over the course of the game. That was definitely a good move. You don't see that too often anymore. A lot of modern AAA games just front load you with all the cool abilities in the first 5 hours, and then you barely get any new ones in the next 20. This game actually evolved as I
That was how
was playing
DSP
it,
felt
but it's
about
certainly
Ghostwire
rough around the
Tokyo.
edges for
It's
the
one of his main
numerous
criticisms
things
when
I
it came to
talked
that
about
game.
in the combat section. But I think it should be clear to anybody who's being honest with themselves
I'm
and
just being
playing this
honest.
with a critical eye that the game is certainly missing something. I think it's a good start, but if this ever gets a sequel, first of all, we need a better protagonist, or at least a better written protagonist, and they need to add a lot more to the game. And I would also prefer if they lean in either the action game direction or the Souls-like direction. Trying to please both sides doesn't really work. You just end up with this pseudo-casual experience. But again, I still enjoyed my time with the game. It's probably the 3rd best game I played this year, behind Dragon's Dogma 2 and, well, a game I'm embarrassed
Another
to say
game
the
DSP
name of.
barely
It's
played.
called The Yellow Taxi Goes Vroom. It is a 3D platformer where you play as a
what's
taxi,
this?
and that game is actually surprisingly pretty fun, but for obvious
Ah, this
reasons,
looks
I'm
fun.
not going to do a video on it because none of you guys would watch it. But regardless,
rest in
3rd
peace,
best
rip.
for us now, moving into the 5th month of
I
the
like
year.
it, but like,
That's
no
not
one
too
wants to
bad.
see a video on that
It'll
shit,
probably
right?
have a place on top 5 best games of 2024. That's more than I expected. It's very rare that a game with a sizable budget surpasses my expectations. And so this certainly is not a negative review if anyone wants to claim it is just because I'm critical. No, I ended up actually liking
critical,
the game.
Moist
And
is.
so yeah, maybe pick it up when it's half off. That's about it. See you next time, guys.
All right, now he could have been a lot harsher on that. He did enjoy the game, so glad to see that. I kind of look. I haven't played it, but in terms of like the sentiment, like the reception the game was gonna get after its release, kind of mirrors what I suspected would happen. Like, oh yeah, it's a great game, but it's not like the best game ever. Correct? I know people were coping about like the critiques that certain liberals and journos had in regards to the story and like Eve's character, and there were people saying like, oh, it's just a demo, oh, the game's not out yet, how can you possibly know that she has a bad character? And then the full game comes out and like, well, you heard him right there. Synthetic still wasn't impressed by the story. I feel like with the exception of Nier Automata, that kind of goes without saying when it comes to these games, these style of games. I never opened this clam? Whoa, the old world whirl. Yeah, it is a B+ game. That's an easy way to put it. And there's nothing wrong with being a B+ game. I've argued that we need more AA games to like fill that void that we had back in the, you know, the 6th gen and 5th gen. You had those games that weren't the first party AAA, but they weren't exactly stinkers either. They weren't like shovelware. They just didn't have the budget. A lot like this game right here, the one I'm playing right now. We need more games of this caliber coming out, and I feel like Stellar Blade kind of fits that void. It's just a shame when you have games like that, but the marketing and the people hyping it up kind of pushes the expectations to the level of a AAA experience, and so therefore you get the disappointment when the game releases and it doesn't meet the AAA expectations that the marketing set up for it. Oh my god, I don't want to have to use the reel. Yeah, bring back the PS2 era. That's all me, Amron. The PS1 era, PS2 era. That is all me, REEE to a T. Rip T. We need more games based on licensed properties too. These days, like the licensed property games, they're all just mobile games. Where's my shit like SpongeBob Battle for Bikini Bottom, right? But like the modern version. I know they made one. That's actually a bad example because they actually did make a modern SpongeBob platformer. I saw Tevin play it. The guy said he was gonna play it and then he didn't play it. I'm a big SpongeBob fan, DSP. Watched like 5 seasons of the show to catch up on it, to quote unquote know what SpongeBob is about. Whatever that means. I agree, the most creative stuff came out then. And here's the thing too. We have games that have like they're like creatively inspired. They're inspired games. So I don't know. Goon was talking about this last night. Games like, oh, based on Chrono Trigger, Sea of Stars. Oh, it's based on Sea of Stars. It has music from the guy from Chrono Trigger. It's like this. It's got like the gameplay of Chrono Trigger, but it's not Chrono Trigger. We have all these spiritual sequels, but they can't match the level of the original. Correct? And I think we see stuff too when it comes to other games like Back 4 Blood, trying to be Left 4 Dead, and there was one more. But you get what I mean. I can't think of it right now. But like games that try to like be a spiritual successor to another game, and they can't reach that same level that the original was on. I think a lot of that can be attributed to the publisher. So. The publisher, for as much as people want to like cry about publishers and how evil they are, there is a saying that goes, you work best when you're under limitations, you're under restrictions and all that. And I think the publishers are the people that enforce that kind of stuff. And without the publishers having those restrictions on you, and you just let these developers go wild without any sort of leash or any kind of like, not like full total helicopter parent control, without that level of moderation there, you get results that aren't what they could be if you had the publisher there. So Back 4 Blood would be the example there, where everyone thought it was like everyone thought that like Valve didn't have as much involvement in Left 4 Dead than they actually did. It's like, oh, it's gonna be, you know, it's Turtle Rock, and then like they're certainly gonna push out a product because they made Left 4 Dead, and then it turns out that Valve had way more involvement in Left 4 Dead than you would think. And like people have compared the credits between Back 4 Blood and Left 4 Dead, and it's like maybe 5 developers or 6 developers who worked on Left 4 Dead also worked on Back 4 Blood, but all the marketing all the marketing wanted to say was that it was the return of Left 4 Dead and all but name. Just stuff like that, without the publisher putting those restrictions on you. You aren't gonna churn out the product that people want, or something. And it's not just publishers either. We were just talking about PS2. Console limitations as well. Limitations force you to get creative. A lot of neat tricks that games back then would do in order to save on space or RAM or whatever the fuck, processing. Like the Crash Bandicoot games would actively stream the game as you moved along. And because like that game is a hallway game where like you don't control the camera, you only ever see what the developers want you to see. So anything that is out of the camera shot, it just doesn't exist until it needs to exist, because again, the game is streamed. Big up Skokie. You never reach the same heights as the original when the original is your goal. You're gonna have to make your own thing. Yeah, so you can have the aspirations of wanting to be a spiritual successor, but the marketing is important. Don't say like you're gonna be the successor. Don't use words like that. You can take the same gameplay, but also, you know, make it your own. And the main issue is the expectations thing. You get people expecting the next Chrono Trigger, and then Sea of Stars comes out, and it's okay. It's a good game, but it's not Chrono Trigger. But you had people reeled in by saying it was Chrono Trigger, and it had people from Chrono Trigger. Then you turn to the DSP where you're like, oh, well, nobody's talking about Sea of Stars now, right? So why am I even going to bother returning to the playthrough? Playthrough of Conquer done by the devs, and it's super great on technical details. I saw that when it came out. That is an excellent example of a developer playthrough. I saw another one too based on Spiral 3. They were doing like a speed run of it. There are still people at Insomniac who worked on Spiral 3. Alright, let me scroll up here. To waste so much money in the industry? Undoubtedly. Well, you don't need to hear me say that. Y'all already know that. If I could refund Dragon's Dogma 2 to get Stellar Blade, I would. Oh yeah, you did say you got Dragon's Dogma. Did you finish it? We need to wipe the slate clean. The slate will be wiped clean when the Switch 2 drops. Think about it. The Switch 2 right now, it's in the prime position to dominate the market. The first Switch running on like what, 2015 hardware. The Switch 2 at minimum was like 2020 hardware. It's gonna be so goated. Ah yes, playing 1080p 30 frames per second experiences in handheld mode on my Switch 2 device with like 30 hours of battery life. And you wish it was 30 hours. Look, it's gonna be 2 hours at least. Dingus, let's see a sequence break. I did when I went to the junkyard before I was supposed to. Now this is where I was supposed to be the whole time. Let me get rid of these archer crabs. I feel like the Switch 2 is in a good place right now. I don't want to jinx it. Like, yeah, as if anything I'd say would have an impact. Switch 2 can play Switch 1 games at a good frame rate. Could you imagine all the discourse about Paper Mario, and then it just doesn't matter because the Switch 2 comes out and it's able to run it at 60 frames? I think it's very possible that we'll see games with performance enhancements. Like a Paper Mario possible candidate, Tears of the Kingdom for sure. I just feels like there's no way it can't be backwards compatible. It would be ridiculous if it wasn't. Okay, I gotta hook that guy. Oh, there's one stuck over here. But I have to remind people, especially Seru here, since he's here right now. We heard about Mario Odyssey first, October 2016. Long before we had that big Switch meeting event reveal thing in January of 2017. And certainly long before E3 of the following year. So it is damn well possible we could get the next Mario 3D trailer mini snippet that's like 10 seconds long that every YouTube journo person overanalyzes for the next 5 months. Very possible we could get the next snippet this year. All I want to know is what they've been working on. This 3D Mario, we've not heard of peep since Odyssey. You know, Bowser's Fury was done by Nintendo's Western branch, if you look at the credits. Very few people overseeing from the Japanese side of things, right? You got 2D Mario, but that's done by a separate team. The only reason they're holding off on Switch 2 right now is because the yen is super weak right now, or something because of COVID stuff. Yeah, I had heard the yen was having trouble, which is why I saw a lot of people who do like commissions. A lot of Japanese fan artists who do commissions were offering either reduced rates or they were doing appeals. I didn't even know you could do this. Like the website they use to do commissions allows artists to appeal to a person who's commissioned from them before. So they would go to prior commissioners and beg them to commission them again at a reduced price. That's wild. Rip to the yen, I guess. Big ups to importers. I was gonna say I don't see any reason to remove the card slot. That isn't how people soft mod, but is how leaks and ROM dumps happen so quickly. Yeah. So when the Switch first came out, I mean, you know it as well as I do. The paperclip shit that was gone real quick. They very quickly replaced that version 1 Switch with a version 2 that had longer battery life. It was a different model with a different box, the all red box, whereas the first Switch came in like a white box, which is the same model of Switch that DSP owns, by the way. But the all red box had a longer battery life and removed that paperclip exploit. If you have a version 1 Switch, you are rocking it and you can hack it. Sadly, I turned mine in for an OLED. I dealt with my version 1 Switch for a long time. Eventually, I was like, it's time for a better battery life. Better screen too, right? Yeah, I think I've explored everywhere I could go. Except for this part here. Yeah, the OLED is beautiful. But again, it's, you know, you gotta be in handheld mode to get the most out of it. So if you're not traveling, like, why would you get it? And as DSP likes to jam down our throats, it doesn't have any notable performance enhancements. Never used my Switch screen. There was a lengthy period of time back when I was taking classes where I would like only ever use the Switch in handheld mode or tabletop mode. I would never use TV mode up until about when a little bit before I started streaming. I was like, you know what, fuck it, let's dock this thing. Don't know if you mess with handheld consoles at all, but the Steam Deck has an OLED model and it looks beautiful. I know the Steam Deck had different models. One was cheaper than the other, obviously, but I thought it was just the difference was storage space. So no, I was not aware of that. Thank you, Knock. You're such a helpful individual. Is he dead? Oh, he's dead. He's gone. Felt it. Hey Casper, at the LCD model and still enjoying myself. Look, it's a Steam Deck. You're gonna enjoy yourself no matter what. You have access to so many amazing fun style games. Except for the Detractor, unless you already bought it. Okay, here's another video I've been told to, I've been informed to take a look at. You may have seen it yourself already. If you have, oh well, now you get to watch me watch it. Yandere Dev, the incel that ruined his game. DSP talking down on the Switch lifespan is anti-consumer. Yeah, a lot of people are really doom-mongering the Switch right now. Like, they want sales to slow down, but the truth and reality of it is it's still selling. Even to this day, with news about the Switch 2 arriving or, like, you know, being on the horizon, like, people don't care. The Switch is still selling and the games are still selling. So I don't know if the Switch 2 will outsell the Switch 1. It's an uphill battle. But as long as they keep putting out games that people want to play, like, sales will stay consistent. I would think.
Isolation.
Come down and give your lover a kiss.
Social inexperience. Anger. Malice.
Oh, I love that Cuphead clip.
Popularity.
This is the recipe for Alex Mahan, known as the Yandere Dev. The moniker derived
It
from
looks
his
just
creation,
like his
Yandere Simulator,
PNG there.
a game that, similar to Alexander, is incomplete. Per lengthy forum post to his current day postings, he has never been able to find a lasting partner. What has fallen him instead has been a history that haunts him. Posts about wanting to attack his parents, many damning accusations, varying opinions on promiscuous women, and a fascination with the video game character Samus Aran. Now all remembered.
No, I haven't seen the doll. I hadn't seen the doll before.
With a 16-year-old.
Yeah, you're very skinny and that's kind of hot.
Him being 35, more than twice her age, did not win favor with the community he was attempting to repair relations with. This, as it were, is the tip of the iceberg. Many tackle only pieces of Yandere Dev, but this video will cover his expansive history to present day.
Expand? Civ?
In 1997, developing alongside Alexander, who was 9 at the time, was a new term, involuntary celibate. First found in a support website ran by a woman in her mid-20s, simply known as Alana. Alana's involuntary celibate project, as it was called,
chalice at? It should be at the very top.
as a support group for those who felt marginalized by society. As the website grew, the term
live in
involuntary
one.
celibate was shortened to InVcel, then, as per a suggestion, was shortened for the easier spoken and now popular Incel. The website itself saw some success, and not just as a support group, but also as a website where a few members found each other and developed relationships. Its significance now is boiled down to its coined term, and precursor to something vile. 3 years later, now the year 2000, Alana abandoned the project, and the term, alongside Alexander, swayed from their intended courses.
Hit me from this far away?
What was once a simple slang as a combination of two words, involuntary celibate, has been overtaken by a culture and a derisive definition. As per the Merriam-Webster's dictionary, an incel is, quote, a person, usually a man, who regards himself or herself as being involuntary celibate and typically expresses extreme resentment and hostility towards those who are sexually active, unquote. Alexander would grow into this definition.
You better stay away from my wife, Samus.
At the age of 12.
According to him, she is his wife, sir.
While Alex isn't very vocal about it, nor the reason he was being homeschooled after elementary school. Users state that it was because of bullying.
Do you have a life-size doll of Samus Aran, sir?
Never provided it. Homeschooling, when it comes to development,
no, this is the Yandere Dev, not Dark Viper.
Only so much can be absorbed through one's parents or siblings. Typically, peers will fill this role as children learn from a diverse range of personalities. From here, they can learn how to communicate with one another, how not to communicate. While not everyone is proficient in communication and social understanding,
stabbing people is not an effective form of communication, I hear.
Those that are homeschooled can be at a greater risk of being socially malnourished. These can be offset by enrolling oneself in activities and clubs where one can socially develop among peers. But what happens when there are no attempts to provide social nourishment?
Wait, this guy filtered himself.
No
How?
going out, no friends.
He just exploded,
The only way of learning how humans interact is through media. With social media not very present in the year 2000, Alex had less options. Quote, I watched countless box sets of anime and played through a countless number of video games. Coupled with my only world experiences being in elementary school, this did not paint a very good picture of what the world is like for me, unquote. The excessive expressiveness in media and the unrealistic nature of scenarios that play out in works of fiction not seem as such for Alex. He had a skewed picture of the outside world. He was a foreigner everywhere but his home. Perhaps that was felt as he began
the Detractor game is gone from Steam. Yeah, I did a whole little segment on that at the start of the stream.
Emphasis on those socially disconnected resonates stronger. The Evangelion series comes to mind as...
If you guys missed that, my theory is it could be Phil, it could be an impersonator. I think if Phil was to send a complaint like that in, I looked at the tweet that the developer put out. If Phil was to send out a DMCA and then like the little blurb he wrote, if he had to do that, it's worded in a way that, you know, that's how Phil would word it if he was to send out something like that. So they certainly got the personality down right. God damn it.
As its protagonist Shinji struggles with his past traumas, lack of connection, and crushing responsibilities. This anime is
we'll see what he has to say about it tomorrow.
For its depiction
Again,
of
if he brings it up at all,
set in a cruel world where it would be hard to be anything but depressed. These topics allowed a pinhole view into understanding human relationships a bit more accurately than media that curtails harsher topics for the sake of escapism. As Alexander grew, he longed for the connections others had, as the themes of friendships and relationships were ever present in media, yet in his personal life never felt any closer. This changed somewhat with the advent of the internet. Though it was present for several years at this point, its evolution allowed for larger, more complex forums. Similar to Lana's involuntary celibate project, these attracted users that found it difficult to find those with shared interest in person.
And
whether it was
obviously,
video games,
all
comic
the
fan
enemies
sites,
respawn,
anime
much
sites,
to the
it was
detriment
starting
of
to
me.
exist on the internet, like animemusicvideos.org. Alex, now 16 years old, found this forum and has one of the earliest posts from his, at the time, online alias Ava Zephon, created on May 8, 2004. The Ava is taken from Evangelion and the Zephon is taken from the anime Razephon, which is similar to Evangelion. Originally, he joined because he wanted to make an anime music video, as per this post where he was struggling to understand the guide in what is primitive editing.
They should have asked Anne for help. Anne loves anime music videos from the early 2000s.
In fairness, the guide is not as clear as it should be with its technical lingo, especially at an introductory level. The first response was by a user named Absolute Destiny, referring Alex to a section of the guide. Alex then responds with a section, showing its lack of clarity. Now, Absolute Destiny, understanding Alex's problem,
Hey, posted a video on that forum back today. Hey,
of what to do.
You ever interact with them?
Two more topics were made over 2 days.
I certainly wouldn't forget a
Alex
username like
required
that.
Guidance. The commenters were as helpful,
Well, that's
and
the
Alex
guy
appeared
named
to be
Swollen
grateful.
Dingus.
But there was some friction in his communication when trying to get
Hell no.
users to understand his problem. And as
That's
others
really
would
for the
find
best.
out, this was an issue for him.
Hey, we found a
Proposing
shell.
a new rule now. I don't mean to formally challenge the administrators with this topic, but I'd like to share some of my thoughts. I'm not mad at the guides. However, I'm mad that everyone thinks that they can solve a problem by telling someone to go read a guide. I didn't come to this forum or that forum to have someone tell me to read a guide. I came to a forum to get my question answered by someone. Think that maybe there should be some
I
sort
wanna
of
read
rule
a
along these
fucking
lines.
guide
If you
online.
know the answer to someone's
I gotta do a
query,
whole
then
night
if
stream. You
you're
guys
going
gotta
to
help me
reply to
out.
their
I gotta do a
post,
pre-stream.
tell
You
them
guys
the
gotta tell me
answer
how to
the
do it. You gotta
question.
walk me through
Do
it.
not
Hold my
direct them to the
hand.
guide.
Right?
Either that, or there should be a forum dedicated to help making an AMV. Why isn't there one already?
You
I'm
gotta
sorry if I was
hoof-hold me,
too fired
dude.
up or offended any guide authors in this post. I just don't want to keep on making new posts on topics every time I run into yet another problem because no one helped me adequately because they all told me to read a guide. Unquote. This combativeness from Alex from a forum attempting to assist him got mixed reactions. Some were understanding
Yeah, they were
of
just
his
trying to help
frustration.
him.
Others diagnosed
You
him as a
toxic
problem,
shitheel.
specifically in his lack of clarity in defining what he needs assistance with. This was the first instance on this forum of Alex's policing or wanting control where none belongs to him. Yet there was not much hostility from either side, at least not on this forum. Instead, here, he was very expressive about his desires. On a topic created to share sexy/hot screen caps of anime characters, Alex responded to one of the posters with, quote, "It's hot and sexy and I've ejaculated many times to it. Got any more like it?" Unquote. The infancy of the internet and the concept of permanence was not felt, which is why posts like this one exist. Quote, "This reminds me of a guy who had a 2-foot-tall statue of Rei Ayanami. He said he bought it for $250,
Ray Bros.
which sounds a lot better than
This
what
guy's
they
one
seem
of
to be
you.
charging for the doll up above. Man, I love seeing those life-size anime dolls." This post was dated May 29, 2004. Rei Ayanami
I've
is a
never
female
understood
character
life-size
from
anime doll
Evangelion that
thing.
Alex showed increasing interest in. In December of that year, he stated, quote, "I dig
Isn't
weak
Rei
and
like supposed to
submissive
be
girls.
like
Give me Rei.
Shinji's
She
mom or
wouldn't say
something,
no.
or an incarnation
Hell,
of
she does whatever she's ordered to.
Shinji's mom?
Use your imagination.
That's what I always hear. I always hear the Asuka bros say, "Don't you know it's incest? Because in reality, Rei is Shinji's mom." Like, I haven't seen. I've seen only the first 2 Rebuild movies, so my context is very limited. But I have seen many debates, and the Asuka bros always make it a point to bring that up.
Unquote. Rei Ayanami from Evangelion is
Yeah, we're doing a
canonically 14 years old.
WNFW.
Alex at the time posted.
Oh no! What? No! It's a GBP moment. 14.
How could she be his mom, but she's 14?
Rei Ayanami from Evangelion is canonically 14 years old.
It is so over. This is like the first of many allegations Alex will not be able to beat.
Alex at the time of posting this was 16. He was
Oh, okay. Well, they're both minors.
seeing his desires, developing
Surely his infatuation will stop by the time he reaches 18, right?
interest in others the only way he feasibly could. While most develop crushes and interact with humans, Alex had only a digital escape. Quote, 16 here.
Don't need my permission to raid. It's always on, so if you want to do it, do it. Okay, I didn't know if you wanted to be bothered or not. I didn't know if it was like a Traggers situation. Thank you for letting me know.
Alex searched and peeled away layers of the internet for art that pleased him. He knew there were limits to this experience. Not soon after came a depression and anger that joined in that realization. Quote,
what if I want to
am
upgrade?
suicidal, and if it weren't for anime, I would have killed myself by now. Unquote.
What?
Alexander did not have many outlets, but he did have access to the ever-expanding internet where early forms of social media were popping up. The most well-known was MySpace. While this website did seem to pioneer popular elements such as the customization of a user's homepage, there were websites created even before MySpace capturing a different market entirely.
Imagine
One
falling
such
for the
was
MySpace
Gaia Online,
meme.
where MySpace
When you give
grew
the
because of
Enclave
its simplicity
Penguin
and
or
ease of
Zchat.
access. Gaia Online flourished within anime and gaming communities as it evolved to be more interactive via
You know,
events.
I've always
That
seen footage
and
of this game,
rudimentary
never played it.
locations Players could socialize using their avatars. This also
Definitely looks like
created
the kind of game you'd
distance
see
and
weirdos in.
anonymity. In Gaia, you could be anyone, making it easier to talk about anything. And Alex, recently joining the website in 2005, had a building frustration and
I am
insecurity
not
he could not
null.
shake. On the forum section of
What
the
did he mean
website,
by
he
this?
posted, quote, I hope that it will not make me sound too desperate to say this. But I've
someone
been
probably
worried
hacked the
if
account,
I am
maybe.
the type of guy whom a girl would ever consider dating. I'm going to describe myself as honestly as possible. And then I'd like to know if I sound like it would ever be possible for me to find a girlfriend, unquote. Alex continues by stating what he states are his positive qualities. He, quote, always tries to speak or act without offending anyone, unquote. He is sweet, a romantic guy, a gentleman who is open-minded, tolerant, not very judgmental at all. As for his flaws, clear by the creation of this post, he is not very confident. Alex may know this by his love of Japan that he exhibits the early signs of a hikikomori, a NEET, a shut-in. Different words that share the quality of those that would
Call
draw
yourself
from
a
society.
hermit like the crab in this
Japan,
game.
This is an increasing issue. As more and more
Don't say
young adults
NEET.
withdraw
Don't
from
say
society,
hikikomori.
as they drop out of school, they don't
A
see
massive
work.
cringe
They stay at
moment,
home
dude.
all day, repeating the same day, only existing to consume. No matter how much it is desired, a fear and anxiety of entering the outside world becomes crushing. In Japan,
Oh, that's just
this
like
issue
K's
was
son from
caused by
K's
various
Cookin'.
reasons. Some being related to mental illness, where families of those mentally ill, in place of being homeless, will hide them from the world. After all, Japan has a phenomenally low homeless population. There's also the crunch culture and the pressure placed on succeeding to find a salary job, where the importance does not entirely lie in the money. Though inflation does play a part in working longer hours, these salary jobs are oftentimes secondary.
Why can't I
families.
get a girlfriend?
Workers
I'm a
spend so much
supreme
time it becomes the
gentleman,
prime area
guys.
of socialization.
I'm the
Other
one.
aspects of Japan, like its distant culture, its desire for conformity, makes this issue worse.
Maybe it has something to do with
While
your
the
refusal to
US
go
doesn't
outside,
have
I don't
as
know.
much of a problem with NEETs or those who are not employed in education or training, it does have less support for those that might find themselves in these positions. These are the social influences. The psychological are much more complex. Alex can be seen as a standard case, except it is unknown if he is the one that desired his homeschooling or if it was the decision of his parents. Regardless, as he consumes anime and other media, it weighs on him more the experiences he never had. In this post, there is a fictional Vincent who is role-playing kissing a woman. Alex reacts by replying, quote, after reading that post, I felt really crappy. Sad about how I've never had any sort of experience with a girl. Man, I feel so jealous. I feel like a loser saying this, but I cried. Man, I seriously cried. I'm asking for your help. I feel like utter crap about this, and I don't know what to do. I've considered killing myself. Any advice? How do I get over this? Unquote. He already feels rejected and displays insecurity because of those missed experiences. He feels himself a lesser human being because he has not had a girlfriend, and to be accepted within society means to be vetted by having
Yeah,
a
these
girlfriend
archers are all over
according
this
to him.
place, and they respawn
This
as soon as you
delves into the
die,
infamous
which I
side of
assume
Ace
also happens in Dark
In
Souls.
2005, it was hard to say which way he would go. He was only 17, and this insecurity and resentment was only just starting. On Gaia, he continued to seek acceptance and get opinions on its looks. This is why he posted this image of himself. Alex's saving
Hey,
grace
it's the
was that he
guy.
was not a NEET. He may have been socially withdrawn.
Oh, hold up. There he is. There he is.
His face used to be so not as pimply, not as much of a pizza face.
It's weird. Like, you know, he cleaned himself up. Like, really? You're telling me this guy couldn't get a lady? He just didn't want to put himself out there. Like, dude, I don't want to be like all Pride Monthy, but there are uglier people in the world, right? But you're over here like, oh, it's over. It's over. I can't get anyone. I'm friendless. There's no one for me. Fuck women. My parents hate me and I want to kill them, obviously. I just like, it kind of seems like a, you know, bit self-deprecating there to almost to a detriment.
Alex's saving grace was that he was not a
Yeah, the haircut is kind of goofy.
He been socially withdrawn, but he was still being homeschooled.
But don't some women like that as like a charm?
With his female cousin,
Use it to your advantage,
and sometimes with his parents. In this post, he talks about going to a local anime convention with both his father and his cousin. But what comes after? After he is done with high school, online college was not a viable option in 2005.
Yeah, like I'm saying, he doesn't look terrible, but don't worry, he'll get terrible later on.
Interest in digital entertainment. From anime
but it did
to
get
games,
worse.
He has showed interest in creating something similar. He has talked about his budding Photoshop abilities, created questionable fan fiction, and apparently even made an anime-based dating simulator. Alex had his interests. There are things he wanted to do. The issue now was leaving the safety and security of his room and attending college in person, something he really did not want to do. Quote, my dad is obsessed with my getting into college. He is obsessed with the thought of college, harassing me about it all day long and even personally insulting me whenever I disagree with him. I hate him. I hate him so much. I don't love
Maybe
my
just
father
go to
anymore.
college?
He is an redacted. He is so mean to me. I wish I could disappear from my life. I want to make him disappear from my life. I want to kill him. I want to kill him with my bare hands. I always fantasize about using a knife while he's sleeping. I sneak into
How do you think
his
he
room
would
and
feel if
punch
you
a
told him
knife
that?
right into his throat. Stab him over and over and over while screaming at him what a horrible father.
All these posts are dug up from Guy Online or something similar. I have a feeling there are a lot of people like him
Then I'll
on
have to
that
kill
site.
my mom. She's a total redacted anyway. I'd like
I've
if
heard
she died
stories
too,
about that place.
unquote. These emotions and fantasies are not typical, but they can be for those socially withdrawn. In Japan, needs, as their parents retire, are not able to support them. So after decades of staying indoors, they need to enter the workforce
Oh
to
no!
survive.
Cheap
The
shot.
turmoil is so great that these emotions materialize in different ways. Alex is exhibiting anger, which seems to be common. Some people that are more than twice as old as Alex that have spent their
See if I
entire
can turn off
lives
the motion
indoors
blur.
opt to kill their parents than themselves. While not common, these are true horror stories that drive fear in the hearts of the Japanese and create more pressure in trying to integrate their children into society. Fortunately, besides a different pose thinking he may become a
That'll
serial killer,
automatically fix
these
the game.
feelings, now mid-2006, subsided, but not his growing displeasure of what he deems
There's
the
one
loss
hiding
of
in
the
here.
public school experience. Quote, in a mere 4 months, I will be 18 years old, and high school will be over in less than that. I'm really sad because I will no longer be in the same place
You're
as
under
my
18
favorite
and you're
anime
talking to strangers on the
characters. I will
internet?
no longer be
What's wrong
able
with
to
this picture?
experience any of the things they are experiencing, and will no longer be the same age as them. All of the high school anime I watched from that point on will leave me nostalgic for high school and wishing that I'd been able to experience it as the characters had. I don't
So it's
have any
basically
friends.
Japan's
I've
fault
never
for not
had a
making enough
girlfriend or
anime
gone to a
about
party
college.
Or done any of the fun things most kids my age have done dozens of times. I pretty much wasted my entire childhood. Watching high school anime makes me
Bit annoying that he kind of thinks like life is over. Like, okay, as soon as you exit high school, that's it. You're not gonna have any fun anywhere else. No fun at the workplace. No fun at college. None of that. It's just all over for you. Whoa, the contact lens. Soft lens that distorts the image behind it reveals enemy health bars.
really jealous of the characters who had got to have such fun childhoods and high school experiences, unquote. To that, Alex states his optimal partner would be
Well,
just
yeah, for
as
some
socially
people it's
awkward
over
as
like the
him.
guy.
Quote, in
But
this
I think at this
fantasy,
stage
there
in
is
his
a girl
life, like
who
Alex,
always stays home
you know,
and spends
there's
most
still
of her life
opportunity
reading
for
and
him.
listening to music.
He
and
just
is
sounds
horrified
extremely
when she finally
mopey.
goes to high school. Then her and I meet one
It doesn't sound like, you know, he wants to frame it in these little quote posts from what I can see. He's trying to frame it as life dealt him a bad hand, but in reality, it seems more like he doesn't want to take the step to really do anything with his life. He kind of just wants to stay a hermit in his own little shell, a lot like this little crab dude.
Other, unquote. He repeatedly, across several forum posts for the Loser's webcomic,
I mean, I liked high school too. College was a little bit more reserved for me, but I did still have fun there, here and there.
As well. He goes as far to say that he harbors hatred for promiscuous women. Finding out that women have those strong desires has caused conflict, as he never knew they could be like that.
have fun at the workplace,
After much
too.
reprimanding from other forum members, he grew to tolerate them.
Of course, it depends on the
And
kind of
then,
coworkers
just a
you
month
get.
after stating his dislike of them, he, on May 8th, 2006, as has become patterned, asked if someone
It's quite
in
a
the situation
naive perspective to
has a
say
chance
that
have sex.
adults
Quote,
can't
"Do you
have fun. It's
think
like some
that if
kids
this guy
next door
met a sly
logic, you know
girl,
what I'm
he would
saying?
have a good shot at convincing her to have sex with him? It wouldn't be quote-unquote pity sex. It wouldn't be sex
Yeah, it's
just because
nihilism.
you felt sorry for him. It'd be
Some
sex to
sad
help
Rick
him
and Morty
cheer him
level
up
shit.
and make his dreams come true." Unquote. Alex describes himself as innocent, hating all that he perceives vulgar, like mean people or people that use swear words. Yet one of his accounts was seen asking questions on how to progress in the 2006 video game REEE. The player assaults a 42-year-old mother and her 17 and 12-year-old
Isn't this
daughter.
banned from Twitch? Like, you
There
can't
is
stream
dissonance
it?
in what Alex deems to be a model person. He even stated in a different post that he is, quote, sexually frustrated. Yes. Higher in terms of moral certitude, yes. Unquote.
Yeah.
Alex
I
appears
remember
to be
looking at
shifting
the banned
blame for
games
his lack of
list.
sexual activity to not his lack of socialization.
I was like,
or
I know
his
I recognize
inability.
that game from
Instead,
somewhere.
it's just him being selective. And while he tolerates promiscuous women, he will never, quote, pursue a romantic relationship with
The
them.
game keeps
unquote.
freezing. I
In
almost
another
wanna
post, he goes as far to
restart
state,
it.
quote, "I'm saying that I could not easily be attracted to a girl whose virginity was
Nah, I'm
taken
on
by
a
another
PS5,
man."
dude.
Unquote.
What's going on?
At this point,
This ain't the
Alex had
Switch
begun
version.
taking classes at Santa Monica College to learn animation. His exposure to the public was not helping him integrate, it was having the adverse effect. Quote, "I saw so many couples today. They were putting their arms around one another and holding each other's hands, and even kissing. I almost cried.
Yeah,
That
that's
sort
a
of
memory
thing
leak.
should be
No!
illegal," unquote. His
But I don't
continued
want to, like,
negativity and
restart and
hatred
all the
bled into
Archer
his forum
crabs are
posts.
back.
Not only was he not integrating well in his college, online, his vitriolic posts were getting criticized. In December 2006, he went on several tirades about
When
how much
even
he
your other
despises
fellow
women
incels
people.
don't
And
like
when he
you and
got
think you're
criticized,
annoying, it's
instead of
fucking
digesting
done.
the
You're
criticism,
cooked.
he states, quote,
All right,
"Other
I guess
people
I'll
are
reset
mean
in
to me,"
case it's
which
some
made
sort
me
of
want to
memory
defend
leak.
my
It
points
is an
strongly.
indie game
As people
after all.
became more and
Possible.
more mean, I became more extreme in my defense of my
second.
beliefs. I don't have a distorted view of women and sex. I got over my confusion a long time ago, but I defended extreme beliefs about women and sex just because everyone was being so mean. Unquote. There was something that rang true in the statement in that Alex, when criticism is brought forth, he reciprocates negativity rather than attempting to understand. This part of him would not change. In a different post, still in December, he states it would be optimal to exterminate all mean people. That same day, he stated that shootings can be justified if only bullies are harmed. This combative attitude and hatred were making Alex more marginalized in an already marginalized space. These constant disagreements allowed him to understand how little his views were fitting in. As for 2007, besides expanding on his already expansive website comparing Evangelion to Razefon, that is a 17-page breakdown, Alex again became a bit more at peace with his emotions. So far, every time it appears he's about to go over the edge and do something drastic, he takes a step back and
Let's go ahead and
reevaluates
see
and
if we
calms down,
can restart
wanting to learn
this.
and improve. On Gaia, in October of 2007, he stated,
Game
quote,
saved.
"Over the past 2 years, I had developed a lot, and I've learned how to be around people. I can talk with people and interact with them much easier now. But still, nobody really looks at me unless I speak up or ask me questions or talks to me unless I've initiated the conversation. They're all concerned with each other, and it seems like nobody really cares about me. The other thing that's
Well, 'cause
getting
you
me
don't give a
down
reason
is
for
that
people
no
to care
girls
about
are
you.
ever
You're
interested
not
in me.
numero uno, man.
Occasionally, I'll try to say something flattering and complimentary, and
Frogga's
the girl's
got shit to
expression
do,
and
man.
body language will change, and I can tell that it creeped them out a little.
Doesn't mean they
Today, I
don't care
spent a
about
few
you.
minutes with one of my friends and a female friend of his. She told us a funny story where this really creepy guy was hitting on her.
I can
and it
understand
bothered
getting
her a
anxious
lot.
about that and
I
thinking
saw
like people
parallels in my
hate
own
you or
situation.
might not like you
Unquote.
because they
He
don't
ends the
approach
post
you.
once again asking
But for
for
most
advice.
people, it's
While
just
the
not that
replies try to cheer
serious.
Alex up, it does not help as Alex responds with, quote, "I am extremely anxious about not having a girlfriend. It is my greatest insecurity," unquote. At the end of 2007, Alex vented more on a different forum, one that he made an account for earlier in that year. On the
Long guy
Suicide Forum,
posting
he
full books
posted,
at 19
quote,
years
"I'm
old.
insecure,
I wonder when that
anxious,
arc
lonely,
stops.
and I lack confidence. I have nothing to live for," unquote. This post can be summed up with these two sentences. Quote, "Nobody wants to be friends with me. No girl wants to call me hers. My life is."
Do
and always
online
has
friends
been
not
a
count?
giant
Is he Mr.
disappointment,"
Medicare?
unquote. On
His
Gaia,
Gaia friends
he
don't
announced
exist.
his New Year resolution. Quote, my New Year resolution is to finally get a girlfriend. But when I say New Year's, I don't mean for 2008. That has been my resolution for the past 5 years. Since I was 14, I've wanted a girlfriend.
Oh, look, he's got.
I'm 19 now.
He's got
and
one of those
I've never
Japanese
had a girlfriend.
parasols.
I've never gone on a date with a girl
Long
or
ice
kissed a girl.
knocks, dude.
No girl has ever been interested in me or given me a chance. I would keep the same resolution for the next year, but if I haven't had a girlfriend by now, what's the point? I don't think any girl will ever desire me. I think I'll be alone for the rest of my life.
Well, with that fucking
Unquote.
attitude.
There are more than 3 pages of topics Alex made, reiterating
Sounds like he
his
wants a
desperation.
woman like
I eat
I
alone,
don't know, as like
sleep
an
alone,
object
study
whose
alone.
lap he can lie
Or,
on.
all
She can
girls
pat him
refuse to
and
date
tell
me
him what a
and
good
contribute
boy
to my
he is.
problems. Where can I find slave
there's
girls
more to
who like
love
to
than
fool
that,
around?
right?
The
Correct.
last topic
We
specifically
did
sparked
DSP
a
to
new
school
page.
this dude
Not only
on
was
what
he
it
accepting
means
of
to be in
promiscuous
love.
women, he was now seeking them, going as far as to message random women on MySpace. The first 3 comments responding to Alex's announcement of the strategy read, quote, you need help, frowny face. Personally,
Oh, yeah,
I
it could be
think
those
that's
little
sort
drink
of
umbrellas,
tacky.
too, you're
I doubt
right.
you'll touch a real boob
That's
ever,
probably what they
unquote.
are.
2 days
I thought
later,
fancy
he came back
Japanese
sharing his
parasol
results.
first.
Quote, 7 girls read the message and did not respond. 4 girls have not yet read the message. 2 girls
Big ups,
responded
Billy.
and said they were cool with hooking up with guys.
You told me
them
that
I lived
already.
within 5
I've
miles
seen
and
tweets
was
about
interested in
that.
meeting them. I'm waiting for a response.
It's gonna be a
Unquote.
live action
Nothing
CGI
came of this.
crossover,
Alex
kind
also
of
tried
hybrid
a
situation.
crazeless posting. After 4 days of no responses,
So,
he came back
please,
asking for advice yet again.
please execute
Quote,
the
"Is there
executives at
something
Disney for me,
unappealing about my
if you would
post? How come
please.
nobody at all
Thank you.
responded?" Unquote. Because of these
That's
unsuccessful
not a good
ventures,
idea.
Alex sought out advice ravenously on Gaia. After about 50 posts or so, he posted 3 images of himself. While the images are gone on the
Sansa asks, is Meth Bear an actual lawyer? Are you trying to goad me into like a DSP and Ricada situation here? Now, I've not had many interactions with Meth Bear, but from what I'm to understand, he does have some sort of legal background that allows him access to get certain documents that the public cannot. I believe that's how we were able to verify the cat restraining order that she had on Subaru Man. That DSP basically confirmed the existence of. He had no reason to do that. But yes, from what I'm to understand, he has a legal background that allows him to do that stuff. But I have not had many interactions with him myself.
original page, they still exist in an archive. That remains true for this video titled All of Zero Suit Samus's Sexy Moves in 4x Slow Motion.
All of Zero Suit Samus's sexy moves in 4x slow motion.
From the Metroid game series, stripped from her armor, performing attacks in the newly released fighting game Super Smash Bros.
I mean, I don't see that jiggle.
On none other than the Ava Zephon YouTube channel.
And to say stripped of her armor, I mean, she either has the armor on or she doesn't. When she's stripped of her armor, that's a completely different character, at least in the context of Brawl. Wait, no, I got it actually in reverse. In Brawl, they're combined characters. My bad. It's in every game after that they're separate.
Though it was host to many random games and anime videos and clips, that video is one of the few that now remain
leave
private
Sansa
on the
alone,
channel.
Koki.
As for his new attempts to find a partner, the lowering of his standards, subjecting
I'm trying to keep
himself
my hands clean. I
strategies
don't want to
that he
like.
would
I don't
previously
want this to
deem
come off like
vulgar
I'm
must have
like
taken
crapping
its
on a
toll
guy I
as
barely
his
even interact
desperation
with.
was reaching new heights without sufficient results. Alex felt doomed to remain
Oh, you're
single,
right.
as
You're
if it
right,
was a
Easy
method
Money.
of torture
He's not a
administered
lawyer.
intentionally.
Therefore,
Only
no, I
brought
mean,
to
he's not a
change in
YouTuber.
mood, where,
Therefore,
by
he
his own
can be a
words,
lawyer.
Was in heaven. Quote, I've been hanging out with a girl lately, and because I had never even had my first kiss with a girl,
I should attribute
she
that to Easy
responded
Money.
by
That was
telling me
Amber's
she
comment.
thought I was
I bet.
really cute, and asked me if I'd like to have my first kiss with her. I said yes, and we kissed. She made out with me really passionately and let me touch her chest. Alex then details that they were interrupted by a friend who had shown up as they had previously planned to see a show. The conflict here is what she told Alex. Quote, I want to make something clear. Even though I really like you, I don't want to be anyone's girlfriend.
Separated in Brawl
I've always
2,
tried to avoid that title.
but they change if you do the
Unquote.
final smash.
Though Alex was ecstatic to have his perception of himself changed
Yeah, so
from an
Samus
attractive
has
to
the final
cute
smash
from
where
a
she
girl
just
he states
she
is,
does the giant
quote,
laser
most
and then
attractive
the
girl
suit
I've
breaks
seen at
off.
college.
But
She
Zero
had
Suit
only a
Samus didn't
brush
have a final
with
smash.
quote-unquote
Did she?
heaven, and
The
did not
final
want to
smash was
pursue
just
her
putting the
strongly
suit back
till
on?
coming off as creepy, especially after being given her stance on the matter. A
Hello?
month went
My
by and
souls?
Alex gave no updates.
My souls?
He was, however,
My
showing
souls?
interest in other girls.
My souls? My souls? My souls? My souls? My souls? Fuck. had so many microplastics, I think.
This post on Gaia simply reads resolved. It is an edit later made to hide the original post. Looking at the first reply, quote, I see you're a redacted, how's that working out for you, unquote. Then a third and fourth set a tone of readers being in opposition of Alex, calling him creepy and stalker-like. The first post
again, when even Gaia, the Gaia people think you're creepy,
on
I just
page
log
2
off,
of this
man.
topic, Alex posts a picture of a girl with text that reads, quote, sigh, some girls are so hot. I really hope that one day a girl like that actually speaks to me. I trade anything
There's
in
no
the
law
world
he
for a
won't
chance to
stoop to.
kiss a girl like that. Sigh, why do pretty girls always avoid me? Unquote. As strong
Really
as
fucked
the
here?
masses
Wet
voiced their
flocked?
opposition of Alex obsessing over this person, he persisted regardless. Reconstructing this post using the replies,
Okay,
it tells
I
of
gotta
Alex
get rid of this
finding
guy
a
at
girl,
least.
possibly on a social media website, seeing that some of her interests align with his, messaged her stating something along the lines of they will be perfect together. Additionally, on page 13, a commenter states, quote, the fact that she is in high school and you aren't, some people aren't interested in making friends like that, unquote. This wasn't the only post that Alex both
Talking to
wanted the
high
original
schoolers
title
after he
and
left high
conflicted with
school.
replies. Some thinking his rants were
Alex,
so
come on.
absurd
Oh, wait,
that
wait,
he
no,
must have
hold
been
on.
a troll. This time, as per Alex's
I saw a window,
replies,
I saw a
he
window, I
states,
saw a
quote,
window.
involuntary celibacy has many negative consequences, and one of them, ridicule from other people,
Souls
can be observed quite
recovered.
clearly here.
Massive
Unquote.
dingus W.
From this and others' replies focusing on involuntary celibacy, we can deduce that the topic was on Alex deeming himself an incel. The lukewarm to negative responses allude to Alex complaining about his
Stuff like that was just a lot more common back then, Knock. You would type out emoticons or type asterisk, sigh.
He gave the reason why.
Like your
Quote,
dumbass
2
would be
months ago, I
RPing
met the
even
most
when you're not
interesting,
RPing.
intelligent,
He would always be
beautiful, sexy,
RPing.
and overall enchanting woman I will ever meet. During the time that
Now,
she was
ERPing,
expressing
that's
desire
reserved
for me,
exclusively
all of
for
my
cringe
self-loathing and
DMs.
lack of confidence was buried
I
and
never
visible.
did, but I
While
always
was
heard
with her,
about it.
I was happy and confident and proud of myself. And now that she is gone, all of my insecurities has returned. We stayed in touch
seems like I
after
have to
she
go
told
this
me
place
that there would
next.
not be anything between us. A while
Maybe this
ago, I
way.
hinted at the idea of a relationship between us. She simply said, that ship sailed a long time ago. Her feelings for me are now gone. I know that there is nothing I can do about her, nothing I can do to fix things or make her change her mind. But what am I going to do with myself? Unquote. In place of that would-be relationship, he showed interest in a different woman like he had never had before. On the Smashboard forums for the game series Super Smash Bros, he posted, quote, sub Smashboards, longtime Smasher, first-time poster. I made this video a few months ago and only now did it finally occur to me that Smashboards might be interested in it. It's a 10-minute long video of Zero Suit Samus's moves in 4x slow motion. I hope you have as much fun watching this video as I did making it, unquote.
Oh, very,
That
very
video
nice
was of
introduction
Zero Suit
post there.
Samus.
Let's see how
The
they
second
responded.
attached was a new one. The trail does not end there, as Alex is seen thanking the person who created the Zero Suit Samus model
Hey
for
guys,
Harry's
come
mod
watch my
that Alex
Gunnar
had now
video.
found working in Maya, an animation program that he likely began learning in college. Alex's habits as he entered 2009 stayed. His proclivity to all things anime and gaming in the online space didn't see any less involvement from him.
What?
Now,
I'm
the
streaming.
internet had reached the point that video could be streamed live,
Get away,
not rendered
fucking
or even
bitch.
requiring download for viewership. Those with
Hey, what's up,
generous
Spanky Joe? I'm
connection
doing all
could
right. Thank you for
join
asking.
creators and their
We're
streams and
continuing the
participate in the
Krabby
communities via attached
Crustacean
chat rooms.
Sensation
Alex,
fun.
in January of 2009, tried his hand at this, recalling Resident Evil 4 as the first game he streamed. His personal website,
Currently trying to
evazepon.com,
look. The goal,
had hosted more than
the goal
just
for me right
comparisons
now is
of
to
two animes.
kind of like
It hosted a game.
Like get ahead of Dave, but not so much that I'm like completely dominating him. I'm kind of like assuming he's gonna clear this tomorrow, so I need to keep like an even pace, like not a race, but just so like, no, I don't want him to get ahead of me and then spoil the game for me, because I do want to watch him play it to cope about my own terrible gameplay. Look at all this gum, very disgusting.
Project where the protagonist
Yeah, big
was a
ups,
clear
Matilda.
recolor of
Now
art
we're
of
learning
Zero
about
Suit
Yandere
Samus,
Dev.
and now his live stream
The guy who
known
makes
as
that
Ava
game?
Video.
Still
There
making that
exist
game?
many
That's never gonna
anecdotes
come out?
describing
That guy.
Alex's streams as perverse and rage-fueled.
Oh, that guy looks
Even
like a
Alex's
boss.
recollection of this time fits others' descriptions of temper tantrums, excessive talk about his loneliness,
wanna take that
and
detour
hyper-focus of
first.
viewers that out themselves as female. He, likely due to a lack of options, quickly got an audience of 100 or so people a night. These things aligned universally in statements describing Alex during this time, including a stream made directly in opposition of Alex. except for one claim. One that could ruin any future endeavor if proved without a doubt. One big mess of anecdotes, screenshots, arguments, trying to prove who Sisef was, what Alex had her allegedly do, and a different underage girl that sent Alex and chat members nudes. To start, there is much evidence from those trying to prove this alleged Sisef's claims against Alex. Yet there is enough missing information that gives Alex breathing room to counter these claims.
Alex Bros,
then there's much speculation
no.
from both sides that jumble what is already a mess.
What are you doing?
This is the summarized story from Sisef's side. Quote, the summary is that I met him on his video game channel when I was 14 and he was 21. He asked me to date him, knowing my age, even viewing it as a plus. I was young and naive and starved for attention because of my broken home. So feeling flattered and valued, I said yes. We had many sexually explicit conversations and webcam sessions where he would do things in front of the camera while I responded on my mic with sounds he wanted me to make. And he asked me for nudes in certain positions, etc. Eventually, I started to feel like he was just using me because he was only ever interested in sex, and his constant clinginess and controlling behavior made me
you never read his guy online post? Of course he was only ever interested in sex.
When he made a comment about not seeing us lasting much longer. He tried to beg me to come back first, and when I didn't, he banned me from the stream.
Well, now I really hate this man.
Regulars took my side, and we started a new channel where we could hang out away from him. Unquote.
Imagine
as a counter, there is this leaked chat log he had with a woman from OkCupid where Alex talks about Sisefs and states, quote, Sisefs
How do I get out of this
who
place?
flirted with me online. I flirted with her back. She seemed cool at first, but it turned out that she wasn't cool at all. She did a bunch of bad stuff, like she lied about her age, and she started a website to give people a place to say bad things about me. And her parents took away her internet privileges because she was taking nude pictures of herself and sending them out to random people. She sent me her nude pictures, and she sent them to like 100 other people too. And somehow this means Ava Zephon requested redacted from minors. Unquote. These, at their core, are two contradicting statements the parties hold. Then there's
like a
also
text
these
form of
images
one of his
the
cult
alleged
videos.
Sisefs uploaded of her in 2009
Long before he ever
to prove
started
her
making
existence. Most important is the I Heart Ava written on her fingers. That would be very damning if it was I Heart Ava Zephon and not just I Heart Ava, which can also be construed as Evangelion as it was and still
Matilda
is a
would hate
popular
yonder,
anime.
Dev.
Then there were additional photos of the chat room. Her with a headset on also increased
Probably the only
possibility
male
of her
she'd ever
claims.
bite.
There is much more evidence, but never anything that is conclusive. Most of the evidence is anecdotal or relies too much on Alex's character. And Alex's evidence to disprove Sisef's claims is equally unreliable, and sometimes contradictory.
The allegation here, Knock, is that he took advantage of a 14-year-old that came out of a broken home and made her do sexual stuff.
Like these emails claiming Sisef never existed and was just a troll the entire time. The only people who know the truth are Alex and the alleged Sisefs. As for Alex, it was no secret that he is a sexual deviant. In all of his interest, he could find a sexual side, and so in his alternate channel, Zephon Ava, he has videos on Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker. 6 back-to-back are entirely on the 16-year-old Paz Ortega. One is on how to seduce her. The rest are also sexually charged.
If you can seduce a 16-year-old in a Metal Gear game, is that Kojima's fault?
On the game Rock Band, where he has made all the members women in bikinis.
Kojima, what are you doing?
That's it.
You're toxifying people here.
This channel also has a video with every cutscene of Zero Suit Samus in the game Metroid Other M. Besides videos of E3 and the Expo, it has clips of random games with interesting happenings like glitches, and is for all intents and purposes an accurate portrayal of the mind of Alex.
Shoot you in the crotch.
Even with all these videos considered, they pale in comparison to his other works,
Kojima, no!
namely his fan fiction, proving both his unchanging nature of needing to sexually charge other works and sexual deviancy.
Oh my god, we're looking at his fan fiction. Show me.
Trying to tell a mostly serious story with constant mention of breast and sexually explicit material. On October 31st, 2005, Alex began writing a Soul Calibur fan fiction titled I Am Your Slave. These works, considering they are typically creative outlets with no incentive beyond expression, are expectedly abandoned. Alex was the exception. Nearly 4 years, 59 chapters, and over 300,000 words later, the work was finished.
I've seen longer.
350,223 words, this was more than a full-length novel. If converted to a book, that's 1,400 double-spaced pages. Perhaps this was a distraction to help him forget about what he deemed as his shortcomings. The same month this was published, he was again ranting about losing the opportunity with the girl he made out with. As cyclical as Alex's life was, the background elements were progressing, because because after 3 years...
Look, you want to see Obsessed? You want to see Obsessed? I'll show you Obsessed on fanfiction.net. I've seen some shit. You wouldn't last one day in the asylum where they raised me. This is assuming I still have this up. Where is this? Where is this? Where is the base shot? Re-up at tier 1 for 17 months. And they say, my guy, Big Dinger, how you been? I've been doing great. Thank you for the re-up. I was just about to address this Yandere Dev fanfiction situation. We're looking at a documentary on the Yandere Dev guy. We're at the segment where it's revealed he writes bad fanfiction. But I'll tell you this. I've seen way longer. Let me go ahead and... This is what I'm looking at? Yeah. This is Life at Pizza Hut by Yoshizilla Ritasaurus. It's all one fanfic. 772 chapters. 1,200 reviews at the time that this started. Published May 1st, May 1st! Published on May 1st, baby! 2010. Is it good? It is not. This guy is insane. He was infamous back in the day for just making a bunch of fart fanfictions, and I think he's still at it to this day, off of various Nintendo and Sega IPs. So, of course, my dumbass was aware of him. Sure, I'm sure there's way more chapters now. I saved this like a couple of years ago. I don't even want to look at how many chapters exist now. And it's just a nonsense, like it's not even a serious story, it's just a nonsense comedic situation kind of fanfic. Like, it's just a bunch of non sequiturs that could be their own stories, individual stories, but just like compiled together in a never-ending story.
Graduated from Santa Monica College with an Associate of Arts, Animation, Interactive Technology, Video Graphics, and Special Effects.
Oh, I don't know how long each chapter is.
Essentially animation with game development. There was no job waiting for him after graduation, so filling the time, he streamed and continued to get notoriety.
Wait, how many chapters exist now? When was it last updated? All right, you know what? Doff, we check ourselves. Yoshizilla. Oh my god, he has a Deviant account. I am not opening that. I am not. Hey, AI generated answer. Went ahead and we hit up Bard for this one. Okay, you know what? Like, yeah, let's pull this up for you guys too. Yeah, I know we're derailing. I can't help it. Yoshizilla Ritasaurus is a prolific fanfiction author known for writing a large number of stories across various franchises, including Mario, Pokemon, Super Smash Bros., and more. He's also a digital artist and has a presence on DeviantArt. Yoshizilla Ritasaurus is often described as a bit unconventional and has a fascination with farting characters, which is a recurring theme in his fanfics. He has written over 2,000 stories on fanfiction.net and continues to add to his collection. He is quite actually insane. You do not want to approach this person at all. Okay, oh wait, you can't even see this. I thought you could see it. No, god damn it. Okay, whatever. You heard me read the AI answer.
I won't lose.
Whoa, it's Eddie B43 with the tier 1 17 months on a 17-month streak. And he says, my favorite fanfic author is Master Saru. He has excellent lady boxing stories. He does. Remember listening to Anne read them out. He read out almost all of the good ones. Okay, where was I? Yeah, we were on break. Here we go. Yeah, he's prolific, he's insane, and very much crazy. Go pull up his fanfiction.net. So, author has 3,000. We're almost full. Look at the profile picture. He's a beta. He's a confirmed beta on ff.net. If you want your story reviewed by Yoshizilla Ritasaurus, you can have it reviewed. He joined in 2005, probably when he was like 2. But yeah, he's obsessed with farting, particularly when it comes to Nintendo characters. And he has written a story for pretty much every video game IP you can think of, every cartoon, every anime, and even some novels. Like, I'm scrolling. Name an IP, he's probably written something for it. Look, he's written stuff for Candy Crush. What? Pim Pam. We have Pim Pam. The re-up 1 month at tier 1 for 8 months? I think he has you beat, digger. We are not pulling up my ancient ass account to look whether he has more stories than me, because he absolutely does. I will not be gaslit into that. Probably not even still up. Or it might be. This guy's account is still up and it's from 2005. Thank you for the hype train, guys. Level 1. We are relaxing and chilling on level 1. Officially been on fanfiction.net for an entire decade. Great Scott! We're living in the future now. 1,000 fanfics achieved? He probably wrote that 20 years ago. Search Crab in Power World. Okay, he has not written a story for another Crab's Treasure yet. Power World? No Power World stories. Big ups, Hate Army. We are looking at this gentleman here. I just got reminded of his existence. We were doing something completely different with the Yandere dev guy. Borderlands? No Borderlands fanfics. All right. He hasn't written a fic for everything in existence. Truly demented stuff isn't allowed on FF anymore, though. True. That's why all the Fujoshis go to Archive of Our Own. We don't talk about that website. Oh, Dark Souls. Yeah, okay, no Dark Souls. We have Dark Samus. 4 fanfics about Dark Samus. Basically, if it's a Nintendo property, he's written about it. I'm like more than halfway through the list here, and we're past we're past 2020. He's got 7 results for Roblox. Pokemon and Roblox are already weird in and of themselves, but when you get them together... 2023, not a single review. Though honestly, the reviewing culture on fanfic.net right now is like, nobody fucking reviews your shit. Hey, Mr. Pond. Why are Nintendo fans like this? No idea. Why do some of his stories have covers and some of them don't? May Rosa farting stinky adventures. Ah! Animal Crossing Girl Villager farting? I haven't even been reading the titles for something. I'm just looking for like the IPs. What are these titles? Peter sees a stinky truck wreck. What? What have I walked into? Zooey gets Foxy snapped? I've heard of Thanos snapping. What the hell is a Foxy snap? Oh wait, it's supposed to be like getting kidnapped. He gets kidnapped by the fox from Five Nights at Freddy's? Conker has a Tomodachi life. Conker finds himself among fellow souls while drinking up at the cafe around the Tomodachi Island. I don't even want to open any of these. I'm like legit scared. Wait, what was that? I saw one. Brap. Brapping hyperdimension. Why? Why does he know what brap means? Brapping phantom is too fantastic. Brapping fixture. Fart off a painful sting. A burf is worth this. Farting sailor gas rappers reek. Poo trombone violence. Now we have violent farting? Oh my god, he writes about Genshin Impact. Wait, Genshin, how many Genshin? Oh my god, I don't want to bookmark this. No, go away. Leave me alone. Genshin, 190 results for Genshin Impact? Wait, Honkai. We have 2 stories. Well, 1 story about Honkai Star Rail. And it's a crossover with Pokemon. Okay, he really loves Genshin Impact. How about Nikkei? Oh my god. We have, what, 23 stories? 23 results. Oh, he likes Nikkei. Oh yeah, I kind of like 8 there. Okay, he's into Nikkei. I'm like hitting all the bullet points here. How about Fire Emblem? You damn know he's got Fire Emblem stories. Oh my god. Fire Emblem and Tomodachi Life? Oh yeah, thank you for the hype train, guys. I really appreciate that. It's gonna help me the long-term. Fire Emblem and the Wizard of Oz. Like, where do you even come up with this stuff? It's very schizophrenic. This is the kind of stuff you think up on the fly. Like, maybe he was playing Fire Emblem while watching the Wizard of Oz on like TV or something. You know, they played during the holidays. He looks at it and is like, hey, what if these two properties crossed over? Friday 13 Tui, Banjo and Kazooie get chased by Jason on a rather unlucky night. And it's tagged parody. How many of these are tagged parody? At least 500. All right. I am getting so derailed. I apologize for that. Thank you again for the hype train. I don't want to open up that guy's account ever again, let alone open up a story.
For his sour personality. There exists a 29-second video.
I apologize on behalf of all authors.
A friend for pirating Warcraft 3. In his hand is a goblet of milk that he sips. The audio
hey,
won't be played because
chalice.
Alex wants to hide this, and copyright strikes any copy of it. He even attempts to copyright claim transformative works that in turn bring attention to them. The earliest recreation of him sipping the goblet dates back all the way to February of 2010. Having a poor reputation about non-stop discussion of his sexual frustration birthed this.
I have never had sex. Toaster.
Stalwart in desires, Alex did not relent. He pressed on and attempted to legitimize his writing by not going under Ava Zephon, but his real name, Alex Mahan, as an quote-unquote LA Video Game Babes Examiner that could be found on Examiner.com. Videos uploaded here are the same ones uploaded on his secondary YouTube channel, Zephon Ava, like his video on the Chrome Angels seen on the 2008 Game
This must have been like early 2010s where people stopped using screen names and started more just putting their real name out there.
Identity.
Very bad idea.
More telling than this article titled Samus Aran, From Role Model to Sex Object. Here is an excerpt where, taking into account Alex's obsession with this character, develops a rather unexpected argument. Quote, for so long, Samus had always
these
been
stories
the
hold a
exact
candle
opposite
to
of the
see
most
in
common
high
female
school?
archetype
We'll never
in video
know.
games.
Or we'll never know. I'm never gonna read any of them.
Clothing while striking provocative poses at every chance. And now, Samus herself, once the very poster child for respectable female leads, has joined the ranks of such bimbos. As of the introduction of the Zero suit, Samus Aran has lost all mystique. Her face, once a closely guarded secret, is now bared freely, and she wears a form-fitting, skin-tight
you could
suit
see
that tightly
Samus's
hugs
face
the
as early
curves
as
of her
the
shapely
first game
body.
if you're good
She
enough.
is perfectly ideal,
Fake fan.
highly attractive, and the most sexually appealing Nintendo character in years. A drastic change from whom she once was. While you will hear no complaints from enthusiasts of the female form, Samus Aran's previous character has been vandalized. She is no longer a woman, but a sexualized woman. It is
He's a
disrespectful
man.
toward Samus to exploit her gender by adding sexuality to what
Samus
was once an
is a
obviously
man.
male's character. While fans of the series hope that this trend
did
will
she
not
have a
continue,
burst, though?
the trailer for
That's
the
the real
upcoming
question.
Metroid Other M reveals that Samus will be once again be making frequent appearances out of a robotic armor for all to see. Unquote. Alex would not detach from his roots, and so this year he attended Anime Expo.
In case you were wondering what it's like to be at Anime Expo, this is what it looks like.
The trip could have been a networking venture because about a month later, in late 2010, he landed a job at a game development company known as Kung Fu Factory. Despite having less time due to longer hours of work and not being able to stream as much as he used to, there exist recordings of the few streams he did during this time. One of them are on the day of the release of the PlayStation Move. While primitive, his setup was functional, even complete with a webcam. Those that joined late would find Alex playing shirtless, a choice influenced by the heat of his living quarters. It was on this stream where Alex reveals that, even though his education laid in animation, he was being hired
He
on
sounds
as
like
a
JCS
quality
a bit.
assurance junior game designer.
It's just Juna King.
I'm unhappy because
I see what you mean, though.
my 3D animation
Or rather, I
ability
hear what you mean.
is not. I don't think it's going to
Hello,
meet their
everyone. I'm
standards.
the guy. We're playing the PS
I don't
Move.
think they're going to be hiring me on as an animator. Junior game designer, yes.
Yes, I am the junior game designer. I'm
Junior
gonna
game
save the
designer,
game industry.
Quality assurance lead.
I am assuring the quality of the
Maybe
game being
junior
released.
animator. Maybe I'll get to do the crappy animations because the more skilled animators are too busy doing important things to bother with that crap.
Eventually, his lack of ability in animation would be damning. That, and this Reddit post from a user
Was
that
he
goes
hired
under
at a
what
Kung Fu
happened
Factory?
to Ava Zeph. This is either an excellent troll who is
he
aware
said
of Alexander's job, his style of ranting.
An article that he wrote was talking about Other M in the context of it was still coming out, and that was a 2010 game. So, yeah, I would imagine before 2011.
His descriptive insecurities, or it is Alex. And he posted on Reddit, "No woman could ever love me. I must choose between a life of hookers or a life with a real doll. Which should I choose?" The crux of this post is in the last paragraph. Quote, "A real doll is $6,500, but will get a lot of use every day for the rest of my life."
Correct, Eagle. They paid him money to make a game, and the game still isn't out yet. And we have to hit the 10-year anniversary of the development on the game beginning. And the game still isn't out.
The most financially prudent choice, but a hooker is flesh and blood. Unquote. A real doll, as the name implies, is a life-size sex doll.
Phil played a game he
A
worked
real
on?
doll that costs that much would be one of high quality.
Just another
and
testament
thus
to the fact
price
that
would be
DSP
too
has
steep
one of the
for
greatest,
now.
most
Even without this
expansive digital
information in
gaming
the public
libraries
space,
of any
Alex was gaining
creator.
infamy like never before.
Man, fuck
There were
creator
many
like any
anecdotes of
human.
him ruling over his streams with an iron fist.
If you count
Some
all
of
his
roles
consoles.
demonstrate this, like his strange selection of bad words. While some are common, like the N or F word, others are chosen only due to the repetition in his chat.
Yeah,
like
I should probably
variations of
minimize it
lag,
given what's on
internet
screen.
lingo like pliz, plox, or in before, and wording that implies suggestions, such as should've, could've, would've, must've. His online activity, a trail of combativeness and sexual deviancy.
Being out
were
a real
taken
doll is an
form in
extreme
several
pain in the
articles and
ass. I'm not
discussions.
gonna ask
The
how you
first of
know that.
importance is this one
I'm
entitled,
just gonna assume
"Gamers Are
you're
Embarrassing."
thinking about it
Alex Mahan,
conceptually.
a study
Like,
in
oh
gamer
yeah, that has to be a
embarrassment.
pain, right?
Posted April 11, 2011. This
Not that you have
reads,
any
quote,
experience with
"He
that
lists
yourself."
himself as an LA Games Babe examiner, which is something no one should ever list themselves as.
Yeah, he did
apparently
say
writes
properly, that's
copious
true.
amounts about the various babes in gaming.
No artistic
Apparently,
ability outside of
hundreds
writing.
articles
Correct, that's why
dedicated to
he
various
hires
women
a bunch
in
of
gaming
volunteers.
from all facets of the embarrassing gamer world.
And
From
you guys understand what that means, hiring volunteers, because we're all in the DSP sector. It's the exact same thing. He just takes whatever's given to him. As well like a DSP and his team of editors, he's got a team of volunteers that just works on stuff for free. So from what I heard after the drama that got exposed recently about him, all the volunteers quit in solidarity. So I don't know if he's found new volunteers since then.
horrible figurines to cosplay to just appreciating in-game models. There is so much to cover here, and I can't even begin to scratch the surface. This guy is pretty much single-handedly illustrating every
Yeah, they can't even get paid exposure because fucking Yandere dev. You get negative exposure fucking helping him out.
Examples in the comments. He also apparently goes by the internet handle Ava Zephon if you feel like finding out more. It's not going to make you happy at all. Unquote. While short, these words resonated with the comments and provided the increasingly recognizable connection between Alex Mahan and Ava Zephon. Comments range from linking to his name on the Urban Dictionary to demonstrate established infamy, to his ventures like his streams, his 350,000-word fan fiction, and his unwelcome posts from Gaia Online. The dangers of centralizing these identities to a single person was very much real. As if only to bring further ridicule, a month after this was posted, Alex created not only the video game Babe's Twitter.
What was that? Yeah, see that photo? Remember that photo we looked at earlier? I don't know if I'll be able to pull it up. Okay. I saw it. There. But like in the thumbnail of where I'm highlighted in the video where we were with that older picture, like there was still hope there. Past this point, it's like past the point of no return. Like dude is fucked. Like no girl is gonna come at you with that hairline, man.
Further ridicule, a month after
and his
this
face
was posted,
perpetually
Alex
red like
created not
Boogie when
only
he
the
gets
video
really
game
mad.
Babe's Twitter account to accompany his articles, but also a YouTube channel
or
under the
Ralph.
same
Ralph
name.
has the same thing
This
too.
channel was entirely devoted to close-ups of the models of video game characters. All of Alexander's previous videos on Zero Suit Samus were also found on here. The constant advertising of his articles was also getting some attention, though ironically, it was not the advertisements that brought attention to him. It was the Streisand effect playing its part. The article calling Alex an embarrassment was now trumped by a Reddit post dated July 2011. The poster shows an image of Alex advertising his articles via sponsored links on Reddit that reads, quote, "Nobody ever visits my subreddit about video game women. Frowny face. Please visit. Maybe you'll like it." Unquote.
Oh,
the user
boy.
then shows the
Come on,
response
at least be a bit more
to Alex's post
subtle.
that reads, quote, "It's because, in all likelihood,
You gotta make a new
work for
account and then
/
astroturf it,
paid.examiner.com to post links over
The way
and
you're
over
doing
to
it
the
just makes
site,
it look
ruining
pathetic.
what could have been a good subreddit. Then, you do stuff like get an advertisement and use it to complain about how there are never any visitors on this subreddit." Unquote. The user then shows that they were banned by Alex from that subreddit. This image, compiling all this, was posted to r/gaming, and despite its poor compiling,
begging
gained
for
fast
engagement.
traction. With
That's literally what he's
1,400
doing.
upvotes
Now,
and
guys,
474 comments,
I'm
the
gonna
comments
really need your
readily
help.
recognize the culprit as Ava Zephon. The top comment labels him as the biggest loser on the internet, recognized by the spamming of his video game streams on 4chan. Some comments equate this to Chris Chan, a different infamous internet figure. One comment,
Meanwhile,
possibly
Dave
in
was
response
riding
to the video
high.
of
This is
him
the
drinking
time
milk,
Dave was
describes
at
the
his
drink
peak.
as a goblet of semen. Little did these posters know it that their comments and observations in time would be carried into a solidified image of Alex. As these criticisms boiled over, Alex did not reduce the heat. In fact, on this stream of him playing Rise of Nightmares, he is seen logging into 4chan, where he would advertise his streams to
You don't
daily
log into
frustration.
4chan,
Yet he kept spamming
idiot.
and producing a fan fiction.
2 out of 10.
Still in
Worst
2011,
documentary
the
ever.
centered around the protagonist of the Legend of Zelda series titled Death to the World, providing the answer to the question no one asked, quote, "What happens when Link becomes sexually frustrated?" Unquote.
Oh, boy.
As his work at Kung Fu Factory intensified, his online presence dwindled. This was remedied by Alex
Wouldn't he just
quitting his
flap,
job.
flap, flap Zelda?
Alex,
Like, what the
as
fuck
he
is that?
claimed,
Link isn't an
was very
incel.
talented in creating prototypes of games. Fast creations meant to make a concept tangible.
What an utterly stupid idea for a story. Like, you could have picked any protagonist that doesn't have a bitch at his side. Like, dude, he could fuck Zelda whenever he wants. Link just exists in Zelda's panties job. You know what I'm saying?
To make it sellable. This is why he left in July of
What a-
2013.
what a
to start
moronic
work
idea
as
for a
freelance
story.
developer and try his hand at developing his own game. Maybe that's why, or perhaps a different reason why, Alex was
Well, did
seen
he write it
requesting
so
a
he gets
model of
cocked by
06
Ganondorf?
Samus rigged for Maya. As it would become apparent, Alex saw only the pros and not the cons in his
I don't
ability.
subscribe to
Though
your
he could create
alternative
concept,
delusions,
when trying to
Alex.
flesh out a game and code it
Fuck your
efficiently
head
and for the long
cannons.
term is something he could not do. Structure in anything is important. Ultimately, when reading code, one can look at it and comprehend how the elements interact with one another.
All
This
others were
is
canceled and
clean
their careers were
understandable.
ruined. Dave was
But
staying
if these
alive.
strands take a less
He wasn't
optimal
dancing
route
on
and become
graves,
harder to follow,
either.
While functional, the unwarranted complexity makes these
Not at this
connections
time.
look jumbled
In due
like
time
a
he would,
bowl
though.
of spaghetti, hence the term spaghetti code. So Alex could develop a concept, but then what was his plan afterwards?
Zelda just
the
sees Link as a
afterwards
friend.
was hard
It
to
depends on the
achieve,
incarnation.
So he just focused on the present. And after considering many different directions, he settled on a fighting game. Taking inspiration from Mike Ziamont, an indie developer with recent success from his fighting game Skullgirls, Alex began making his own 2D fighting game. Simply titled Fighting Game, this could be found on his website.
I just think if you're gonna make a story about an incel video game character, like that's not already an incel in their own game, you're gonna make them an incel. Link would be one of the worst choices.
Join Mike Z's IRC. This could be equated to joining someone's Discord server.
Yeah, big up to
Here,
L'Oreal.
Alex
Yeah,
requested
this is a crap
Mike
game.
Going as
What, you didn't see
Whipper
DSP play
check
this?
out his fighting game.
You didn't see
The
DSP die
text of
40
IRC
times to the
has been
same
preserved
boss
and
at the
shows
beginning of the game?
fallout resulting from Mike's advice to Alex.
I thought you would've been
Alex
all over
starts
that.
by stating, frowny face, everyone hates my fighting game. It's the opposite of what I envisioned. Mike responds with, like, what I got from your demo was, I haven't done most of the work yet, but since I haven't encountered problems, my design is sound and I should ignore your advice. I don't hate the game,
They should
I
have used
hate your
Waluigi.
attitude. As the chapter
He doesn't have a
progresses,
princess
it is
at his
understood by
side.
the subtext that Alex is not seeking advice for his fighting game, he is seeking praise, as Alex responds with, how is it not impressive that I single-handedly created a fighting game? I made a game with intros, idles, walks, runs, jumps, dashes, air dashes, specials, health
Should have went to
meters, super
DSP
meters,
looking for
throws, air
praise.
throws,
One
and
person
I
made this
hand-animated
game,
every
guys.
animation myself.
What's the name of the game? Guys, I just finished playing Ava Zephon's fighting game, and this game was made by one person, says DSP as he tries to yell over you inside the Burger King.
That impressive? Isn't that respect-worthy? So there's an organization problem. Can't I hear a single
Yeah, I'm further than him,
encouraging
but
word?
this is like the part
Mike
like right
responds
after
with,
where he
"Good
stopped
job.
playing.
You did a thing in Unity that runs and renders stuff for you, and you made an update loop and some add-ins.
Yeah, Link and
Good
Zelda
shit,
Kiss and
sir.
Zelda 2.
You don't want to hear that. The point Mike is trying to get across as an experienced developer that took the time to review Alex's work is to get Alex to understand his work is unimpressive in the competitive market he is trying to enter. And if he is not grounded in creating something
Oh,
not
I gotta
just
get my souls
competent,
back.
but
I had over
uniquely
10,000.
impressive, then he will fail. Alex both makes it clear he does not understand
Yeah.
and inadvertently
Yeah,
annoys
Ren,
Mike
next
with
they're gonna
his
tell me they
petulant
start holding
attitude by
hands.
stating, if there is no gratification for what I've done, then it's literally wasted work. Like, why should I ever code again? Alex maintains this attitude throughout the rest of the chat with lines such as, why would I ever
Someone should,
bother pursuing
submit the
my dreams
Andre
ever again when
simulator
this is
to
the
his,
outcome? That's what I wanted
Minis
it
marathon?
to be. I wanted to be Mike Z. I
Well,
wanted
it's
to
not
meet
out
somebody
yet, that's the
cool who
first
could be
thing.
my Alex Ahad.
You'd have to make him
Stand
play a
against
demo.
Morse. Not only can Alex
There we
not
go.
grasp the privilege of having his work reviewed, he spits on that by stating to Mike Z, what kind of ego does it take to make you think that everyone should do exactly what you say and code exactly the way you think they should? The chat members
Oh,
keep on
great,
attempting
fighting
to
with Mike
console
Z.
Alex, and Alex
Does he
only
hate the
pities
Cannon
himself.
Brothers too?
If this were to play out on a macro scale, it would be catastrophic. Though Alex did, as stated several times, abandon this project, he still remained fixated with creating a fighting game. That's why, on
No,
January
Eddie B, I didn't buy it.
2014, a preview for Lunar
I had a segment at the start about how it got taken down. It's still on Google Play for free. The mobile version is free.
Alex also released an
It's off on Steam, off on iOS, but you can still get it on Google Play.
SkullHearts.com, a website dedicated to schoolgirls. The feedback
Just like I can get a 3-stream streak from Rye_Drake_331, and he says, right Drake teehee, right Drake thinking face. Big up to right Drake. Welcome in. We're watching the Yandere Dev documentary. Oh, we're only 40 minutes in? Mamma mia. This must be a doozy. Dude, we're not even at the part where he starts development on the simulator. I just realized that the game has not even begun development. This all just, everything up to this point has been like necessary preamble. His background, the history. It's like when DSP gives you his day off, he's got to give you like the history of it. He's got to lay the foundation. He tells you a new story. He has to explain it from the day the news was relevant.
here was constructive but lukewarm at the project. Commenters finding the main character, Luna's design, to be lackluster and too similar of other popular characters like
Yeah,
Red
he's
from
not
the show
even
REEE,
Yandere
who also
dev yet. He
deals
was
with
still
side as a
Ava Zephon.
Alex will work on Lunar Scythe until March, where he gave up on designing fighting games altogether. These two failures, resulting in being virtually unemployed for a year, left him in a desperate situation. It got to the point where he was in talks with Kung Fu Factory, attempting to recuperate his old job. He had one last concept that success would decide his
So do you
future.
know the guy?
He placed that in the
He's had a few
potential of
funny
Yandere
clips of him
simulator.
raging in
In the video
games.
game section on 4chan,
I've seen a couple of his rant videos too, but I'm not an expert on him by any means.
Set in school.
That's why I'm watching this.
Kill girls who flirt with him, /talk to,
No, he's lame, right, Drake? Very lame. He's an incel style person.
Set up accidents to kill girls, or kill girls without getting caught using a variety of school supplies. Dating sim gameplay. Have to win the heart of the boy you have chosen, without letting him find out that you're a jealous and murderous psychopath. Bad end. Kill the boy and kill yourself. Good end. Kill all harlots who try to steal the boy from you. Live happily ever after.
I was saying it back before you hopped in, but his lore is so old that he was a clown when Dave was at his peak popularity. His peak popularity, as he likes to say.
Would V play it? To this, he reportedly got all he wanted from his concepts, and that was positive feedback. So a day later on April 2nd, he made a second post, and on the 3rd, a third. He also made a YouTube channel for the game, and in the vein of Lunar Scythe, uploaded a short demo where the protagonist is seen photographing their target and beating the woman he is talking to. This has many reasons to succeed, but also many roadblocks placed by Alex's personality and social
well, he starts
inability.
development of the game here.
Yandere is a Japanese word, or at least a portmanteau of two Japanese words. Yanderu, which means to be sick, and dere, which means to be love-struck. There are less destructive archetypes found commonly in media as well, like a tsundere that comes off as harsh, but that is offset with the overpowering emotion of love. These archetypes are fairly new and make their appearances in manga and anime. As the name implies, a yandere is someone who is mentally ill and goes to great extents for their perceived lover. Killing or other equally intense actions are expected from them to maintain their ties with their partner. To be popular, these characters maintain a balance of cuteness and madness and are virtually only women. That is the essence of a yandere and do not have to be in school, though they can be portrayed as such in anime and manga and are commonly written around high school age protagonists. As seen in Alex's video, the classroom setting is one of a Japanese high school. As the idea gained traction, Alex created additional avenues for updates, like a blog that was updated regularly with progress reports. While not yet playable, he did create a simplistic clicker game of the same theme. 4chan was ecstatic and extremely supportive of Alex's idea. Month after month, more videos were released adding new and necessary updates like the ability to dispose of bodies, a hub area before going to school, and progressively the school itself was being developed. Alex included various polls that allowed voting.
I think this was prior to, because nowadays 4chan has its own amateur video game development board where you can go in and just share development on your own games and like what you're working on. But I think this was prior to that thread being started. I think the VG board came into existence around 2014, I want to say, and this was a little bit before then. But yeah, that would explain why he's doing all the posting on V as opposed to VG.
Created a positive feedback loop. Alex was adopting bi-monthly updates, those that were falling to development.
I noticed it was 2015.
Before the day the alpha build was released.
Oh, it's 2014.
Alex got the attention he was desperately seeking and could not get from Mike Z.
Oh, I guess he was just attention whoring then, my bad.
He was calling himself, only used that interaction as fuel to create his indie game. Quote, I was inspired to become an indie dev by a very well-known programmer
Dingus would play the kitty souls like, leave me alone. I haven't won on level 1.
Here he discusses his falling out with Mike Z, personally reflecting on the interaction as not Mike Z pointing out flaws generously, but instead making me look terrible in front of everyone. I turned my depression into a burning hatred that fuels my desire to develop indie games and eventually outshine that asshole. Unquote. But what does alpha build ever come? In this 4chan post, he stated that the public may have to wait until he is done with the game in order to access it. His development hindered by his freelance work as seen here. Quote, I'm sorry, it's just a pet project and I have 2 real jobs, so it can't be my top priority. I'm guessing it might be finished sometime next year. Unquote. Already in development for 5 months, the stakes were not high. Alex was not being paid for its development and promised a simple game with a simple design.
Hey, Carl.
As Alex continued to get popularity
as
a developer of
Welcome to the crab situation, and we're watching the Yandere Dev documentary that Jude the Cuck put out.
Figure, but there were a few that connected the dots.
Oh, he's not a cuck yet.
Luckily, their knowledge did not extend beyond them. Interestingly enough, as there was
I'll reserve my judgment until the DSP documentary comes out. The one that'll be a nothing burger.
Popped into Gaia requesting that Alex's longest-running Gaia topic be deleted, since he could no longer access his old account, citing the thread as embarrassing and likely one to bury his history because, quote, people often Google my username Evazephon. That topic is extremely embarrassing for me, and many people ridicule me in present day for posting that thread 9 years ago. I would very much like a moderator to delete that thread so that people stop making fun of me for it.
Why don't you just go on the thread and start posting the N-word? Then the moderators will delete it. Big pancake mix on alert.
Wanted was to support Alex, and so we asked his newfound audience if they would support a Patreon. Quote, hypothetically speaking, if I made a Patreon for myself, would you guys call me a greedy, money-grubbing, redacted sellout, or would that actually be understandable? Unquote. Alex was getting more desperate as he was nearing reclaiming his old job at Kung Fu Factory, and a successful Patreon could help sustain the development of his game. A Kickstarter could also be an option, but the issues lie within the unclear scope of the game. Alex kept adding new features, but had yet explained what the gameplay beyond killing would be in the long run. There was, as a newly added intro suggested, rivals that would compete for your love interest, and would have to be eliminated.
Oh, wasn't it just supposed to be like a Hitman knockoff?
Without knowledge like this, it could be hard to gauge the complexity and set a one-time funding goal.
Big ups Joe Bloff for the random DSP reading. That was from one of those Thanksgiving situations he did.
Mentioned that though the audience he was garnering was large comparatively to what he had before, there is no possible way it would garner enough attention to hit a funding goal for the development of an entire game. But if this was to succeed, either way he would need funding soon. Quote, my financial situation is a lot different than it was back in April.
And thank you for the Ralph shuffle.
These days, unquote. That's why, in late 2014, he launched a Patreon and
I wonder what Ralph's up to.
A very early version of the game.
Haven't had a Null segment or a casino segment on him in forever.
$40 a month. By January 8th,
So I
while
just assume
retaining
he's
the
not
same
doing
amount of
anything.
Patrons, his monthly earnings were
Oh, shit.
down $85. It was around this time that he found out, or rather other people did,
Yeah,
that
he's streaming.
Yandere Dev
There's
made a
nobody
grave
cares to
mistake
tune in.
when commissioning an art
He's
piece
not even
for his
me.
game.
I don't know what the fuck
link
he's
on
doing.
DeviantArt originally read, Kamish Yandere Simulator for Eva Zephon. It was on this thread where he was pushing the long-thought abandoned Lunar Scythe where users made this discovery. A different user reacted by stating, Yandere Dev is fucking Eva Zephon? This cannot be real. It can't be. A different user was displeased that Yandere Dev had his sights set on a different game while committed to Yandere Simulator. Is he seriously wasting money on this crap? Hell, if you are still here, you stupid fuck, focus on Yandere Sim and throw this shit to the trash. There were a few other instances that made this faint connection corporeal. On the smaller side, he was seen posting pictures of Samus Aran, a character Eva Zephon paid great attention to. Most obvious yet was a recent update. Initially, Yandere Dev, with his YouTube videos, opted on allowing visual examples for his update videos. Then, on December 2014, he began adding his own narration.
In Yandere Sim, the player's reputation determines how they are treated by other students. The bar at the top left corner of the screen represents the player's reputation.
With
Probably should have hired someone for the narration.
Raspy voice.
Should
it was
have
not
hired
hard
me.
to tie Yandere Dev and Eva Zephon together. Despite a pocket of outrage, it, at the time, meant nothing. The stakes and the patrons were low, and Yandere Dev still had to appeal to one audience base. Quote, if they bitch about the game being too violent or exploiting women or something stupid like that, I'll just be thankful for the publicity. I don't want to intentionally make the game edgy just for the sake of controversy, but I don't intend to compromise the game's content just to avoid offending people either.
Whoa, what a
There
brave
was something
stance
going
you
on in the
took,
background.
Ava.
Virtually no one knew
What
about
a
it.
brave
Through the month of
stance you
January,
took.
a user known as Cannot Google Me, whose email address is alleged to be avazephon@mail.com, discovered when a user tried to reset the password with the email, or so they claim. On this Real Doll forum, Cannot Google Me asked questions on how to use a doll and avoid things that may ruin it. When it eventually arrived, this person deemed it my waifu, and later dressed it as Zero Suit Samus, going as far to say, quote, do you know who Zero Suit Samus is? I think she is utter perfection. So I decided to
Played that
make
game
my
before,
doll
don't remember
cosplay
why
as
it was
her.
on
This
YouTube.
was 90% of the reason
Did
for
you call
buying
it a
the doll.
game? I mean, it's
wanted
not
to make
out
Samus
yet.
real.
I guess it is a
Unquote.
game.
At
It's
this
it's
point,
in
everyone was
pre-release.
none the wiser. In February, with continued updates, his Patreon was up to 37 patrons and $212.
It's a game in
The market was
asterisk.
taking note of his work, one that he had yet considered, only to later develop the game virtually around them.
Well, yeah, he would need a trip to post on 4chan if that's where he was given updates.
A very early sandbox build. It's not even like the proper.
Hello, everyone. I'm the guy.
Yandere Simulator.
So I saw Megaminx playing this game, and I'm like,
Oh my God, it's the
I'm gonna
guy.
Check it out right
Hey
now.
guys, it's me,
So
the
this
guy
game
who's
has
the
been requested
D-word.
for a long
Anyway.
time now, and I'm starting to get an idea why.
Hello everyone,
These set of
Markiplier
dominoes fell
here,
into
and we're
place
playing
perfectly.
Yandere
A chain of
Simulator.
events that over months attracted new content creators, new players, and new
Ah,
founders
yes,
for Yandere Dev's
yes.
Patreon. What started as a
Where's
perplexing
DSP's
sandbox
video at?
exploration turned into creators, including the most subscribed
Telling me
channel in the
DSP
world,
didn't play
making
this game.
multi-part series, having their interest reinvigorated with frequent updates. As Yandere Dev was
Yeah, where's
learning, he
Dave
had
at?
something very
Come on.
special here.
Literally
He
a
tapped into
free
market
game.
of
DSP was
supply.
playing PC games around this
Japanese
point.
media has been increasingly capturing Western
This was
audiences.
before he
And with
pretended
Yandere
like he
Dev
couldn't
being a
play PC
connoisseur of
games.
Such art, mixed with his Western origin, was a space where his implementations were appreciated.
This is a wonderful feeling.
Unlike his previous ventures, where his perspectives on characters came off as bland and uninspired, his additions to this new project were mostly beloved in the accuracy in which he portrayed tropes and elements anime aficionados like him
A lot of things
appreciated.
happened before Yandere Dev
By
video
July,
came out.
After a massive sweep
Oh, the
of players
Yandere Dev
playing the
game came out.
Yandere
Yeah, Mr.
Dev
Fun.
on his
He was
Patreon
already
up to
he was already
724
notorious before
patrons
he
and
even started working on the game.
$4,200 a month. With this money, he did not have to go back to
Sheesh,
Factory. He did
4,000.
not need to work on side projects. He could devote his time to developing the game.
I think we may have passed the point in time when it's possible to deliver new updates every 2 weeks.
However, this funding came with the cost of an exception that updates would be pumped out faster. Optimally, with patrons or virtually any project fan support monetarily or beyond, the developer will use funds for living expenses while they develop the game and manage themselves in a way that
I need to
continues
stop
to
exploring and start
support.
making progress.
And donators
No, I don't
understand
know where I'm
that
supposed to
even
go.
with money donated, unless promised something, they are not owed anything. This
Yeah,
is
gotta
not
get
always the
my-
case. On the
gotta get
flip
my
side,
souls
you will
first
have
off.
developers that lack the ability to communicate where the funding goes or comes off as unappreciated, and you will have fans that, once breaching the monetary barrier, feel like they are owed something and treat their money as an investment. Not only that, these fans can come from different communities that want opposing things. 4chan specifically was weary with this new attention Yandere Dev was getting, not only because it had been established that Yandere Dev was the infamous Evizephon, but also that these quote-unquote normies or PewDiePie and other content creators' fan bases would skew development. With this increase in attention, there were opinionated pieces opposing some of the game mechanics, like this article from Game War. Quote,
I think that's a bit warranted to be concerned for stuff like that.
Young women's educational
Have
experiences.
normies discover a thing and then ruin it. It happened with Mario regarding.
That Yandere uses to isolate senpai's
No, when you put all the Mario CPUs on easy and just watch them play the game.
Social isolation and suicidal
Fine discovered it, then all the normies got into it, then it wasn't fun anymore.
Yandere's distribution of non-sexual, sexual photography trivializes sexual exploitation in public school settings, and downplays its invasive impact on young women. While Yandere Simulator is an intriguing concept, many of the game's design mechanics translate predatory behavior into a form of entertainment, which sanitizes their abusive role in young women's educational experiences. Unquote. Yandere Dev actually responded to this by stating in his development blog, quote, I don't think it can be said that Yandere Simulator sanitizes harassment, suicide, or sexual exploitation. The player is punished harshly for being caught performing unethical actions. Unquote. He looked to be stalwart and desires to capture his image of the game. Not a difficult thing to balance, considering the opinions against those elements in the game were not popular. But there were a few things that were seeming to disturb his newly reached audience.
Jane, why? Why would I need that? Why? Oh, hey!
I definitely don't agree with the attempt to like try to cancel the game or say that it's being violent or shit like that. Like, are we back in the 90s?
I'm not. Whoa.
Oh, you're glorifying abusive relationships, okay?
Some leaned into the absurdity like PewDiePie.
Whoa, I'm in here now. I can what? You see why I say it's my favorite game? Because I can change my underwear. They're all dirty.
And it was not entirely that you could pick out panties for Ayano, the protagonist of Yandere Simulator, to wear. It was that taking panty shots of students was a mechanic that had one of his own videos removed. Yandere Dev then explained
Isn't there an actual
that
video
it
game
is a
series
core
off of
gameplay
taking pictures of
mechanic,
Japanese
but
high
the gameplay
schoolers'
can be played
panties?
without utilizing it.
As it turns out, one of my videos has been
Did they just steal that mechanic? Ah, yes, the mechanic of taking unsolicited photos.
Sexual content. You see, in that video, I was demonstrating a feature. I was demonstrating that it's possible to take panty shots of girls.
I was saying it was possible for you to do that in the game. However, that does not mean that I endorse doing that in the game. When I give you the ability to take pictures of panties, I'm not saying that that is something I do in reality. I'm just saying that that is a feature in my game that I programmed into the game, me specifically REEE, because I'm the only person working on the game. But that does not mean I approve that being a thing in the game.
We'll do favors for you in exchange for pictures of girls' underwear. This is a core gameplay mechanic.
However, late 2015, it was finally seeing realization and therefore exposure to a larger audience.
Yes! Excellent. Now I have a picture of PP
Yeah, I thought it was a game. I remember seeing footage.
That video was age restricted. It could have been that, or the Easter egg that made the characters giant naked models as to mimic the Titans from the popular anime Attack on Titan. Or it could have been the showering in the school that would leave clouds to provide scant coverage of the player's body. YouTube and viewers alike saw—
I think, look, beyond how creepy and weird and like fucked up some of these are, because like these are high schoolers, right? Like, okay, we were talking about the game where the game where you take pictures of people's panties. Now that could be like hand waved because it's like Japan, and you know, yes, the cultural perception and how things are totally different in Japan. Like, okay, it's literally okay when Japan does it. However, when Ava does it, it's not okay because he's like a grown-ass man and he lives in the the land of the free, America. So that's like number one, that's why people would see that that's not okay. Number two, none of this really needs to be in the game in the first place. One, it's not needed when the point is just trying to be a fucking stalker, obsessed, crazy girlfriend, murder lady. Two, it kind of results in feature creep where you're just putting so much stuff in the game that you kind of deviate from the original point of what your game was supposed to be about. Like, do the people who want like a Hitman clone where you play as a Japanese high schooler obsessed with like her senpai, like do they want like the Titan Easter egg? Do they want to turn into Captain Falcon and do like a Falcon punch? A lot of this screams like a lot of these features is scream as if Ava was getting distracted or derailed by stuff that was captivating his attention at the time. Because like we're talking 2013, 2014, 2015. This was around the time that stuff like Attack on Titan was getting popular for Captain Falcon. Smash 4 came out, you know, reignited interest in Smash Brothers. So it seems like he would often get distracted by something that was popular at the time and then decided that it would be funny to put it in the game. If I recall correctly, there was also a One Punch Man mode that was advertised. So like why put like development time into that? Like you could just be working on the game proper, but instead you're putting all these weird Easter eggs in because you got distracted by something else at that time and you thought the thing that you got distracted by was so cool you wanted to put it in the game. And then ultimately, all it does is just takes time away from the development of the game proper. Easter eggs like that is kind of like a lower priority. I wouldn't even say maybe at the end of the development. I'm not a game dev, so I don't know what the process here. But wouldn't you want to make sure like you make the game first before putting in the Easter eggs? Yeah, ADHD at its finest.
Not inappropriate to sexualize characters.
Yeah, shotgun of ideas.
What most people wanted from this game.
Wow, I think that'd be cool. Oh, I think that would work.
These sexual
I think we should do this.
Continuously frowned upon. This is a
and then again, as the game gets popular, June noted this earlier, but as it gets popular with like the normies, you start getting different people interested in the game who may want different things out of it, and then you kind of lose. You have the potential to lose sight of what the original audience, who you were making the game for, like what they want. Because he was making the game for 4chan, and then like Markiplier and PewDiePie started playing it, so you get these YouTubers, these normies interested in it, and then they might want stuff from the game that's different than what the 4chan people want. So you lose sight of your original target demographic.
Alex could not shake. Even on his Twitter as Yandere Dev, he was leaning more into what Little wanted when tweeting, quote, "After I've grown old and retired, I'd like to live on a ranch. An anime girl breeding a ranch and die in a stampede." Unquote.
Breeding? Did we need the word breeding in there?
Of anime girls in a pen. It was apparent that Alex was not melding well with his newfound popularity, and with audience members that did not share his constant, outward sexual desires. Quote, "The real question is, why am I making Yandere Simulator instead of making Waifu Raising and Breeding Simulator 2015? Unquote.
Why does he keep using the word breeding?
His history as Ava Zephon was being exposed. At the same time, with his newly found popularity, he began taking volunteers to help him develop the game. His
you know they're high schoolers, right, Ava?
Sometimes took the medium.
Never mind that, they're not real.
This became
you
another
understand
issue
this,
when
correct?
fans were using this as a way to reach Alex. In April, he created a post to address this. Quote, "Yesterday, I was unavailable to answer emails, and so my emails piled up.
Oh
Today,
boy,
I was answering
we've gone to the
emails
email
from 8
arc.
a.m. until 12 midnight. I didn't even get to write code for the game today." Unquote. Below, he explains where emails are acceptable and unacceptable. Little did anyone know how big of an issue this would become. Before that, however, he was experiencing issues with every
No way
aspect
he
of
gets like
development.
that amount of
battling
emails
with
these
his inability
days.
to manage this new influx
He's
of
falling off,
volunteers.
right?
The complaints became so severe
He'd have all the
that
time
he
in the
made a
world to
blog
work in the
post
game now.
address his shortcomings, like the lack of communication via backup emails and the building drama surrounding the project and him. To try to tackle the email backup, and after unsuccessfully deterring fan emails, he tried again in June 2015, restating what is and isn't acceptable reasons to email him. He also tried to create volunteer forms to help in formatting of emails in order to go through them faster. In this update in July, he threatened the development of the game by stating, quote, "I hate to say it, but it's looking extremely likely that I might not be able to implement very much new content into the game on July 15th, because
It's
I now
your
spend
fault.
90%
You guys
of
are
my
the
time
one.
writing emails and 10% of my time writing code for the game." Unquote. Readers were catching on to his ranting and gave suggestions. Have you ever thought about, like, just hiring someone or asking a volunteer to go through your emails? How about just having multiple emails? One for bugs,
This guy's a
one for
regular enemy. I
volunteers,
thought he was gonna
and
be a
one for
boss.
fan art.
Oh boy.
Perhaps instead of getting a secretary,
For me,
you
he's
could
gonna
just
be a
make
boss. I mean, this will be
dedicated email
tantamount to a
strictly for bug
fucking
reports.
boss encounter.
Unquote. These
No!
months ignored.
Oh my
Still
lord!
in July, in yet another post, he states, Quote, even though I've been doing literally nothing but eating, sleeping, and reading emails for the past several days, I've still got dozens of emails remaining to answer, and I seem to be getting new ones at a faster rate that I can answer the old ones. So the pile keeps growing. Most of the emails that I'm replying to are several days old already. Unquote. This came to a head in July 2015. Instead of applying recommendations seen in his comments, he released a video titled Emails, Volunteers, and Progress Part 1.
I'm sorry. I don't have any new gameplay features to show you today. You deserve to know the reason why. In order to tell you, I need to explain something first. I receive an extremely high volume of emails every day, between 50 and 100.
How long did it take for him to like commission all the art for this, the animation of the emails here, and how much time putting in like commissioning this stuff? And I say the word commission, but it was likely volunteer shit. The energy, the effort and energy that went into making this video, could it not have just went into making the game? No.
Most of these emails are essential for the development of the game.
Yandere Dev goes on to explain that this influx of volunteers and his time
I feel like the voice he uses for these videos is a bit put on.
Not a single line of code
like
was added to the game.
Smarter and
the controversial
smarter
bit
than he thinks he is.
From his dismissing of solutions to his email problems.
Yandere Dev, why don't you just hire a secretary to filter your emails and answer questions for you?
Yandere Dev then
it's the KO
details
Gaming
5
voice.
points that are all sourced from a pre-developed image of an incompetent secretary, dismissing it entirely, even just for the possibility. He also gave an answer to the recommendation of having separate email accounts.
Why don't you just have 2 separate email accounts? One for volunteers and one for everything else.
What? No, that wouldn't help at all.
This would not solve the problem.
2 separate email accounts?
Even the idea of a forum was dismissed.
So, anyway.
Yandere Dev! Why don't you make a forum where volunteers can post their progress and collaborate?
Okay, I guess I can see how you think that would be a good idea, but honestly...
Allow me to debunk you.
That would just be another place that I have to manage and administrate and supervise.
Manage and administrate and supervise. Like, dude, those are all synonyms. It just sounds like you don't want to do it.
The recommended solutions was made clear in part 1.
She said put someone in charge. You know, like Review Tech put people in charge of his Discord. Now, sure, they didn't do their job, but... Well, that's just an example. You put people in charge, so you don't have to pay attention to it.
They did not progress the game in any way, and was more and more...
What would he be administrating? It literally just sounds like he just said that to have something to say.
Rather than focus on progression.
To have like a list of things there.
Why do you keep adding silly Easter eggs to the game if your time is so limited?
Look! That's the point! That's the point I just made! And he's gonna acknowledge it. People were already pointing this shit out in 2015. Do you have any idea how worse it's gotten for him since then?
Okay, please. Don't tell me to stop putting Easter eggs in the game.
Please don't tell me to stop having fun, because this is the only thing that still gives me meaning in my life. I put Easter eggs in the game to reflect things that I am enjoying in my day-to-day existence. Like watching anime every day when I could be working on the game and answering emails.
It only takes me 30 seconds to add them anyway.
No, it does not.
Conversation with Mike Ziamond.
What a fucking lie. He made a whole mode where you turn into Captain Falcon and you start Falcon punching everything, and it has the Captain Falcon sound effects. It has a whole unique model of Captain Falcon. He had the One Punch Man mode where you just punch a student and they fly away. That is not 30 seconds of work. I don't care what he says. Bullshit. The Attack on Titan mode? No, fuck off.
It was more clear than ever that Alex was not prepared for success.
Hey, it's that
and
image.
The commitment it took to make
Famous
a game.
screen cap right there.
He even laments in this video the displeasures, the complications we're adding.
I miss the old days. Back when I didn't get dozens of emails every day.
Feel bad for
when I
me.
had spare time to actually write code for the game. Back when I didn't have to worry about disappointing any donators. Because there were no donators. Back when I didn't worry about artwork.
So says the guy who wanted, like, he started the Patreon himself. He even asked people on 4chan if they would be okay with opening the Patreon. Like, he's the one. No one told him to make a Patreon. He decided to do it because he wanted to turn this from like a passion project into like his main hustle.
And just used white cubes for everything. Back when I actually had time to watch anime and play video games.
See? All he wants to do is just be he has not changed since the days of Gaia Online. He just wants to play video games and watch anime. Now, that is a sentiment, that's like a tune we can all dance to, right? But like, there has to be time to set aside for adulting, correct? Like, I'm dingus. I have like dingus time, but like in the morning, it's like adulting time, you know? We all gotta clock in, do the work, right? And then we can like be our little goofy selves. But this guy, I think he just wants to watch anime and play games all day, every day, and never step outside the house.
So easy and fun to work.
Yeah, Amren, turning your hobby into the business will fuck you up if you do it wrong. Just look at DSP. Like, DSP is another example.
In the game back then, what happened?
He could have just like kept this as his little hobby while working at that game developer.
This video does end on a positive note. His time spent not writing code was
then he could have clocked in, did his shit, in the game. You know?
Even though I haven't been writing code, I've been receiving character designs.
Clocked in, you know, do his shit, clock out, have all the time in the world to watch anime,
story events,
work on his little side hobby while catching up on the latest series.
Footage, and more. In other words, tons of progress is still being made on the game.
He estimated the game was currently 8% complete. For the next couple months, the game progressed with some regular updates and many bug fixes. More and more, there were different methods of killing added. Some may say it was eerily similar to the Hitman game series, or the game awards a player.
No, wait a minute. I gotta look at this execution. Big up JC. We're looking at the Yandere Dev documentary. I refuse to believe you don't dingus all day. Even I have off dingus time.
More and more, there were different methods of killing added.
Why did he program an execution in which you push a girl off a railing, off a building, and you take her shoes? Why is that in the game?
Some may say it was eerily similar.
What do you do with the shoes afterward?
Or the game awards a player for setting up complicated and sneaky kills for targets.
Look, he took the execution from Hitman. They don't take the shoes in Hitman.
Series, or the game awards a player for setting up complicated and sneaky kills for its targets.
Yeah, Saturday is off day. It's off day dingus time.
Sought to implement more and more of these. Enough to where the player could naturally discover them through experimentation rather than need to rely on guides. Like the Hitman series, Yandere Simulator was aiming to be a semi-sandbox game that gives players slack and rewards them for how they approach increasingly complex puzzles. At this point in development, deeper mechanics required implementation, where updates prior were new additions, like you saw. Now less impactful but necessary things had to be added, like changing the school environment when too many students were assassinated, and a plethora of realistic and diverse reactions from students and other parties when things go awry. The sandbox element was going to need to cater to all play styles and find ways to reward and punish players for those that go the route of bullying rivals, for example. Here, you can manipulate the school's social atmosphere, and that itself requires tremendous work. This also adds skills and other RPG elements like stats and being able to join
DSP,
clubs.
He wants that instant gratification. He wants the praise by not putting in barely any of the work.
Of the boy the Yandere girl was infatuated with would be added. Other elements, like adding a roster of unique students with some shared traits, was expanded the game tremendously, adding more work to be done. With this in mind, Yandere Dev kept making the mistake of estimating when the game would be complete. Now, in October 2015, in this Twitter post, he set an expectation of it taking 10 months to complete the default story, and possibly 1 month per rival.
You should have hit him with the old faithful, it's out when it's out, idiot.
In-depth mechanics, Yandere Dev continued his war on emails, sometimes passively, like this video where Ayano is going around seeking her love interest.
Have you seen my senpai?
Oh my god.
I haven't seen anything all day. I'm too busy writing emails to Yandere Dev to waste his time with stupid questions. You should stop that.
Then directly in several blog posts.
How have we never gotten DSP complaining about getting so many emails? Is this guy actually more hated than Phil?
Simulator's development to proceed faster. Please read this blog post about what kind of email you should not send me.
His first update of 2016, while sizable, left crumbs to later be discovered. Painfully so. Quote, I didn't expect Yandere Simulator's development to last this long. I think that this is a good time to make a video announcing how many features remain.
Yeah, I think with the crash logs, he wants you to specifically like send a video and replicate. If it's a glitch, replicate the glitch and show him exactly how to do it, and just send a video. Don't, because the crash log apparently doesn't give him enough information.
I intended to make a simple game that could be developed by one man working alone. I expected the game to be finished by December 2014.
Yeah, do Q&A. No, not Q&A. Thinking of the guy. Do QA for him.
Of cool suggestions. And
Alright, we got the next shell.
The scope of the game.
Span.
The game evolved from something that one man could create in 8 months to something that required a team of people. With each passing month, the game's design became even more complex.
Without guarantee and only estimation, Yandere Dev in this video made the naive mistake of setting goalposts.
So, if it takes me 6 months to implement all of the remaining elimination methods, and 6 months to implement all of the remaining Kickstarter criteria, then the Kickstarter would be ready about 12 months from now, in January 2017.
Doubtful.
If the Kickstarter is released 1 year from now, that means that the full version of Yandere Simulator won't be finished until 2019. 3 years
that date came and went.
By setting this deadline, Yandere Dev sowed the seeds of discontent that could flourish in the absence of a final product. Now, more than ever, people are following his outline of required
85 stream
for his
streak.
Kickstarter that,
And they
if
say,
released, will
whips
fast-track
out,
development of the
digs
game.
out.
For this, you needed all club buffs functional, all panty buffs functional,
I
all
saw
school
it.
subjects buffs functional,
I can see
all
it.
school locations implemented, new attack animations, an intro cutscene, protagonist customization, sound effects for everything that should make a sound. Side note, that should only take 1 day. A guidance count.
Okay, we have a possible story segment. Oh, you made it, I say. I should say the same to you. Are your knees doing okay? Excuse me? I should match your Shellden, you little, I mean. Indeed, I should say my knees are doing better than ever, yes. I've always wished to visit the Grove. There's important history buried here, I say. True, I wish to visit it in better times. But better late than never. That's a positive way of looking at it. Do let me know if you care for a history lesson, lad. Do we get the history lesson? Yeah, sure. Why not? Tell me about the history. I could use a break. Yeah, too much. We've had too much Ava for this stream. I'm sure you've heard by now of the recent tragedy in this village. Yeah. But it may surprise you to learn that this place dates back to the old ocean. The old ocean? The old ocean, yes, indeed. Long before anyone we know was hatched. When all was kingdoms and fiefdoms and other various doms. When the trash had just begun to fall. Back then, there was a village of sorcerers. Sorcerers like doing real magic? Who's to say? But it bothered their king enough that he ordered them slain, I say. Wow, that's horrible. History, my friend. With enough time, anything horrible simply becomes interesting. Yeah, like slavery. All right, boys, prepare the slave trade. We're selling her off for profit. I guess. Anyways, it was always rumored that a few practitioners of the old rituals survived. If I could find even a piece of text from the old ocean, it would make my tide, I say. But I shouldn't get my hopes up. Besides, we're here to find them at peace. Onward and upward, I say. All right, well, there you go. That's the history. The adventure continues. So, that first area was like a medieval kingdom. But then you get some dialogue in the city that implies that was like the boonies. Like, I guess they were just stuck in the old ages. They never advanced to like, because every other area we've been to so far is more modernized than that first area was. We just started out on the sticks, I guess. Probably that was probably like the remnant of this kingdom era. Look at me reading into the lore of the fucking crab game. Hey, Revzy. Hey, big ups. It's Revzy, the person who's making all those amazing videos, whom you have likely seen on the YouTubes. Give him a shout out. I don't know if they stream here, but you should still follow them anyway. It's fucking Revzy, you loser. Click the heart.
counselor who will punish you for misbehaving.
We're watching the Yandere Dev
who
documentary.
interacts with Senpai multiple times throughout the week. A cutscene where the rival confesses her love to Senpai. NPCs that follow a proper Japanese school schedule. NPCs that react properly to corpses.
Don't get too excited though. I played this game way worse than the guy.
Screams, etc.
It's my first Souls-like,
5
man.
different personality types for NPCs. Snap mode. All of this was meant to take 6 months. The other 6 months were dedicated to the rest of the elimination methods. So in all, he had 1 year to do all this. On his side was the advertising machine that came from other content creators. PewDiePie had released 10 videos on the game, counting in the tens of millions of views.
Wish I could make something that
Markiplier was
PewDiePie
on
would make
video
10 videos
5,
about.
Yet played as much as PewDiePie considering his videos were longer. Yandere Dev now even had his own media presence. His channel in January breached 400,000 subscribers. So far, every time his Patreon dipped in supporters and made an immediate recovery, with it hovering 4,000 to 5,000 daily. This irregularity, this
Are we doing a
crowdfunding
Social
by
Blade
support
segment?
of the creator and not a
I was
direct
told that
Kickstarter
wasn't
to the game,
accurate. We
placed
hate
Yandere
Social
Dev in
Blade.
the top 10 most funded games via Patreon. The YouTube community was doing as much as it could, with supporters watching closer than ever. The importance of the January update, as Yandere Dev was sticking to bi-monthly updates, once at the first of the month and once at the 15th, was superbly important
that was like,
to
what the
demonstrate
hell?
work ethic and progress support that could hit all goals stated in
This
his
shell already
update
has an
video.
inhabitant.
There was a minor hiccup before the update, with him wanting to rename the game Lovesick, as a direct translation
Oh, what an
of
awful
Yandere
name.
to English. But due to backlash, it went nowhere, as players love the charm
One of his
now
worst
widely
ideas.
recognized term. This and another post
I
telling
didn't really
people
pay
how
much
Timo
attention to him,
came
but
right before his
I heard
progress
about that. I was
report
like,
2
no,
weeks into
why would you
2016.
change the name?
It was lackluster to
It's a
say the
terrible
least.
name.
Only bug fixes with the sting of yet another Easter egg, Sans mode, adding Sans from the popular indie game Undertale without the approval or even knowledge of the creator of the game, but later amended that the creator did end up giving permission. As for the update, Yandere Dev even stated, quote, "Yikes, what an embarrassing changelog. Hopefully I'll have a much more impressive one on February 1st, unquote."
That
Little
dev
did he
time
know
putting the
there would be
Sans
an important
Undertale in the
development
game?
before
Why?
then.
Yes, that's right. Broadcasting Yandere Simulator on Twitch may result in your account being suspended. So, why was Yandere Simulator banned? Was it the bullying, kidnapping, torture, suicide, or perhaps the panty shots?
Probably all of that.
I don't know. Twitch won't tell me.
It's like a hotbed of shit they don't want on the purple platform.
Unbanned, perhaps by making the game less lewd with certain Easter eggs.
Gives you more
or increasing
notoriety,
the
I say.
bubble coverage. There was one mechanic he did not
No.
want to do away with.
I'd say you have
Twitch
you
has
have
a
enough of
problem
that.
with panty shots, then we have a serious issue. Because I'm not going to remove any features from the game just so that Twitch will approve of it.
Twitch was hardly the only one pushing back against this game and its mechanics. Still, in January, Yandere Dev on Tumblr made a blog post directed towards a single person.
In all
that
seriousness,
he
the
only
game does
called
good.
in, quote,
This one or
"This
Yandere
individual,"
Dev's game?
who
I hope
will
you mean
refer
the
to as
crab
N,
game. I'm enjoying
expressed
it.
her belief that Twitch
But, as you can see by the dev count, I'm not the best person at it.
contains sexualized underage characters, unquote. Yandere Dev, from this, creates a massive blog post attempting to back his argument that there are no underage
Well, I'm not
characters
the biggest
in
fan of
sexual
archers.
situations in
Right.
Yandere Simulator. This goes from trying to defend his game to N, accusing Yandere Dev of being a redacted, then takes the blog post in an unexpected
Crab
direction
souls?
with
Okay.
Yandere Dev insulting N by stating that, quote,
Thank you for the
"This should have been my
clarification.
cue that N completely lacked even the slightest degree of reading comprehension skill." Because
Hey, I'm
I had
enjoying my
just
time with
explained
it.
that someone
Even
who
if
passed
I,
the age
you
of
know, may not be
consent
the
is
best
not
player.
magically ready
Look, everyone
for
starts
sex
somewhere, right?
just because they had a certain number of birthdays. I pointed out that there are many people under the age of 18 who had sexual experiences without being traumatized. She demanded to know if I would permit a 14-year-old to have sex with a grown man if the 14-year-old had passed the sex license test that I proposed. Well, obviously, if there's a test that objectively proves that a person is ready for sex, and a person passes that test, then that person is objectively ready for sex. This is simple logic, but N lacked the mental capacity to figure this out for herself, unquote. Defending
Hey, I gotta go around and
possibility
reach
of
that.
sexual relations between a minor and an adult under any circumstances was not not a good look on Yandere Dev. This blog post, without aim, full of spiteful language and unfavorable concepts, may have received support from his fans, but again, like with Ava Zephon, he was unwittingly planting seeds of discontent to be later discovered.
Oh my
As for
lord!
right now,
Hell,
Yandere Simulator
this is how you
being the
dog
26th
play.
game banned from Twitch rang alarm bells. If marketing brought this much attention to the game and its Patreon, would the lack of it see an inverse in funding? With foresight, we see that the ban did not affect the game's funding whatsoever. It could have harmed the potential roof for funding, but Yandere Dev's Patreon
I'd argue the
remained
ban
at a
would just give
steady
more attention to it.
$45,000 a month. As
People would
February
rally to,
rolled
like,
over, Yandere Dev preemptively released another
rally to
progress
support the
report,
game.
making steady
It's like
progress,
what
by
happened
adding
with
necessary
Stellar Blade.
character traits, and updated some clubs.
No
and
regrettable
characters
that,
to join.
you know, it got censored and all that, but it just it gave the game more attention.
This build. It's because I didn't have much time
damn
to
it.
work with. I spent
And I didn't
around
get my
7
souls back,
days
no!
optimizing and fixing some very inefficient code that had been bothering me for a long time. I still wish I could spend even more time optimizing the code and trying to improve the frame rate. But I don't want to let too much time pass without adding significant new features to the game.
The subtext here is that Alex is feeling the pressure
Yeah,
to
DarkSyde
continue updating
Krill
the
is
game,
right.
but has finally hit the wall placed by his rapid and inefficient
Don't worry,
coding,
I'll
admitting
eventually,
spending his time pushing updates
I'll
rather
eventually
than preparing
bust
the
my
game
head at
for
the
its
wall enough
upcoming
times to
complex
actually break
mechanics.
through.
In March, there were more additions to clubs, some moving around assets. Overall development still remained steady, and Alex continued
Just
his
can't
tirade
stand
against
these
emails.
archers.
In April, he was finally
Who do they
ready
think
to
they
talk
are?
on what he deems the biggest obstacle in development.
If this one obstacle could be removed, I would have much more time to work on the game, and the game's development would go by much faster. The problem is email.
He then states he sometimes
boy.
goes through his emails 8 to 12 hours a day. After stating
like the
what
third
emails he
video
does
he's
not
done on
want to
emails?
receive, he goes on to show what kind of volunteers he does not want. He then states the same
DSP
reasons
loves
he won't
his
explore potential
emails.
solutions
He
like
loves
getting a
emails and
secretary or making
email.
separate emails.
Stop right there. After 2 years of this nonsense, I've already heard every single possible suggestion about how I can solve my email problem.
Stop giving
There
me
is no
feedback.
idea
Ow.
that
Thank you for the
could
bonk.
possibly suggest that I haven't already shot down.
It's the opposite
So
extreme
don't send
from
me
Dave the
your
Feedback
brilliant
Goblin.
ideas for how to
Stop
solve my email
giving me
problems, because
feedback.
it's not going to work.
A criticism that Alex has seen time and time again wasn't so
Hey,
much about
Scrumbles.
Yandere Simulator
Welcome
or
in.
even
We're,
the emails.
suffering
It was
in
his
crap
melodramatic
souls.
nature. With the connection
Still stuck
between
into
Yandere
Saint
Dev and Ava
Chan,
Zephon clear
Sid Grove.
with his continued usage of the Ava Zephon website, his history as an anime-loving and
We'll be making positive progress eventually. We're pushing progress, as they
to
say.
make a successful indie game to outshine Mike
Thank you,
Ziamon,
Seth.
had people believe Alex never stopped using anime as a reference to reality. Perhaps to him, this is his manga, and he is the protagonist against all these fools dragging him down. Hence,
Main
the
character syndrome.
melodrama and this section
I
that
think it's
closed
DSP
out his
actually.
email video.
You
Thinks the
know,
world
there was a
revolves around
point in
him.
time when I was a very
No, he's still
nice
working on it,
and
Rebsy.
patient person, but working on this game for
It's like
the
a 2-hour
past 2
video.
years has been very stressful, and it has sucked
The first third of it
all
is just
the
lore from
niceness
before he
out
even
of
starts
me.
development
I no
work on the
longer
game.
have any
All of it
patience
is
left.
necessary lore,
Ever
too.
since his increase in popularity, while opinionated, Alex has kept his personal developments and shortcomings to himself, opting to keep those private, but inadvertently and publicly signal his lack of social improvement and or adaptation to his new role. As for Yandere Simulator, he was seeing issue not with the lack of updates, but issue with trying to expand, to add more and more to a fanbase that is shown to dislike major changes in gameplay and a focus on panties or sexualizing characters in game. In June alone, he pitched a beat-em-up feature to the game that due to backlash, he quickly withdrew. And later in the month, an inventory
Why does
system
he
where
keep,
Ayana
like...
opens her dress,
What is
revealing
the...
items
Okay,
kept within, taking
again,
the center of
because
the
I
screen
mentioned it
with
earlier,
mere
the
panties.
feature creep. Why, at this stage in development, is the game loop not cemented in? Why are we, like, pitching things like, okay, let's just... Let's do a beat 'em up mode that essentially changes the whole genre of the game. Like, wasn't this supposed to be Hitman, but with anime girls? Why are we suggesting shit like this? It is a completely different idea. Of course
This
people
was
are going to
also
be down for
scrapped.
that.
These ideas, mainly the sexual ones, or the ones that may deviate from what is considered acceptable, resonate stronger with the 4chan and 8chan boards, something that he was being ridiculed by frequently. Mid-2016,
Yeah, it's very likely at this point we get a new F-Zero before this game ever comes out.
Here, he was seeing the concentrated cultural impact of his game. With a crowd surrounding him, he saw people cosplaying as his characters. He was getting gifts and attention. 8chan was quick to discuss a video showing this, saying that Yandere Dev sold out. After many comments, Yandere Dev joins in and states, quote, "Okay, I'm going to look at the facts here. Go to Reddit. Everyone behaves in a civil manner. It's possible to have constructive discussion about the game. Go to Anime Expo. Everyone is nice, friendly, enthusiastic. People want to hug me, shake my hand, take selfies. Go to 4chan/8chan. Everyone
World
is
of
bitter,
difference between
cynical,
Anime Expo and
pessimistic.
4chan.
Everyone just shitpost and
Tell you
calls
that
me
right
a
now.
redacted, a sellout, and an SJW. You know what? That's it. I'm done. You guys aren't worth it. You guys fucking suck. You could have had a developer at your beck and call, making game custom
hopefully
tailored
stop
to your
posting
exact
on
tastes,
8chan before
but
that
not
place
anymore.
exploded.
You bet the hand that feeds you. Now I don't want to have anything to do with you anymore. Fuck all of you. Go to hell." Unquote. As it is Yandere Dev, one could expect further lashing out. In a reply to a Reddit post, he specifies that Reddit is now his platform of choice because he feels they rarely criticize him and
I feel like
cares
it's a mix
providing
of things,
feedback to the
Chrono.
game. Also,
But yeah,
in
getting
July, he
attention
posted a
and then,
diagram
his
showing
own
how he spends his
hubris.
time. In here, he states that Yandere
Getting
Simulator,
distracted
quote,
constantly.
is around 45%
The
complete,
emails.
unquote. Also providing examples of other indie games with long development times upwards of 5 years. These two together were, for the time, impressive. He jumped from 8% complete to 45% in about a year. Following this pace, the game should be done in around a year or two. Not included in this chart are his angry rants, found wherever he is, directed towards anyone that gives criticism. That means friend or foe, or just modders. As discovered and posted by content creator Stickman, when using a mod, in this case one that changes the size of a Yano, this text pops up on the screen that reads, quote, "Sorry YouTuber, but you have to stop using this stupid mod. People keep reporting bugs that can only occur due to the use of this mod. I don't want to receive emails about bugs that only occur when the player uses a mod. So
What
I
an
have to prevent
extremely
this mod from
specific
being able to
complaint.
function. Blame the people who are stupid enough to submit bug reports because of a mod." Unquote. After Stickman uploaded the video with a secret text, Yandere Dev comments
talk about
on the
not being able to
video,
have fun.
quote, "No, you can fuck right off. You've got absolutely no clue what you're talking about, you fucking dumbass." Unquote. It is unknown what triggered such a strong response from Yandere
You know
Dev,
what?
as the
Weren't we
original
just
video
talking
is
about
gone,
that?
but not the archive of his comment that became the topic of
Were we
Reddit.
not just talking about about that Jay Frosty? How like sometimes a publisher is mandatory, like in a lot of cases, and people don't want to admit this. We're just talking about it. Publishers exist to be the Regard Wrangler. Is that fucking Among Us in my game? Oh my god. Anyway, sometimes you need publishers to Regard Wrangle you, because if you let these guys like just do whatever they want, like just go like no leash at all, just go fucking prance on the savannah of game development. A high chance some of them turn to the Yandere Dev. Then again, they just let their hubris get to them.
Post several months later. It is here that Yandere Dev defends his actions. Quote, "That guy made me really angry.
Sometimes little
so I gave him peace of
restriction,
my mind.
limitations is good. Again, creativity can flourish under limitations.
Show that the community was largely supportive of Yandere Dev. Their knowledge likely limited
Like,
to his
working with the
friendly
tools you're
persona
given.
seen on his channel. However, as Yandere Dev was becoming more and more aggressive with only minor backlash, in the background there was building opposition, consisting of readers following only the drama around Yandere Dev. Similarly, ex-fans turned detractors and ex-volunteers that
Detractors?
left for a multitude
They
of
were right.
reasons were added as well. Some have a more nuanced look on Alex, stating he has an inflated ego and is poor at communication. Others, like Wunkalo, who left the project in 2015, among the previously presented issues, had ideological conflicts with Yandere Dev and even some of the team. Quote, "When I left the team and pointed out his ways and the discomfort I had in his future visions for the game, he defended his stances and claimed his entire dev team was a team full of perverts, and took the stance of being a proud
Shark
pervert."
Egg.
Some
Use this to
excerpts.
reset
"I
your
am a
levels
perverted
or
sexual
abilities."
deviant, and I absolutely love to perv on sexy video game girls and anime girls. That's a core part of who I am, and I'll openly, publicly, and eagerly state that fact absolutely anywhere. The 2D artist I'm working with regularly draws women in extremely lewd outfits. The 3D character modeler I'm working with enjoys modeling sexy young women very much. I've already already found 5 other perverts. Now I just need to find one who can model props, environments, unquote.
Is this something you want to be proud of? Like
images of Alex's
I don't
controversial
know. Like, would
statements
you?
and jokes as Ava Zephon.
I don't think you want to publicly declare this, sir.
And his behavior, the disjointed critics, criticisms that are subjective rather than objective.
I know all
and the
kinds of
steady
perverts,
progress the game
guys.
was making did nothing to his Patreon that remained at $5,000 a month. On YouTube, he even hit 1 million subscribers. And in October, he placed a new emphasis on the purpose of the game, one that is at the center of it. While creators seem to enjoy the wildness the game offers, the vision Yandere Dev had on the note of the Hitman game series was adding select targets that increased in difficulty as the game progressed. And so finally, the premise and scope of the game was set. Ayano, the Yandere girl, is an emotionless brick, an entity that is brought to life following it bumping into her love at first sight, her senpai. But she notices this person is quite popular. The game will encompass 10 weeks at Ayano's school. Every week, a senpai gets a new love interest. Ayano has to then sabotage this love prospect before it turns into a relationship. 10 weeks means 10 rivals. Now the first rival was announced. A different trope, a tsundere with distinct orange hair and polka dot thigh-high socks. This rival, this first love interest and competitor, was simply known as Osana. The importance of this character was to set order and assist him to advance the game.
This is the character he kept crying about, right?
And stated this exactly in his video.
When you try to take down Osana, I want you to feel like you're experiencing a demonstration of what the final game will be like, not just killing a test subject in a glitchy debug sandbox. When Osana is implemented, I want you to feel like one of the final pieces of the puzzle has clicked into place, instead of feeling like Yandere Simulator is still a giant incomplete puzzle that is missing most of its pieces.
The Dr.
I do
Bear.
not want to release a build
Well, big
that
ups to Dr. Bear for the positive re-up during this very negative video segment. And they say, one month for tier 1 for 4 months, and they say, the Ding Man, hello. Welcome in, Dr. Bear. I'm losing in Crab Souls. I'm the worst player in this game. I need to study DSP's gameplay more. That dude was able to beat the giant enemy crab. I had to skip that dude. I'm so felted in this game. But again, I have the excuse that it's my first ever Soul situation. Whereas DSP is the master. He's the god. The undisputed king. That's why they call him the king of hate. So he better be a fucking god at this game. I still contest. The only boss that really gave him trouble was that very first one, and it was because he didn't understand the controls yet. So he better dominate the rest of the game. The rest of the game better be a walk in the park. Or Momology and all these other people are completely justified in laughing at him and making compilations of him losing up to like 40 times against the same boss. I don't know what's ahead for him other than this whole Grove area and the Splatoon squid. The Splatoon squid. He doesn't look like he should be in Splatoon. He's just a squid. The squid boss. But that was an optional encounter. He may not run into him. Any Grinchin lately? None to speak of. I've not done any Grinchin. I'm a positive person. I don't Grinch anyone. Big ups for the kitty, Repsy. Watching you playing it, it's peaceful. Yeah, it's peaceful to watch me lose, huh? I bet it is. Yeah, it doesn't get more chill than this on Dave's day off. You know, it was Dave's day off, but he had a lot of time to allegedly strike down that game, didn't he? I was talking about it earlier. We'll see what he has to say tomorrow. I think it's possible. It could have been him. Could have not been him. Could have been like a supper pup situation. But I made sure to note that from the blurb that the developer put out, it sounds like something Dave could have wrote. Like if you were to write something about, like, if you went to ChatGPT and you're like, ChatGPT, write me DSP sending a DMCA to a game that makes fun of him. It would sound exactly like that blurb.
Has a half-functional Osana.
Yeah, I'm hyped for DSP playing the cat game.
Implementing Osana.
But Tevin made an interesting point that I think I should reiterate since he's not here at the moment. But so with the crab game, he's gonna play the kitty game because, like, oh my god, a cute little indie game. This crab game is an indie game too. Maybe this will revive indie games on the channel. I think it's important to note that with the crab game, like, he's already struggling to get people to paying attention to the crab game, even though it's a Souls-like. Like, that's his, it's his bread and butter. He's having trouble getting people to pay attention to the playthrough of this game. So how the hell is he gonna expect people to tune into the cat game? It's like as like a more kiddier version of Stray, because at least Stray had like a realistic aesthetic to it, whereas the Little Kitty Big City game just like I saw the trailer for it in the Nintendo Direct. It's just outright cartoony. So it could be like a one and done situation like Harold Halibut, but he likes cats, so maybe not. But I agree with Tevin when he made that point, that observation. It's not going to be. It's going to be even harder than the crab game to get people to pay attention to it. You don't think Dave would do that? Well, we'll see. We'll see what he has to say tomorrow. If he didn't do it, Carl, this is my speculation. This is the dingus take. My speculation is if he didn't do it, then we'll get a longer segment. If he did do it, then we just get a cocky throwaway line. Of course, it depends on his mood. Like all things with DSP.
You won't be getting any new builds until Osana is 100% functional. Considering everything that is required to add Osana to the game,
thank you again, Dr. Bear.
That could take
Welcome
at
in.
least 1 month.
This was
Really
an
help me out in the
amazing
long term.
announcement. The first complex and truly unique character beyond Ayano and her senpai was being introduced. A character that would be the center of gameplay for 7 in-game days, full of its own elimination tactics, animations, voice acting, cutscenes, and other ways to sabotage her would-be relationship. All of this was going to take, as Yandere Dev stated, 1 month.
The next big
You think he won't say anything about it?
Is Osana, the first official rival.
I don't know, I feel like you guys were convincing me earlier that he would talk about it.
However, it could be another month or 2
Now we got the naysayers have joined the stream.
About a month went by and no Osana. An additional 2 weeks and still no Osana. There was a new.
Oh no, I
mode
know he
added,
banned people
but in
about
this
it on
update,
the
Alex
Elden Ring
stated
night
he was
stream.
taking time off for the next 2 weeks. This means no progress towards Osana. What was Alex concerning himself with if not speeding up the development of this important character? That answer was found on Reddit. Quote, a few days ago, I realized that Markiplier hadn't made a new Yandere Sim video in 5 months. That made me feel kind of nervous. Did I do something wrong? Does he
No,
hate
he
the
just
game
moved on to
now?
newer
I was
things.
very
What?
happy to learn
Was
he putting
Markiplier
together
supposed to make
another
videos
Yandere
on his
simulator
stupid
video.
game forever?
This tells much
Hubris.
about Alex, because the way this reads,
Oh, yeah.
Alex's prior emphasis on content creators' videos confirms this.
Could you imagine if
validation.
DSP was
To
like
be
that?
self-
So I noticed Moist Critical hasn't had like a video on like any of my segments. Like he hasn't really talked about me. He hasn't put like a video on me in like a couple of months. Like I just like I don't know why. Like did I do something wrong? Like there was that period, guys, right, where he was like making so many positive videos about me, like talked about my streams, and then he just stopped. And I don't really get it. Like why? Like did I do something?
Isolating with no sense of self.
Well, it's a cat simulator game, but hates the other cat game where you kill evil unicorns and insults the devs. Typical Dave.
That
Yeah.
feeling and a fear of losing that high, now threatened by creators losing interest, brought on by loss of novelty and meaningful updates. A lack of Osana. In
Meaningful, huh?
December, Alex addressed this, as well as the lack of complete mechanics. He needed to publish a Kickstarter.
Originally, my personal goal was to implement Osana before January 1st, but this is no longer likely.
Wait, he needs to start a Kickstarter, but earlier he was lamenting like starting the Patreon and said he wishes he could go back to the days of him not having the Patreon. But now we need to do a Kickstarter for the game? Now we need to get even more money.
To happen. I underestimated how long it would take for all of
Just give me
Osana's necessary assets to be created. To make this process go by faster, I should have requested the assets months in advance. This is something that I will take into consideration
this
when
your
planning
lucky day?
future rivals
What?
for Yandere
Dude,
Simulator.
it is
It's very
totally
unlikely
Redsy's
that any
lucky day
rival-
because they just received a gift sub. Tier 1 from Anleet, the guy who was lurking the whole time. Dude, you know Anne's been following Yandere Sim development since like he was yay high to a hermit crab. Anne totally loves Yanderes. They're his favorite of the Dare archetype. And the depression that has ensued from him as a result of Yandere Dev's antics has only made him that much more depressed. And thank you for the Anne check, Mr. Pun. We'll see if he says something. Hi, Mr. Pun. Anne Late here. I have just had the longest day. It's just been a bunch of nonsense, and I just want to sit down and watch anime. Hey, wait a minute. That sounds a lot like Yandere Dev. Was Anne Yandere Dev the whole time? Now, wait a minute. Yeah, congratulations, Rebsy. You get all my amazing emotes. I was following since 4chan, and I called him an F-slur for being an idea guy. That is a good, oh my god, I died. God damn it. I should have been reading. Never jump and read the chat as a sub 5 hermit crab. You called him an F slur on 4chan. Wow. I look, and I always saw the threads, and I would see footage back in the early days, because you know he would post on V and VG once it got created, but I never posted in them. I think once he got a little bit notorious, I started doing some archive searching to look at those threads. So that was like a year or two after he'd started like the initial kind of attention whoring. So I would look at the archives, and it was kind of bewildering looking at them, because like everyone was supportive of him, everyone was like so hyped for the game, and you know, you have the benefit of hindsight. So I'm looking at all these threads and I'm thinking, he doesn't have anything to show off. It really is just like idea guying, and like there's nothing worse than an idea guy. Because when you're an idea guy, you want to feel like you're a part of something big. You want to feel like you're a part of something special, but you have nothing to contribute. Like you have no skills. Like you can't write, you can't draw, you can't compose music, you can't program or code. Can't even, like, you know, you're not a big YouTuber like Markiplier. You can't even hype beast the game. So all you can do is like be the idea guy, and that was Yandere Dev. He was the idea guy who, you know, admittedly knew how to code a little bit. But for a lot of stuff like the assets, he'd have to rely on volunteers. So he was literally what happens when you get an idea guy with a basic understanding of coding. You get like an idea guy and you just have them make a game. And that's kind of why we're stuck where we are. Where people are being idea guys. He literally sounded like an idea guy at first. Yeah, he showed off, June showed off the initial thread that kicked it all off. It was literally an idea guy. It was a green text thread of a guy talking about his ideal Yandere game. He's like a snake oil salesman, but I have an idea for you. You want it to be like fucking Miyamoto? I'll say this, Carl. Miyamoto's last directed game was like Super Mario 64. Well, it was either Mario 64 or Ocarina of Time. But he still knew how to program. He still knew how to do shit. And he was doing shit like that was like 1996, 1997. That was like 10 or 11 years after he initially created, the beloved Mario franchise. Nowadays, he is an idea guy. But back then, he had the chops. Now, he doesn't even need to program. Like, a person like Miyamoto is at the top. He doesn't need to directly work on the games. Now, he can just wag his finger at people. He wag his finger at the Paper Mario developers and tell them to stop putting in original characters. No, too much OC. You grow too far. The guy just seems super lazy, Yandere. Yeah, that's basically what it amounts to. He's an idea guy, as we just discussed, and he's lazy. And as I said, it seems like he gets distracted from a lot of you know, mainstream stuff that kind of like takes over the culture zeitgeist. All anyone want to talk about. Like Attack on Titan, One Punch Man. If it's popular, it takes his attention away. Thought it was a dumb idea, didn't hear about it again until years later. Said good for him for having progress in 3 years after all the nonsense. Had a good laugh. Glad he couldn't code for shit. People have posted examples of his coding too. Oh yeah, I've seen threads like that. Yeah, procrastination is his own demise. It's like that SpongeBob episode where he has to write the essay for Mrs. Puff, and he just like stalls the whole night.
Girl will take as long to implement as Osana.
Look, I'm sure we've all procrastinated back in the day. Perhaps even still now.
Has moved to April.
Aaron procrastinates booting up the stream.
2017.
But this is like the most extreme example of procrastinating here.
Osana has now been delayed 4 months past the original deadline.
Over the past year, I've been struggling with a problem. On January 21st, 2016, Yandere Simulator was added to Twitch TV's.
And so we were talking about this too, about how people work better under restrictions and limitations. It seems like for Yandere Dev, I think that still holds true for him. Like he would do better with the publisher, and he had like a dev that he was working with at one point. I don't think we've gotten to that point yet, but we're inching to it. But in terms of stuff like restrictions, when we're talking about in the sense of giving himself release dates or like dates that he needs to deadlines, giving himself deadlines, he probably shouldn't do that because it's just going to add more pressure and stress on him. And for some people it works because then it, for me, I would say if you give me a deadline, that gives me something to work with, and that like I will be able to get something out if you give me a hard deadline on it, because then I know what to prioritize. I know what to multitask and what to juggle. So I'm good with deadlines. Really, if you don't give me a deadline, that's when I start to struggle. But I think with Yandere Dev, it's the opposite. Or actually more so that it just doesn't matter if you give him a deadline or not. He just doesn't do the work.
List of prohibited games.
Alex, now a year to the date,
don't bully you about not booting. I'm just messing with you. You didn't have to boot up.
Is understandable considering he discusses how many different ways he attempted to reach out to Twitch, only to be ignored, pestering Twitch and stirring discontent would theoretically only keep his game banned, as Twitch would not want to set the precedent of being able to be strong-armed.
Would this even matter now? The game not being able to stream on Twitch? Just go to Kick.
And accusatory as Yandere Dev. In this same video, he gave 5 reasons his game could be banned. 1 through 4 were a possible misunderstanding, salacious content that he removed, Twitch
what would the
has
misunderstanding
an
be?
Bias, and Twitch also has a bias against smaller games.
What would the misunderstanding be? Because like, okay, if he wants to say like, oh yes, there's a misunderstanding in the terms of the content of what you do in the game. Okay, well, if I'm like Mr. Twitch moderator, this is a game where you're a Japanese high schooler and you kill other Japanese high schoolers and you like take pictures of people's panties and like there are nude modes and like what is the misunderstanding? Like I didn't like inaccurately describe the game. That's an apt description of the game and what you do in the game. I can understand if like a Twitch mod wants to pull the plug. So how does he go embracing that? Because we heard him earlier. He was like embracing being a pervert. He was like, oh, I know so many perverts. All of my friends are perverts. I have perverts helping me on the game. I myself am a pervert is the line that's going to be clipped that I just said. But how do you go embracing that in one breath, and then when it comes time to like market the game and have it in the mainstream, and obviously you want your indie game to be streamed on Twitch so it gets more attention from people who may, you know, choose to buy it for themselves, then when it's time to like put on a superficial facade of the game is like, oh yeah, this is a game you want to play and stream on your Twitch account. When it comes time to put up a shut up, then you want to say, oh no, you're misunderstanding the concept of the game. No, the whole game is not you guys, you don't understand. The whole game is not just taking pictures of underage high schoolers' panties. That's just a mere feature of the game that I myself chose to put in. You can't be like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde there. You gotta like take one road and stick to it. And again, we were talking about that. Like, he stole that feature from another game, taking pictures of panties. But it works. It works for that game because that game was made by Japanese developers who can't get put on blast by like Kotaku and IGN. Well, they can, but they're not gonna pay attention. It works for the Japanese. It doesn't work when you're like a white American who doesn't understand anything.
I'm guided by the emblems.
But I do understand a Shroom Dukeem raid with a party of 8. Thank you, Shroom Dukeem, for the massive raid with a party of 8. Oof. I was just debunking another Yandere Dev cope about his amazingly bad game that still isn't out. And it's like, okay, I get it if you want to like be the anime guy, but like at the end of the day, when it comes time to like putting your game out there, and when you find that people don't want to market the game or advertise the game, or they don't want to be associated with it, you can't really be surprised when that's like the content of your game. Maybe you should have had the game set in college, or maybe you should have just used the 1,000-year dragon excuse, the one that all the weirdos use, right? No, she's 1,000 years old.
Games and studios that are not popular enough to circumvent Twitch's vague rules. Number 5 was the most blindsiding.
Number 5. Twitch has been taken over by those people.
What do you mean by that?
I'm talking about, right?
What? Base? Okay, I take everything back.
Brave warriors. Fighting for justice by bullying people and attempting to ban anything they don't like.
Oh no, what's going on? The UNF update? Okay, hold the phone. We have a Happy G update. Debunked? It wasn't really DSP? Big ups Chris Pro Farrakhan, welcome in. Do we have an answer to the saga that I opened the thread with? That I opened the stream with. Okay, we have an update from the game dev of the fancy-ass Detractor game that everyone's been talking about. Woo! The one that got taken down today. So this does look like a supper puppy scenario from what I am looking at. breaking! It's a Happy Gamer news alert! We have the developer of that game everybody likes. Also, confused as to why the plaintiff put he's in Arkansas and not Washington State. The plaintiff, Philip Burnell. You know, I should have known something was up when they neglected to put in Paul. His name is Philip Paul Burnell. Wait, that is Alaska. Wait, is it Alaska or Arkansas? I don't live in either state. That's something you can put on the dossier. Okay, it doesn't matter. It's not Washington. DarkSyde@hotmail.com, signed by Philip Burnell. They should have put Philip Paul Burnell. It's Alaska. All right, minor dented moment. Thank you. The only person I know from Arkansas is Boogie, and I wish I didn't know that Boogie existed. Well, there you go. It's fake. It's a supper puppy situation. But I gotta hand it to Supper Puppy because I've been saying all stream that it sounds like it's something that DSP would write. I could imagine DSP saying the takedown notice, like, oh yeah, it's blatant copyright infringement. It is obviously meant to be a parody of me, REEE. Oh man, how does DMCA work on Twitch then? You just wait it out like on YouTube? Can the game come back up? Digger lives in Arkansas. Nice try, guy. Oh yeah, totally. That's how I'm trying to dissuade the dossier people by saying like, oh yeah, you guys know I don't live in Arkansas, right? As I say from my Arkansas abode. Yeah, well, Carl was right. This isn't. I always said it could have been either or. But this does lean into what I was speculating on. We are probably going to get a segment now of DSP talking about this and then saying it wasn't him and he doesn't know anything about it. And guess what? He doesn't care! Yes! Big ups. I assume the game can come back up, but it depends on how Steam handles it. Yeah. Hopefully. It never was taken down from Google. Unless it was, in what, the 3 hours since I started streaming? But yeah, ring it up, troll L. Everyone was saying, ah yes, DSP absolutely did this. I can't believe Dark would do such a thing on his day off. Wait, I have to give Supper Puppy even more, like I don't even want to give him more credit, but I'm gonna have to. He did this on DSP's day off to further support the idea that Dave did it because it's his day off when he has more time to do things. Wow, what a mastermind. DSP is too lazy to strike down, something like that. That's what I said, Amran, before the YouTube strikes on his birthday were exposed. I literally said that, and then the motherfucker showed his lagging history. So I'm not gonna cap for this dude ever again. I've already been burned once before. He can do YouTube because they give him a tool. Does Steam not give you a tool to easily do that? It was possible for Supper Puppy, but I guess Supper Puppy always finds a way. Oh, well, thank you for the update, UNFW. Still means we could get like an interesting pre-stream tomorrow. Make sure you set your alarms. I thought it was either Dave or a repeat of Super Bitch. Yeah, that was kind of like it kind of has to be that. Either that, or if it's not Supper Puppy, then like a third party who's trying to LARP as Super Puppy.
Later in the video, there was a call to action that Alex, at the same time, stated he did not
I assume that DSP is too stupid to fill out the DMCA form on Steam. See, that like that's what I think too. I always like I often think stuff like that. You know what when I thought that, I thought that before the Discord leaks came out, and then you have the Discord leaks, and I don't know, he talks like a fucking mastermind in that Discord. It's like so evil. It's so vitriolic. It's like that he goes to the Discord to vent about all the nonsense from the streams, and it's like a completely different person, DSP, in the Discord. It's almost like he LARPs as a moron, but we all know he doesn't. But it kind of comes across as like a moron trying to LARP as a mastermind behind the scenes to pretend like he's a moron only in reality in the public side of things, when he really is just a moron at the end of it. Hey, Discord merchant.
Email Twitch's support team and
We have just
demand
come
an
to the
explanation for why
conclusion
Yandere
that the
Simulator
strikes
is
put on the
banned.
DSP
Twitch
game
will
earlier today was not by
finally
DSP.
respond to me in order to stop the avalanche of emails.
Unless Renton is in
However,
Alaska.
I don't think that this is the right solution. If I asked my 1.2 million YouTube subscribers to email Twitch on my behalf, Twitch may perceive this as an attack and would retaliate by never unbanning the game. So I don't think this is the right course of action.
Not wanting to rely on aggressive
Please
techniques,
stop
Alex
sending
opts to
me
supplement them with
emails.
a more passive one of a similarly strong army nature.
Number 3, if this
Oh,
video
boy.
gets enough attention, eventually someone at Twitch will see it. They will notice how many views it's getting, and they will say, "Oh my god,
There
we
goes
need
my
to
souls."
fix this problem right away."
A week later,
That's
after
not how
realizing
Twitch
the problem
operates.
with his solution of besmirching Twitch's image to repair relations, he released another video explaining his mistakes, taking the perspective of Twitch and why they would have possibly banned Yandere Simulator. It wasn't until February that he got a response from Twitch giving him the exact reason the game was banned.
2 gameplay modes depicting characters.
What if he's been in
and
Alaska this
move
whole
a
time? He's just
mechanic
too
in which
embarrassed to
the
tell anyone
player
that he moved to the
takes panty
wrong
shots to use
state
as
on the
currency for favors from
wrong
others.
state on
The
accident in
only method of
2014.
eliminating rivals
Now,
was to murder
a
them.
funny
The
theory,
setting
but I think even DSP, like even if that was the longest con of all time, he wouldn't be able to like stick to it, you know? Eventually he would have to like cope about the weather. He would want to complain about the weather. Just the weather alone. The weather alone would make him be honest about himself. And of course the time zone too. He'd have to LARP like he's in the wrong time zone.
of gameplay and age of victims indicate the game is about violence against and sexual harassment of underage characters in a school setting.
Twitch also explains that even
My
with the
idiotic
removal of
trolls.
these
So,
features,
like,
the game may remain banned
here's
because
the
game is still in
latest.
the-
So here's the latest thing from my fucking idiotic trolls. Yeah, you guys are not gonna believe this. DSP pauses to like whip out his phone. He whips out his phone. So here's the deal. And like, I got an email about this. Like, I don't ask for this stuff. People just send me this stuff. But he reads from his phone. So here's the deal, right? Now the trolls are trying to say that like there's this game about me or whatever, like the Detractor is the name of the game. It's like it's literally just like a Punch-Out clone or something. Like, I don't know anything about it, and I don't care. But like they're trying to say, oh, DSP, you took down the game. No, I didn't. And if you fucking say that, you're fucking banned, and that's the end of it. Like, I'm just done. I'm like, I'm tired of this. Like, we had this last year, right? When it was like on my birthday, I had to, on my birthday, show off that I didn't flag anyone. Because, like, a lot of takedowns were going on, right? Correct? Like, a lot of channels were getting taken down. And they were saying, oh, DSP is behind us. Like, you're fucking morons. You're fucking idiots. I showed off my flagging history. I debunked everything. And that was the end of it. But these fucking insane, moronic idiots still think that I'm the one striking things down. So, like, if you want to make fun of my family, if you want to make fun of my wife, if you want to make fun of my cat, like, that's all cool, right? Like, make fun of me. Well, actually, no, I take that back. Don't make fun of my wife. No, that is not a green light to make fun of my wife, correct? But if you want to make fun of me, like, that's fine. If you want to make fun of my gameplay, you want to make, I want to make this IO plays, I want to make a commentary vid. Okay, that's, like, fine. Like, whatever. Get monetized, whatever, what have you. I'm not gonna like it, but, like, I'm not gonna take it down, correct? Even though they claim that I did, but I really didn't. But, like, the same thing goes for, like, a game. Like, I don't care that there's a game about me. I don't care. I don't know anything about it. I'm not involved. And I don't care anyway. So, like, they're trying to say, oh, like, oh, I'm gonna take down the game. I didn't take down the game. But this is what they do. This is what they do. So, some other guy, like, I don't even know who it is. I don't know, but like he struck down the game or something or whatever. Like, you can't even access the game anymore. You literally can't access the game. Like, I think you could still access it if you like own it, like you own the digital rights to the game. But like, other than that, like, you can't buy it. You can't like access or download the video game. And like, they're trying to say, oh yes, DSP took it down on his day off because DSP was afraid of the game like tarnishing his reputation after the blowout of the side-scrollers interview and the fallout, and they're trying to, no, you're just trying to start fucking drama. Like, that's it. That's all it is. You're trying to start drama. Like, you know why they're doing it too? Because we've been having fun streams. We've been having fun streams over here. We're just chilling out and hanging out. We've been having fun on level 1.
And like I've had amazing playthroughs. Like we're playing Another Crab's Treasure. We're playing Elden Ring. We're playing Helldivers. We're playing Star Wars. We're not playing Sea of Stars. We're not playing Dragon's Dogma 2. We're not playing what the fuck else did he drop? Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. We're like having fun. You know what it is? They're mad. They're mad that RPG Overload is over. They're mad that I'm succeeding. They're mad that I'm making the tips goals now every single stream. They're mad that I'm here 16 years. I've been here 16 years as a content creator, correct? I've been here for 16 years. I'm still here. I'm still gonna be here. I'm still gonna be here every day. And they're still gonna be over there, like mauling and seething with their little Doritos and Mountain Dew, and they're like seething all day, and they're not gonna be doing literally anything with their lives. And Donald's gonna finger snap them out of existence tomorrow, and the whole planet would be the better for it, and nobody would fucking care. Just like how I don't care about like this fucking game. Like I don't even know what it is. It's like only on PC or whatever. Like I can't even play it. I don't have a PC, right? Like it wouldn't even work on the mini PC. The mini PC would not be able to handle it. He's not gonna be able to get away with that lie. I don't know anything about it, and that's the end of that. And that's probably how the segment's gonna go down. See, that's what happens when you listen to him like every fucking day. This isn't healthy for you. Oh yeah, don't forget to go loud. Anyway, like that's it for the pre-stream. I don't think we have anything else to talk about. Wow, guys, that like took up all this. That took like the whole time up for the pre-stream. I don't even have any news to talk about. There's no news to talk about anyway. Like, there's not really any gaming news that's pertinent to me that I want to talk about. So like, we're just open the floor here to some Q&A. See if I can scroll up here. Brian MK, is this a Teddy Feezer salad? I don't know who that fucking is. Like, look, I don't know what that is, and I don't know anything about it, and I don't care. Let me scroll up. We have, Scrubbles, don't make fun of my first son. His name is Jasper, and he's beautiful. Alright, so I'm just getting a bunch of stupid questions. Like, I don't know what you guys are talking about. Do I live in Alaska? So these fucking morons, they're trying to say I did it, and like, if you actually look at the claim, they say, DSP Philip Paul Burnell from Alaska, Renton, Alaska. So these guys are so dumb. These guys are so fucking stupid. They're trying to say, they're trying to say it's me to stir up drama and say like, oh, I'm taking down stuff that's making fun of me. I'm taking down criticism, even though it's not criticism. It's a game making fun of me and my family. But they're trying to say that I'm taking stuff down because they want to cause drama. But like, they say this, right? And they can't even, like, look at the fucking claim to see that it's not even from the right Renton? These guys are fucking morons. They're so stupid. Anyway, I don't see any other shoutouts. I don't see any tips. So I guess we're just gonna start the gameplay. Anyone else? Any more questions? No? Derek? Nothing from Derek? Are you heading off, Jade? Alright, Jade, we'll head it off then. Alright, see you, Jade. We'll see you back later tonight for Street Fighter 6. No, 672, I've not read your email yet. 672, if you send an email during the stream, there's no way I'm gonna be able to respond to it. No, Kirk, you are not getting unbanned, but thank you for the $1. But you realize, Kirk, when you send me $1, like, you're actually sending me 60 cents, correct? Like, I don't know why I keep saying this every fucking day. I swear I have a segment on this, like, at least once every couple of months. When you send me $1, right? Like, you're only sending me 60 cents. Like, you realize that, correct? So, like, you're wasting your money, you're wasting your time. Like, why are you giving money to PayPal? You're trying to give me money, right? Like, that's the whole point of it. So, like, you're like, why not give me $5? Makes me think, why doesn't he just raise the minimum tip to like $5? I sent that in as a suggestion. Well, I didn't send it into like a suggestion box, but I said it as a suggestion a while back. I think it was around this time last year. I said he should just raise the minimum tip to $5, because fuck it. If you're gonna give him $1, if you're gonna give him $2, even just the troll, you're probably gonna give him $5. Fuck it. Raise the minimum tip. And then, you'll have like a slightly higher chance of meeting the tips goal. Yeah, you really should. Again, it's just human psychology. If you're willing to give him a couple of cents, just $1 to the shitpost, yeah, you probably pay $5. Fuck it. add that up across the same couple of people like Kirk over the next couple of years, next couple of months. Oh, you'll be rolling in Hogan's. There's just another way to milk the crowd. Okay, that's the end. That's the end of my little sermon there. I don't think you can control minimums when it's directly to his PayPal bloodstream. That's why he doesn't shout out anything under $1. Yeah, and it weeds out the 50-bit bitches. Not just making fun of his him and his family, puts him and his family in danger, dude. Yeah. Now that they know I live in Arkansas, right? They're gonna take like a boat over there. They're literally gonna take a boat over to Alaska and they're gonna kill me, guys. No, I've never stomped on a cone snail. Alaskan DSP would still bitch about the sweltering heat in the office. Yeah. It's so cold outside, right? All I want to do when I like get home from like the grocery store is like, it's so cold. I just want to go inside the house. I just want to warm up. But like, I don't want to fucking burn to death, right? Like, I don't want to melt. But like, that's all I'm doing in this office. And like, I'm like, when I'm not going out to get groceries, like I'm in home all the time. I know people want to say, oh, you live in Alaska. It's like the coldest state ever. No, like I live in Alaska, yes, but I don't go out a lot. And like, I have the heater on all the time because I live in Alaska, but also because I have the heater on all the time, right? It's always perpetually hot in here. I know the trolls want to say, oh, you can just go outside for no. Like, fuck off. And now you're banned. I just said I was done. I just said I was done with my stupid spiel. I'll respond during my normal business hours, like when I'm uploading videos. I love when he says he doesn't unban people during the streams, but then he'll unban people during streams. It literally just depends on what mood he's in. He's done it for Kirk more than enough times. No, I'm not going the full 90 minutes. Thank you for the question. And now you're banned.
Element. And those mechanics
worked in Alaska for a year. Shit sucks. Yeah, I had like I had a cousin who was over there for a minute. He didn't really enjoy the weather either.
The game is feature complete. In the future, as Yandere Simulator becomes feature complete, we would be happy to
I've heard about those Alaskan cruises. I wonder how those are.
All of its 10 rivals and had not included the first one. Yandere Dev made sure to keep adding salt to this thrashed wound. Twitch was
if you're well known enough, you can get a live unban. Here's hoping when Expand Dog finally gets unbanned. I know when he finally gets banned for good, I can get the live unbanning.
The ever-expansive scope of the game, combined with his inexperience and burnout, is what is causing the delays. A solution he brings forward is having an experienced company
like on Alaskan cruise, you want to see the whales, dude? Tune into the day stream. What are you talking about?
Who have expressed an interest in getting involved with Yandere Simulator's development in exchange for a cut of the game's profits.
Horski dropped a tweet announcing the casino's back tomorrow. It's now 4 days they haven't done a show.
Of the game's profits, or losing ownership of the game's intellectual property, or removing
I'll do some casino catch-up after this.
These terms are all very unappealing to me.
Another solution was to eliminate stress by downgrading the game's development to just a hobby by closing its Patreon. This could lower the overall controversy surrounding the project if Alex stepped away, yet he is equally reserved.
But all of my fans would hate me. Someone else would develop a Yandere-themed game to take the place of my game. I would fade from memory, and all of the work I've done over the past 3 years would be for nothing.
As Alex was increasingly exposing...
I don't know why he said that, because he ends up saying that, right? And then it just inspires people to do exactly that. Like, you never want to give people ideas, especially if their ideas are... It's stuff you don't want to happen. You definitely don't want to say stuff like that out loud. I sure hope no one charges me back this month. That would be horrible.
As more than something to be developed. He sees it as an achievement that validates him. Holding his
the RTU hack thing was nuts.
Well. For now, accompanying this
he really should have streamed on May 1st. Sarah watched a bit, and I did too. He had like the most depressing May 1st burst celebration.
Launch a crowdfunding campaign.
I think he was just mad he didn't get invited to the Gundam stream.
As voters wanted Yandere Dev to continue his method of development,
he had to boot up his own little sad May 1st celebration.
He swayed the poll by framing companies as greedy. With this line of thinking, in March, he decided to start working with the company, even though it only got 8% of the votes on the poll.
Tiny Build Saga.
You may recognize them as the publisher of Hello Neighbor and numerous other games. Eventually, we reached an agreement that I was happy with, and I decided to enter a partnership with them. Don't be worried. I'll retain full ownership of the Yandere Simulator intellectual property. I'll have full creative control over the game. I'll have the final say on
I guess
all
we changed art
merchandising
style for the
decisions.
video.
I can't exploit
We got
the
like a new
product in any
volunteer.
way that goes
To the
against
old
my
volunteer,
wishes,
the
and
disavowal.
no deadlines have been set in stone.
Yandere Dev believes this new partnership to be favorable, with some added benefits like being able to smooth over Twitch, untangling his spaghetti code with an efficient codebase, and primarily speeding up development. As Yandere Dev did with his video, TinyBuild announced this partnership on Twitter. The results were mixed. It was not that fans were displeased that Alex was working with TinyBuild, but that TinyBuild was associating with Alex.
Rich
Some
at
of the
J on the May
replies
1st
read,
event.
quote,
Yeah,
"Hey, at
from
TinyBuild,
what
I respect
I've
a lot of the
noticed,
work
he
you do
does a
for the
stream every May 1st, and he tries to make it like a big deal, like it's the big stream for him to do. Last year, I distinctly recall him restreaming the pre-stream, and then he had his stupid little segments. It was definitely more effort than what he did yesterday. Yesterday, he booted up extremely late. Noticeably, he booted up after the Gundam stream, or rather, after the main event of the Gundam stream, like when they were starting to wind down. Then he chose to boot up. Whereas last year, I distinctly recall he booted up like as soon as the afternoon began, restreamed the pre-stream, and pretty much went the whole day. A little bit more preparation last year versus this year, you know?
GDQ events and other indie devs, but this
Yeah, a
is
lot of super chats and the
probably
event
a
went on for
really bad
hours,
idea.
but
Fucking
today,
love it.
not
The
today,
guy with
yesterday's sad
5,000
event.
monthly needs another business to invest partially and still wants
Jay made him
volunteer
happy.
work. Have fun working with a redacted on his anime girl killing simulator, unquote. The benefit of speedy development could not happen soon enough. Now, April of 2017, Osana was officially 5 months past its original deadline. Updates came mostly in the form of bug fixes and some
Early
additions
development
that were
will
mostly
be quicker
related
now
towards
that he has a
visuals and
partner,
polish.
right?
Mixed within these monthly updates was Yandere Dev emphasizing how other areas of the game desperately needed more attention than the first rival, but also showed some progress towards her completion. This was the case for June, July, August, September, and October. In this month came the first update, not related to Yandere Simulator per se.
Jay
but
was
to
live today
Watashi
dressed as
no Mono,
Jesus. I
the
called
game
him regard and he
inspired by
banned
Yandere
me.
Simulator.
No.
It looks like Alex was getting competition. Now, in November, it is the anniversary of what was meant to be Osana's release date.
I think it was a mistake.
We have another art style change?
This created the impression that Osana
I don't know about
was
this
my
one.
and only priority, which wasn't the case at all. I've made tons of changes and additions to the game over the past year, and it would be a shame if I'm judged solely on whether or not I'm making progress on Osana from week to week.
His framing of Osana moving the game forward was a mistake. The same could also be said about this recent stream of Alex playing the video game Cupheads.
Oh, I love that game. Classic clip coming up. Classic. Modern classic. Fuck this fucking game, man. This isn't even one of the boss levels. It's a platforming level. It's not even one of the main levels of the
Things were not
game.
adding up. This frustration, Alex addressing the decrease of the game's popularity as an equalization to the sudden jump it got, and the lack of progress despite the onboarding of a company. In 2016, the
It's
game
not
was
the sleep earbuds
supposedly
about to die out.
45%
Thank you
complete,
very, very
but at
much
the
for
start of
stopping by,
2018, it was still less than 50% complete.
You're welcome
the
here
explanation
anytime,
for this
man.
can be found on his Discord.
Big
where in
ups.
February of 2018, Yandere Dev stated, quote, "In March 2017, I was ready to bring
Keep up
another
the good work
programmer
on the
board.
positive
After I made
style
a YouTube video
videos."
stating that it needed programming assistance, over 20 plus professional programmers contacted me and offered to help. At the same time, TinyBuild offered to get me the help I needed. So I told the 20 plus programmers, don't worry, I'll get the help
Take
I
it
need
easy,
from my
man.
new publisher, TinyBuild, and turned down their offers. Then I waited 8 plus months for TinyBuild to get me the help I needed. Things didn't work out, so now I'm back to searching for programmer assistance. I'm currently having multiple very promising conversations with potential programming volunteers, but nothing is set in stone yet. In a timeline where
Because
I had
Brian
never
can
signed
alert.
up with TinyBuild, I would have gotten other programmers on board about 1 year ago, unquote. March, April, and May
I feel like I
was
keep
more the
getting
same.
worse at this
Bug
game
fixes
the longer
after
I
bug
play it.
fixes with very few additions. And Yandere Dev was reluctant to talk about TinyBuild. In this screenshot, he stated, quote, "I have nothing to say about it at this point in time, but hopefully one day in the future I'll be able to say something," unquote. There has always been tension with Alex and and his audience. It has been stretched, but never strained as it was now. Between Osana, questions relating to Tiny Build, the emails, and the recycling of his most controversial moments, Alex was going to snap, and it was going to be soon.
Excellent. The latest build and video are finished uploading. Time to release them for the world to see. I hope that everybody likes the latest feature. I think I'll read the comments and see what people are saying.
Where's Osana?
I think it's more like you can't not read the comments because you're obsessed with what people think about you.
Osana?
Well, that's just my speculation. What do you guys think?
Oh, wow. We need to have a talk.
Alex was explaining
No, I don't
again
think we need
that
to
he
have a
regrets
talk. I
putting
think
so
you need to
much
work on the
emphasis
fucking
Osana.
game.
Now a year and 7 months past the initial deadline, the other important bits come in relation to Tiny Build. Those Discord screenshots where Yandere Dev talks about Tiny Build were limited to being exchanged to only those that would go beyond Alex's channel or blog to follow the development. But now in this video, he stated he was taking on all the
He
major
loves the attention,
development
wishes he could get
roles.
1,000 emails a week now. That's what I said. I like. There's no way he gets as many emails as like now than he did back then, right? Like after the expose, all that new drama.
Case scenario, someone else would take my place as the game's programmer so that I could work exclusively as the game's director and producer. If we raise enough money, maybe we could hire multiple programmers who would work on multiple rivals simultaneously.
How do these videos help with development of the game? Why doesn't he just work on the game?
Question in mass: what happened to
I
Tiny
just don't
Build?
understand why this is necessary.
Well, for this video, the comments were disabled, so no questions could be asked or answered there. In Yandere Dev's next video, uploaded just 2 days later on June 8th, he starts by explaining how the adding of features and how the interact with each other slows down the production of projects like this, otherwise known as feature creep.
As the complexity of a project
I like how constantly being harassed is at the end of that. Did you see that? Did you catch that?
Every time you add
Do
a
we
new
need to go
feature,
back?
it will affect other features.
Oh, let me read that whole exchange.
Each other on June 8th, he starts by explaining how
exponentially increasing complexity. That's why you have a team hired to do all that shit for you.
The adding of features
Fatigue,
and how the interact with each other.
lost enthusiasm. You know that hit him hard. Depression, that also hit him hard. And then yes, constantly being harassed and character assassinated.
Like this,
no,
otherwise known as feature creep.
As the complexity of a project increases, it will become proportionally difficult to work on it. Every time you add a new feature, it will affect other features, create new bugs, increase the amount of time you need to spend waiting for the code to compile, increase the loading times of the game, etc. Something that was simple and
Bro takes so
easy
much time to do
work
these
on at the
cartoons that he doesn't have time to work.
eventually become
Yeah,
a nightmare
he's the
if you
one
are
making these
constantly
videos.
wrestling
Unless
with
he
it.
has another volunteer to make the videos for him. They make the art for him. He doesn't do the art. But to cobble the videos together, I'm pretty sure he does a lot of that.
Weird people and
Just
pushing the release
make
date
the
to when it's ready.
game.
If a group of weird people on the internet decide that they feel completely justified in treating you like garbage, and you're subjected to abusive treatment on a daily basis for multiple years, you'll become depressed, which will affect your productivity, which will cause people to call you lazy or a scam artist, which will cause you to receive even more abuse, which will cause you to become even more depressed and less productive, which becomes a never-ending cycle.
Maybe the
of
solution
abuse
is to
and
just work
depression.
on the
Your fan
game.
base won't know about this for a long time because you'll do your best to never speak of it. In the 2 years that have passed since then, I've gained
you failed
much
at that
more
because you
knowledge,
can't not speak
experience,
about
and
it.
information that has helped me to form a new estimate for when I think the game will be completed. And that estimate is...
Is it a joke? Yes, when it's ready. Wow.
Games from popular studios receive backlash when delayed. It's the same for any.
Wow, when it's ready. The thing I said, he should have said from the start, earlier in the stream.
When it's ready.
Games from popular studios receive backlash when delayed. It's the same for indie game studios, except backlash is
Deadlines don't help a guy like him when it comes to productivity. They help for like someone like me, REEE, or maybe a couple of you guys, but they don't work for
It was
him.
not that caused a ripple effect. It was actually everything. This video was just the catalyst, starting with his targeting of his opposition, who he deemed weird people that, like his emails, blames for the lack of development. More and more, it looked like Yandere Dev was threatening the development of the game with things that are out of the control of the average average viewer.
When I playing Street Fighter 6, the great thing about that, Peaches, is that that fits right into what I was talking about how I work best when I have deadlines, and I don't have a deadline for that whatsoever.
Criticize him, you are a weird person. Additionally, when I'm ready, dude. Also a poor move because this attention towards his detractors no doubt emboldens them.
They were right.
This is all to say that this video had dire consequences. On the subreddit r/Yandere Simulator, which was known for being a mostly supported place for the game, turned into something else. Memes such as these became more common, stating that Yandere Dev is out of touch. The significance of this is that this image was contrasting with
you can apply that to like every locale if you really think about it. He should have gotten offended by that.
On the curated videos on his channel was fighting with this new image. Some comments mimic his rhetoric, albeit more dramatically with, quote, all my critics are edgy teenagers who slandered me with no proof, unquote. Then there were the endless screenshots of Yandere Dev on his Discord, dismissing even the typical fan asking a question. Quote, at Yandere Dev, are you considering doing something to Musume's hair to make her fit in more with her group? Other girls in her group have colorful hair, unquote. Yandere Dev responds, quote, it's my lowest possible priority right now. Who the fuck cares and why the fuck do people always bug me about this fucking shit? Just fuck off already. Are the only thoughts that come to mind.
Wow, rude.
Readers and now exposed to Yandere Dev's
Wait, why does he need to read emails now that we live in the Discord era?
Why would you snark at your own fans like that? It wasn't a complaint. It wasn't even a compliment.
We live in the era where people don't even have like emails to send in like tech support stuff. You just go to a Discord, especially if it was like a itty bitty indie game.
He's just losing it now. At this pace,
yes,
the
join
game
the
is going to
Discord.
go down faster than the Hindenburg, unquote. And so it was. Adjacent to these posts exposing Alex for his behavior, others responded to it by leaving the community, and for the first time ever, boycotting his Patreon.
Watching these June docs, he has no chance, even if he's trying to be lenient.
Was officially in motion. His dislike controversial history.
I think I'm still gonna err on the side of I will.
That is Yandere Simulator were for the first time
look, it's out when it's out.
Effect. 2 days
I will reserve my judgment.
Video, came a post explaining the ending of his partnership with TinyBuild. That actually ended 7 months before this post, citing the fear of potentially violating an NDA as the reason he did not talk about it sooner. His explanation for the departure reads, quote, the plan was for the programmer to refactor certain aspects of the code, but it proved to be impossible to refactor that code while I was still making changes and
if you recall, DSP says when he does watch it, he's just gonna watch the stuff that interests him.
If the programmer entirely changed
it's almost like he knows June is very dry and factual when it comes to documentaries.
And would have to be tossed out.
It doesn't really embellish things.
I'd have to stop updating the game for a period of several months while the code was being refactored, unquote. Yandere Dev goes on to explain that because he essentially tied the hands of the programmer, and that at one point he made vague remarks about having difficulty working with the programmer caused the partnership to end. Additionally, he admits to removing any comments asking what happened to TinyBuild. Following this, he set his Patreon on 18+ mode, alongside disabling comments. The comments were also disabled on this post as he stated he was not ready to re-enable them. They were re-enabled, but only on his YouTube videos where there were suspiciously few and only in his favor. He was treading in the dangerous territory of mass censorship, even committing the sin of copyright striking videos on him. These strikes were regularly done on smaller channels, bringing the Streisand effect in full swing once word got out of his rampant copyright abuse coming from his channel that had surpassed 2 million subscribers. Then, in late June, Yandere Dev launched his subreddit r/Yandere Simulator, not to be confused with The Independent, but recently campaigning against Yandere Dev r/Yandere_Simulator. As per the pinned post in his subreddit, he made it to, quote, be able to discuss the game in a civil environment that is free from hostility and drama, unquote.
More like free from criticism.
In this newly established subreddit in opposition to him. In July, this censorship not only persisted but worsened.
Wasn't DSP Police Report also from Alaska?
With channels with as few as 11 subscribers. This video specifically was one where he tells a user sold out to go end himself.
Oh shit!
You're a fucking retard sold out. Go fucking kill yourself, dumb shit.
Whoa!
You're a fucking idiot. When you're playing a story game, you gotta pay attention to the story, dumb shit. Eat shit and die, fuckhead.
As the opposition gained purchase, support towards Yandere's supposed competition increased, like on Watashi no Mono. That's why in June, this screenshot surfaced of the alleged Yandere Dev messaging the developer of the game, Epic Meal Dev, to go die. Though this is thought to be faked and sent by an imitator of Alex, as Redditors question the legitimacy, showing how easy it would be to replicate this message as Yandere Dev. On Twitter, Kiwi Farms, Reddit, and YouTube, word was spreading on what kind of person Yandere Dev was. was, amplified by this video
Yeah, we all just fell on the
titled
purple platform.
Yandere Dev, released
Post-Pride
July
Month
12,
emojis.
2018 by creator Kappa Kaiju.
I was personally subscribed for more than 2 years. It was the only thing I
Police
knew
report
him
was
from.
from
I didn't follow
Washington?
him
Alright, well,
on
there you go.
any other media. And in that time, I never had any reason to believe he wasn't the person.
Oh,
he
look at
says
this
he
unit.
is. But that's
It looks
only
like
because
if
he lies
Drake
and
Bell put on
manipulates the
glasses.
truth, deletes evidence.
Why the white hoodie
anything
though? It
he
stains
can
easily.
Just to make sure
What the fuck is that
people don't
poster in the
think bad of
background?
him.
Kappa Kaiju explicitly only covers his most recent controversial moments, only glancing over his history as a Zephon as a self-proclaimed incel. With that in mind, his video is 46 minutes long and covers his excessive censorship, his hatred and banning of memes, his disabling of mods, his persistent ranting about
Guardians of the
emails,
Galaxy.
his falling
Alright.
out with Tiny Build, the lack of Usana,
Yeah,
his
I'm
poor
not
coding
Mr. Cape
habits,
shit.
and most importantly, his hostility.
If you're a fan of his, just remember this. When someone criticizes him or his game, he doesn't distinguish between fan and foe. He will attack you with the same level of arrogance. He treats
just
everything
like
from an
TSP.
innocuous meme to death threats with
Doesn't
the
matter
same
if you're
kind of
Dent or
hostility.
Detractor
This video
or
ends with a call
Detractor.
to action.
If you're still here and you've pledged to his Patreon, pull it. Boycott him. It's the only way he'll actually put in the time required to improve his level of work, to change the person he is. Because, to be honest, he doesn't care if people dislike him. He just wants the money.
It was in July of 2018.
Finally, right? We're
that
finally,
for the
like,
first
making
time
progress.
Since 2015, his Patreon dipped below $4,000 and did not recover. The movement against him was coalescing, and this was the outcome. As the dam was breaking, more and more videos of Yandere Dev were circulating. Not all negative, sometimes they were just strange moments, like this one where he moved around an image of Samus Aran.
Oh my god. Ooh. Ooh. What a nice view. Looking pretty good up there.
Aw, come on, he was just
Look at
having
that.
fun.
Beautiful. Just
Haven't we all
beautiful.
had moments
Here,
like
honey,
this?
Come down. Come down.
Oh yeah,
and
I've
give
never
your
done
lover
this.
A kiss.
No, don't do no, I was
That's a
trying to
good girl.
cap. I take it back.
Where did I put there? Oh god.
This alongside other memes that were reshaping his image under normal circumstances. For a traditional game developer, this would not matter. In the case of Yandere Dev, it changes everything. Alex hates this because
Bro, June, you cannot just end the clip there. Saru, this is the editing. Phil is gonna have to contest. This is the editing. Phil is gonna have to. Dude, it's over. This is like, I know June is professional. He tries to be like, he tries to come at you like Mike Klum. that was like, no, that was not edited. That was not edited. But it was cleverly, him presenting that unedited clip was edited in a very clever manner to cut off at the exact moment where your interest would peak and you would want to go seek out the original clip. This is the masterclass editing DSP is gonna have to like put up with. It's fucking over. Seen that clip with Samus, but it never had Lisa? Alright, let me just see that one more time.
Ooh.
Ew.
What a nice view.
What a nice view.
Looking pretty good up there.
This is him with his KO gaming voice turned off. He kind of still sounds the same, honestly, but I guess it's a little bit more authentic.
Look at that. Beautiful. Just beautiful.
What a cursed voice.
Here, honey,
and that's
come
coming
down.
from me.
Come down and give your lover a kiss.
This was probably before he ended the
That's a
stream.
good girl.
I've not done that.
There? Oh god.
This
alongside
other.
Did you see that? So, okay. He says, "Oh God," it's like a Vosh moment. You show something you're not supposed to.
Where did I put there? Oh god.
It's like DSP during the incident. He was trying to like hide the source, hide the camera source. So right here, if you know OBS, he's clearly trying to hide the Samus, but then accidentally reveals the Lisa. And it's not an edit because it's like you see it's the same quality of the game over screen. Like you can still see the patterns on the game over screen on the Lisa PNG. That's not edited in. That would be very disingenuous of June and very out of character for him to edit that in. Those are OBS sources. He has to know what was coming. Maybe he just has it as like image 1, image 2, image 3. I don't even know why the Lisa is loaded in, but it's very suspicious. But he immediately realizes his mistake and quickly tries to hide it, just like DSP hit the camera on May 1st.
This alongside other memes that were reshaping.
Man, he is really not beating those allegations. Now, I have many questions too, like why is that loaded in to begin with?
Image under normal circumstances for a traditional game developer, this would not matter. In the case of Yandere Dev, it changes everything. Alex hates
like the
this
Grinch
because
here.
he treats this as pure mockery, banning anything that could be perceived as an attack on his character. This inadvertently makes it more entertaining.
That emote of the Grinch, who has it? Do I have it? The baby Grinch. Yeah, this. That's him. That's the face right here. He's making that face. He looks like a fucking Grinch, but like white. He's the white Grinch.
It changes everything. Alex hates this because he treats this as pure mockery, banning anything that could be perceived as an attack on his character. This inadvertently makes it more entertaining, and it was no longer the fear that the game was
and in
becoming
Whoville
a
they say
meme game.
his
It was a
incel
fear that
penis
he was now
receded
becoming
3
a
sizes
meme.
that
Back
day.
in 2015, when Yandere Simulator was first gaining popularity, I wanted to quickly destroy the notion that it was a meme game and establish that I was trying to develop a genuine stealth game.
The types of games Alex is referring to are games that are often labeled derisively as YouTube bait, or as Alex labels them, meme games. These are games such as Alex's that have absurd
These are like
premises
white
such as
hot
Surgeon
popular
Simulator
meme
and
games,
Goat Simulator.
right?
They
Like
have
hot
periods
white
where they
hot
were picked up by
meme
content
style
creators and
popular
played
game
because the
style
nature allowed
games.
for easy commentary in one place in intentionally outlandish situations. In fact, one of the reasons he wanted to rename the game to Lovesick was to drop the simulator from the title. But now sights were set on him, and with the tides turning, what would be Yandere Dev's response to this changing of his image and the criticisms of the game?
Rapidly slapping everything together in a haphazard way might have allowed me to make frequent updates back in the beginning, but ultimately, it had negative long-term effects that have slowed down the game's development.
Looks like Phil is so uncanny. He doesn't sound like Phil voice-wise, but like the way he phrases certain things, yeah, I get what you're getting at.
Recently criticized and is making an effort to
Like, he
improve
tries
the
to
game
sound
based
smarter than
on
he actually
criticism.
is.
Missing was the criticism directed towards him as a person. This was addressed in a different video also released in November, known infamously as it is titled Hate and Shame.
Oh boy, I remember Josh going over this one.
Make up less than 1% of everything you've ever done or said over the course.
Okay, I saw Jersh go over this one when it came out. The preamble for this one is, it's like a description of his depression and his shame he feels and all this shit he has to put up with emotionally. And to describe it, he LARPs as like a female, or he describes the scenario that he faces, but to make it more appealing to you, the viewer, he describes it from the perspective of an imaginary female fictional character who he probably wishes he was.
Your life. And none of those messages accurately represent who you really are. However, imagine that someone decides to take all of these embarrassing moments from your past, put them into a list, and show that list to his friends. Then he claims that this list represents you.
Yandere Dev's Hate and Shame video has a runtime of nearly 23 minutes. That was a near 30-second clip. However, that message is hammered in non-stop. He talks about how these gremlins, in place of trolls, critics, or liars, poke at him, and place him in the same place as other controversial creators like Chris Chan or DarkSyde Phil. He states that he tries to reason with them, but that they also don't use facts or logic. Here, he is making the same error of not giving any specific examples.
Classic, dude, LTG does this, DSP does this, Winx does this, this guy does this. Oh, I'm not like those other lolcows. I'm not like those other laughable spectacles. How dare they group me in with the likes of Phil Burnell and Chris Chan.
In place of
I completely forgot he put DSP in the video.
Critics or liars poke at him and place him in the same place as other controversial creators like Chris Chan or DarkSyde Phil. He states that he tries to reason with them, but that they
DSP
also
would
don't
never
use
wear a
facts or
blue shirt
logic.
with blue
Here,
pants,
he
so
is
come
making
on.
the same error of not giving any specific examples. Again, repeating the message that those in opposition of him are unreasonable people that revel in his demise. Furthermore, he goes after creators who recently made videos on him, calling them tabloid pieces for a lowbrow audience.
Tabloids are widely widely considered to be trashy entertainment for a lowbrow audience. Unfortunately, there is a YouTube equivalent of tabloid magazines, channels that are dedicated to ridiculing and shaming other people.
Whoa,
These
I'm the
YouTubers make
guy.
money by degrading,
Markiplier here,
debasing,
and we're gonna
defaming
shit
others.
all over
There
you,
is a
dirty
massive
dip.
conflict in the message he is trying to push. He states that these gremlins are dismissive, glosses over creators and others that ridicule
can't
him
believe it.
as
Who
if
would
he
do
completely
such a thing?
understands him, as they exist in his mind as terrible people. Only for Yandere Dev to be doing that exact same thing. He is dismissive of these gremlins and creators and portrays their actions as hive mind. The only difference is he and the other controversial figures are the only identifiable people in the video, despite drawing himself as a teenage girl.
By now, you've probably realized who this video is really about.
Oh my lord!
What am I supposed to do in this situation?
The cherry on top is
Well, we
that he
call that
states
like a
that, the
reverse
emails
transition?
which were increasing in volume to
Congratulations.
troll him are affecting his work. This rare video where Alex discusses himself on the Yandere Dev channel shows how little he has changed to his, by this point, decade-old forum posts. The difference now is he is emboldened by his success, unrelated to his flaws. Attached to this video was a poll. Two options were given related to the future of content on his channel. One to make more videos expelling rumors but inviting drama, and the other to presumably ignore the drama and work on the game. 2/3 of the audience voted on the latter option. Alex, seeing this, made the decision to include himself in more drama. Now, late November, it was announced that Alex was going to be the new owner of r/Yandere_simulator, meaning that he was going to own that alongside his established r/Yandere simulator Reddit. One of the owners posted that they transferred the subreddit to Alex after a 2/3 vote, and most importantly, they gave the subreddit to Alex, quote, in exchange for compensation based on how the community had grown under us, unquote. Almost immediately, there was a new post on the subreddit by Alex himself titled Under New Management, explaining how he believes the subreddit became infested with trolls due to a rogue administrator. Alex goes on to frame the other administrators as regretful of their creation, citing this, not the pre-established compensation via one of the
I feel like I've gotten
administrators,
nowhere
as
in the
reason they
game.
handed it over to
Thing is, every time I
Alex
die,
going as far to
maybe
quote
this
them
is like
saying,
just
quote,
this
"It's
is the
become
reason
anxiety-inducing to
why
even look at
these
it.
games
Honestly, we
can't
just
be
want it
dingus
off our
style
hands.
games.
We're letting it sit."
All the enemies respawn when I die, and all I want to do when I come back is I just want to like clean out the area of all the enemies again. Now, obviously, if you're like a seasoned Dark Souls vet, you know not to do that because that's like a little waste of your fucking time. And all you should really do is just progress to where you need to be. But like, I'm a platformer completionist, man. So I want to do all the happy platforming while also, you know, clearing out the area of all the bad guys. And if they just keep coming back, every time I spawn back in, I'll never get anywhere. This is coupled, too, with the increasingly difficult gameplay.
And
I'm still having fun, though.
The gist is that he was shutting down posts disapproving of him. Later came this video of the alleged Yandere dev messaging what is believed to be one of the ex-administrators of the subreddit, showing that at one point he was willing to pay $10,000, but in the end $3,000 was settled on the purchase of the subreddit.
Yeah, the completionist autism is working against me. I feel like I'm at the end of this area. Like for the majority of the stream, I feel like I've just been working off the initial area and just trying to die repeatedly. Like I want that one perfect run where all the enemies are dead and I'm just the guy.
Or basically any way to progress the game was in sight. Videos on Yandere Dev were gaining popularity, and Yandere Dev's Patreon continued to suffer, threatening to dip under $3,000 a month. The first update video of 2019 was lackluster. Yandere Dev addressed that in his video.
Is that the Pizza Tower guy? The insight I gained from each of these experiences was incredibly valuable, but I still feel as though
we
I'm
have
coming to you
massive story progress. Oh look, he even says it. All right, I feel like I'm making progress. Well, I'm glad someone's chipper here. What's wrong? Did something bad happen? Kiddo, look at who we're fighting here. These are people. Folks beyond saving, sure, but that don't make it simple. Sorry, I guess I kind of stopped thinking about that. Wow, you fucking monster. You know who the real monsters are? The hermit crabs. There you go. I guess I kind of stopped thinking about that after a while. I guess you did. Ah, fucking cunt. I can't really fault you for it. Sometimes even I forget it for a moment. But mark my words, kiddo. Forgetting what it means to hurt someone is the worst thing that can happen out here, out in the open ocean. Worse than being a beastie's lunch, I reckon.
It'll be just about all that separates us from these poor souls is that they forgot for good. Am I close to the top? You know it's gonna end with the boss too. Oh my god, it's another hammer hermit crab guy. No.
Handed, which is an awful feeling.
Adding salt to the wound was this alleged former volunteer's leaked Discord messages, explaining to someone that, quote, his lack of progress has to do with his lack of volunteers recently. He has finally resulted to doing work himself, and now no progress has been made. He spent the last month using his 12-hour daily schedule, canceling ideas and coming up with new ones, unquote. If there is a correlation
he still hasn't changed from back in the day.
To his Patreon
putting in
earnings,
Easter eggs and shit.
Fallen severely. 2019 was a different year than 2018 because it was rather uneventful. Not to say it was entirely devoid of drama. What it was devoid of was implementation of Osana. Month after month, though still providing video updates and additions to the game, the momentum was lost. Interest in the game had hit an all-time low. His average monthly Patreon slumped to hovering around $2,500 a month, nearly half of what it was a year ago. And at the end of 2019, it was at its lowest point thus far. The start of 2020 marked Osana delayed 3 years and 1 month past the original deadline. This time, something was different. Alex did what he hasn't done in a long time. He set up anticipation
I'm all the way
for
back
release
here.
of Osana
Oh wait, no,
in
but I
his
have the
first
shortcuts, so I
post
should be
of
good.
2020, stating that she is, quote, functionally complete, unquote, saying he is on the last hurdle. Osana, when released, will change the game state from being a debug sandbox to a functional demo. Attention, though, was elsewhere, focused on a rather unexpected, community-driven pastime.
It's time to speedrun. See how quickly I can get banned.
I remember watching this video when it first came out.
That was a June 2018 banned speedrun a Yandere Dev's Discord server.
I wonder how
set
quick
at
it is
6
these
seconds.
days.
And so this was a former world record holder. Beating the former world record champion was trendsetter Manoka. As the Yandere Dev server evolved, it basically reinvented itself and turned into a different server and challenge. This pastime, while present throughout the past few years, picked up in stride in January 2020. That speedrun, posted January 19th, 2020, was 7.58 seconds. Impressive and also inspiring to others. As shown, the runner, as did the former world record holder, made the decision to post
This
a
is what
short
I mean,
video.
like June knows how
This
to
is
have fun with
eye-catching and
things.
saves the time needed
He's
to
being
go type
professional
and
about it,
have
but
a
you know
moderator read
he's
the
laughing his
message
ass
and
off
then
at
apply the
this.
ban. As Yandere
Why
Dev's
else would he
images
include
from
it as a
Gaia
segment?
Online were in circulation and easily recognizable, these were found to be optimal. Still, there was much room for improvement. This was beaten on the same day by nearly 2 seconds at 5.93 seconds. The runner saved time by using the keyboard commands to post the image. Following this feat was a feat even grander than the last. Using keyboard commands, an optimal eye-catching picture, and precision, the record was beaten by exactly 2 seconds at 3.93 seconds. This was the number to beat, and many tried, but only succeeded in spreading the word massively on the ongoing speedruns. As word of the spread, so did memes of Yandere Dev that were used in the speedruns, like the "Are You Coding Son" meme, that utilized the 3 pictures that accompany one of his infamous Gaia posts with minor editing. In the meme, his father enters and asks, "Are you coding, son?"
Are you
Yandere Dev
coding,
replies,
son?
"Sure am, Dad." When left alone, Yandere Dev then winks at his audience, implying no work is being done. Interest in Yandere Dev increased, similar to his blow-up in 2015. The difference now was that new people were exposed to him, now knowing first of the memes and secondhand the game. So for the first time ever was a true and growing interest in his character and infamy. It seems this was only an inevitability sprung by chance from the ongoing speedruns. Still the 19th, new measures were taken to impede the bombardment of new members joining in to disrupt the server with memes.
Wait, wait. Can we read these rules? I need to read these rules. Give me the deep lore. Please avoid childish and obnoxious behavior, which is absolutely not the behavior you get from Kinda Sav. With the 3 stream shakens, she says, "Expand dong." Hello, Sav. Welcome in.
watching the Yandere Dev documentary by June the King guy. Yeah, please avoid childish and obnoxious behavior which creates an atmosphere that discourages adult fans of the game from wanting to participate in the community. Examples of childish and obnoxious behavior. Type in all caps, putting cutesy emojis and words at the end of negative statements. Ooh, bestie. Oh my god, Sab would hate this server. Overuse of certain emojis that are exclusively used for low-effort shitposting. I agree.
Bombardment of new members
Ending sentences with a dash. How is that childish behavior? Saying help when something mildly surprising happens? That's like, what?
Memes. Now
responding with okay after someone
chat, one had to have a paid subscription to his Twitch channel. The following day, this was amended to accept those who donate Discord Nitro. Runners did not want to donate money, so they found a way to circumvent these restrictions. By naming one's Discord to Are You Coding Son or variants of his memes, his user roster would be full of derisive or eye-catching remarks against Yandere Dev. As these users were banned, the speedruns and world record evolved. Runner Flaws Glob not only used an eye-catching image as their profile picture and a meme for their name, they added an exclamation mark in front of their name. That way they'll be moved to the top of the Discord user roster and banned quicker. The result was a world record beaten again. This time by 2 seconds, set at 1.41 seconds. As this new method caught on, new measures again were put in place.
Are they being banned specifically by Yandere Dev or by another mod?
So this is gonna be.
I guess it doesn't really matter.
Personal attempt to get me banned really fast.
He's sad if it was Alex himself, though.
So it started. And I got. Did I just get banned? Wait.
Posted January 26, 2020 by runner Skirk3 was a world record of 0 seconds. This feat earned 4.5
That's what I'm saying. No, that's what I'm saying, Peach. Is like this is the
such as
like this is the totally good faith professional editing that DSP is gonna have to put up against. Like it's over. I the more I see this, the more I'm like, oh man, he's gonna do this to DSP. And DSP thinks it's gonna be so like earnest and honest and like good faith, and like I don't know what to think after seeing this now.
A catchy profile picture and choosing the name.
Let's go. The cum chalice. Yo, dude.
The runner was banned in an instant, presumably by a bot or a very active moderator looking for keywords in one's name. Speedruns still persisted, but with this world record claimed, the race was over. This arc captured by several videos and compilations, including a 193 video playlist on YouTube where 61 of the videos are unavailable. There were also videos recounting these events, like Bockinson's 3-part series a la the popular stream run documentary channel Summoning Salt. Though these speedruns may have lost momentum, the memes did not, and only picked up in February. One of particular note was the cum chalice.
Cascadia roll.
As users found the original video of Alex toasting a glass of milk, only to be struck down by copyright.
We got the munch sacrificial altar intended to be devoured whole along with a living crab by a great beast of a stands between.
Now then, let's begin with a simple explanation of the class trial.
Some audio was surprisingly well-fitting. Twitter was also playing its role. Consume the cum chalice, which variants like consume the coom or coom chalice became the universally understood references of Alex's milk toasting video. There was a rapid
I feel like a boss is
meme
coming up, so I'm gonna refill real quickly and then skedaddle right on back.
A process that was not affecting Alex positively. Taking into account his deep desire to be taken seriously as both a developer and a person, this is the exact opposite of what he wanted. As a response to this, on January 20, 2020, in the height of the speedruns, Alex tweeted, quote, "Thought experiment. Imagine that someone successfully convinces the entire world that you deserve to be treated like shit. As a result, you are harassed by dozens of people every hour of the day for several years, with no end in sight. When will you decide to commit redacted?" Unquote. 13 hours later, he was seen telling one of the speedrunners that, quote, "Anyway, you have no worth or value and the world would be better without you," unquote. On YouTube, he was still copyright striking critical videos, and on his blog, in February, he stated vaguely that, quote, "The past 2 weeks were dominated by problems going on in my personal life, and as a result, I wasn't able to work on the game as much as I wanted to."
Has he offed himself yet?
Then there was another blog post mid-February on Valentine's Day in the same vein. Quote, I
beat the boss like consume a Coom Chalice in celebration. I will consume a glass of water in my Yoshi glass, the official Yoshi since 1989?
It's impossible to be productive under
1985
these
glass, which is
circumstances.
wrong because Yoshi debuted in
Lack of progress
1991, you
combined with the
fucking
ongoing
moron.
evolution of memes, his expressiveness of his dissatisfaction contrasted by his own toxicity,
Imagine
and
getting
now
Yoshi's
a
birthday
collaboration
wrong.
with Project QT involving two characters of Yandere Simulator in its sexually explicit game brought on more negative attention.
Yandere-chan and Info-chan are now playable characters in a game called Project QT. In case you haven't heard of it, Project QT is a gacha game.
He got into a
Turn-based
gacha
combat.
game?
It's also an 18+ game for adults only.
As Alex was doing as the solution around the penny shop
Sounded very
mechanic
cocky
and other
when he
perverse
said that.
themes that were criticized for involving minors, he was changing only the canon of the game so that characters were 18+, but not modifying the high school outfits nor
Probably should have done that from the start. Again, again, it works for Japan because that's like Japan's weirdo culture. It doesn't work when you're a white American who doesn't know anything about anything. You know, as DSP always says, no, I'm white, American, I don't get any of this. Like, you should have made it take place in above age, just like Cobra always says, alive, of age, consenting. You should have made it take place in an alive, of age, and consenting environment from the very start. Because you know what they're gonna say. You know what the journos are gonna say. And the trolls, and like, just have it take place in college. Like, again, people love college. People want the next Persona to take place in college. They don't want to play as high schoolers. It makes them feel, what's the word they use? Squicky, squickish, squeamish, icky.
the setting. Alexander had long been pulled in every direction by his want to appease different portions of his user base and his own desires. This change, because it was a middle ground, brewed discontent. Challenging other areas of the game was Osana and r/Osana. This appears to be created as a result of Alex's purchasing of r/Yandere_simulator. This exodus was joined by those also seeking to speak on the game freely. In 2019, it was combined with another subreddit known similarly as Where's Osana? And now in 2020, the ranks
These
swelled.
people watch his June video in full
On YouTube,
offline.
Habakaiju
Oh, for
made a
sure.
second
I
video
feel
on
like it.
Yandere Dev
And then when he,
titled,
it's
Yandere
like
Dev is never going to-
he'll watch it beforehand to like prep himself, and like he'll know like what places to comment on, what places specifically he should skip. Like he'll do it to prepare himself for the public online react.
Finish Yandere Simulator. In an hour and 49 minutes, as opposed to his prior video, Habakaiju examines Yandere Simulator as a game and its mechanics rather than its code, criticizing its feature creep. The game, even with the goal
Hey, look,
of
I was
Osana,
right. Feature
felt
creep.
pointless,
They actually
and
said
a
it.
product too reflective of Alex's personal
Yes.
interests.
This bridges me to my next critique, being, what
Oh,
the
shoot.
fuck? What? Who?
Okay, we'll give it one try. Hey, it's the guy from the trailer. Ah, yes, Helkia, Intimidation Crab. This is gonna be the one boss DSP does tomorrow. Let's get some prayer hands. Peaches, the prediction. Peaches, the prediction. Peaches. Oh god. Ah! I don't want to attack. I don't want to attack. I don't even have all 5 of my hearts, my heart kelp. I only got 3. I can't even step away with this guy yelling at you. You're like you're the most accessible moderator right now. And you do it for free. What are you gonna do? Oh, I like the back of his body is a little face. Oh, that's so scary. It's like an Oni mask. Yeah, look, it's like a little Oni mask. He's like a big old ogre. Nope. Belted. Ah! Oh god, I'm out of charges. I'm the guy. Yeah, go ahead and vote in the prediction. You know, it could be a one and done. You know, I could absolutely dogma. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ah! Okay, we're back in business. predictable attacks. Just roll, and never dodge. No, always dodge, never block. That's my style of play. Never block. It's like Smash Brothers. Okay, he swipes after he does this scary face. That was brutal. Yeah, he hit me with the ring out. Oh, look, there's a city coming up too. God damn it. And like any other shell but the sushi would be appreciated, man. And what about my souls? My souls! My souls are just gone. The soul is now gone. The safest place for any Souls boss is usually right behind it. There was that one Elden Ring boss where he, like, the boss was facing, like, the boss was in front of DSP but turned around, and then because of a glitch, he attacked, but the attack went out behind him as if he were facing DSP, and then DSP died. I gotta admit, oh my god, my shells are up there. I didn't see it. Oh my god, I'm blind. But you gotta admit, like, stuff like that is bullshit. You don't know how to make a fucking game from Soft. That's the next death. Dude, the first attempt was so good. What went wrong? Yeah, we're at 2 deaths now. Oh no. It's looking good, prediction bros. If I wanted to play Dark Souls, I would've just fucking played Dark Souls, man. Hello? Give me my shell back. I'm back to 0 microplastics. God damn it. I'm gonna have to do a lot of grinding style grinding. Gotta listen for that sound cue. Ow. Yeah, he swipes right. He always swipes after the scary face. Ow. Oh my god, I gotta dodge, 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 dodge. Leave me alone! Oh, how did that not hit? It's gonna hit. Good music too, like I haven't even commented on the music at all. I'm fucking jammed out. Oh, was that a parry moment? I heard a Perry sound effect. And it wasn't Perry singing Dingy Horny. I'm rolling more than I do in Smash. Oh no, phase 2! Oh man, I should have seen that coming. One of them's bigger than the other because he didn't break it right. Oh god, I'm dead! I should have known it wouldn't be that simple. Combo, combo. All of them are gonna combo now. Ow! Okay, new move. No, no! Okay, that's still only one slice. Yeah, just spam, just do that move more. Just spam that move. I don't care about that move. I love that move. Just do that move. Okay? It's okay. It's okay. Imagine thinking I don't got this in the bag. Troll's about to be so felted right now. I should have dodged. I should have dodged. I should have dodged. I should have dodged. Ow. Okay, he did it again because he's a fucking moron. Down. Oh! No! Ow! I got too greedy. Okay, I really think I can do it. I really think I got cocky. I'm not gonna lie. That was pure cocky and greed. If I was Dave and I was also someone reviewing Dave's gameplay, I too would say, wow, Dave, you sure got cocky right there. Wasted that charge. Yeah. My problem is, again, and I've already analyzed my own issues with how I play the game. I never block. I just don't like blocking. I really should do it more, but I don't. And I don't parry. And I try to go for the charge shots rather than just accepting a combo or even an incomplete combo. I don't have a lot of variety, right? When it comes to how I fight. This game has so many tools, and I really don't use any of them. It's like I'm too reliant on what works for me. When the game gives me so much to work with. I would be the worst kind of person to promote this game. Because I don't use everything in my arsenal. Nice to know I can be hit out of that. Ow! Felt it. That's a one hit. Was doing a good job dodging that too. Have I tried blaming the game? I have not tried blaming the game yet. I can't blame the game. It's way too polished for an indie game. That's the difference between me and Dave, correct? Like, I completely acknowledge it. It's literally me. There's no fucking delay or nothing. It's just me. My problem is that I'm probably gonna be too hard on myself, especially if I can't do it now. We're on death number 4. Watch Dave beat this on like the first try too. I'm gonna be so fucking belted. Go in gamer mode. Oh my god. Please let me stagger. Ah, fuck it. Fuck the stagger. It's too late. It's too late. It's too late for me. Oh. You won't even let me heal. His upper changes after he breaks the chopsticks. Actually has less range. Well, last one. Oh. Yeah, I feel like that has worse range after he breaks the chopsticks. Dude, he moved back. Did you see that? There it is. Fuck, that's 5. Wait, is it 5 or more or 5 or... Okay, do I win the battle in 5 tries? Okay, that's what it was. That's like, do I got one more shot at it? This will be attempt number 6, so you can pay out. Really felt like I had that too. That is not a troll L. I have now mastered the boss, sir. I have now the boss is mastered. I don't know what you're talking about. We have it. I felt like I should have hit. Big ups on a Dorney shout out, Goki.
Lots of things come in.
fuck is he playing?
And they're coming all over the place. And don't.
Thank you for the. That was certainly a shout out. Oh my lord! No wonder that has awful range. It nearly kills you in one hit. No, DSP says he's mastered the whole game. He won't say he's mastered like the first part. He tells you he's mastered the whole game. Completely different. I'm the real DSP Junior. Ack. Again, DSP is gonna get this first try, guaranteed. He's just that good at the game, man. He better be. He's the master, he's the boss, he's beaten every Souls game.
That's not it!
Big ups on a Drawn Frogger shout out. Oh my god, dead.
Oh my god, dude! I can't block! I can't block, I can't dodge. What do you want me to do? This electricity shit is bullshit.
Was this like yesterday? Oh wait, I'm trying to do it like I'm making the shout out bigger.
We need to get this game done, bro.
We need to get this game done, man. I'm not even at this part yet, you're spoiling me. But not as spoiled as I am to have Seal in my chat. And he says, 3-stream streak? I did nothing wrong. I shared correctly. Yeah, welcome in, Seal. We're, well, this is spoilers for tomorrow's Dave stream. He's gonna fight this dude. I haven't fought a boss all stream, really. Well, no, there was that one at the very start, the lycanthrope. But that's like a mini boss. He's not gonna have trouble with that guy. This is the real challenge. He's not even really hard. Like, I have it down. Like, I have it mastered, correct? He dodged. Gamer mode. Gamer mode! Whoa! It's a Peaches and Keem gifted tier 1 sub to Drawn Fraga the guy. Congratulations, man. Welcome in, Drawn Fraga. We're at attempt number 7 for this dude. How was he for you? I was like, wow, this guy's so easy, and then he broke the chopsticks. Dave should not have a problem with him. If Dave has a problem with him, he's a bad gamer. This dude is not hard for someone with Dave's expertise, in my opinion. Alright, breaks apart the chopsticks. Phase 2. Yeah, Seal, they took a look at the takedown shit. It's from, whoever sent it, put Renton, Alaska instead of Renton, Washington. He thinks it's not Dave. Oh, wait, I thought I was already dead. I was like, okay, I've already died. That attempt is already wasted. Let me adjust myself. And no, I had like 1 HP left, dude. I just said why I just sat there. You thought I put the controller down? I was like, okay, just kill me. Just kill me. Like, just reset it. Just kill me. No. I thought that was gonna kill me. This is the run. This is not the run. Oh god. I like the crackling noise whenever you get a good hit in. Really feel like you're attacking a guy's shell. Oh, we're fucked. We're definitely fucked now. I like that they have a little area there, just in case you want to climb back up, and I completely miss it. Oh no, I can make back, I can make back, I can make back. No, we cannot make it back. We cannot. Oh, hi, Mark. This is the run. Can you pay out, Dingus? UNFW and Fraga are here. I'm trying to play a high-intense action game. Unless they voted to. I almost had him on the stagger. All right, we're at the midpoint. You think Fraga's region locked? Oh, ML. Oh my lord. Oh my fucking lord. Does Dingus win the battle in 3 more tries? When did you put this up? At like attempt number 5? Is this a yes or no? Is this the 3rd try or not? Like, I already died 3 times? Okay, thank you. It's no. This time that. No. I should have delayed the roll. No, that was not the run. I need to get into that. You know how I had that rhythm at the start? Or I did a giant chunk out of them. I was getting the dodges right. Then I messed up one dodge. Rhythm's broken. Can never recover. I need that. I need a rhythm like that for the second half. Yeah, I need that groove back. Yeah, I gotta roll around him. Especially once the second half starts. Like right now it makes sense to do the rolling away because he has the overhead. Now for that move specifically, yeah, maybe go around him. Okay, not when he frightens you. Done. Dang. Oh. Overhead, the best move to go around him. Also roll on the chopstick side. Yeah, I see what you're talking about. I guess you're right, man. Ah yes, attack the backside for critical damage on the giant enemy crab. Damn it. There was nowhere to roll around there.
Your shell is badly damaged.
What was that?
The game glitched. It like fucked up by rid of. He was like,
he sunk into the floor?
the game never explained itself.
Okay, this for certain is like I have the enemy patterns now. There's literally no way I can mess up now, correct? Pablo, hit the music. I dodged too late.
Again?
I really gotta hide in my shell for that attack. But I'm always like, oh, okay, if I just keep dodging, I'll be fine. Wrong dodge. There. One more? One more? Wait, when is he gonna split? Okay. Walking with me there. Well, like I'm way past half health. Why isn't he breaking the chopsticks? Wait, wait, is this the secret? That is not the secret. Oh God!
You're punished heavily for trying that.
Actually, you can't do it to him when he's facing from the front. I'm being honest, I mispressed the button there, and I did the hook shot by accident. I kind of want to try that again.
Yeah!
No! That's the secret! That's the weakness! Organically discovered secret! That's probably like a free stagger if I can get it off.
You guys know I love getting off, right?
Yeah, Carl, organic. I said what I said. Easy.
Got him!
Alright, time to lose. The ESP said that was broken? I don't think that's broken. How is that ability useful on a boss like that?
I want you to tell me.
Oh, normally, we don't do song requests right now, Eagle, but for you. build stagger pretty fast. Maybe save it for like when I'm really pushing for that last bit of stagger. Nope. Ah! Belted. Forgot to hook. I had the idea too. I was like, I just had the idea and then I forgot to do it. Wow, that's like the best song in the game, Eagle. Thank you for requesting it. Oh wait, my cowboy outfit. I got half health. Almost down the second phase. Right there. Right there. Right here. He runs at you! He runs for it! He doesn't run for it in phase 1. Just have it loop forever? That's not advantageous, because I'm about to win! Oh, I didn't even get the souls. It doesn't matter. There's no souls to collect. And I build up a lot of stagger. Damn. I was trying to do a charge right there. You can tell I was feeding for it too. He can do that while I'm rolling down a river. He was supposed to break the chopsticks. Oh God, what? What happened there? Just not gonna talk about it. This is fucking bullshit. And like, you know DSP is gonna beat it in like one try and then gloat about it, right? It's never been this over, DSP bros. It's truly, truly never been this over. Okay, I don't want to reel him in until I'm like right there with the stagger. There's no point otherwise. Like right here. There. Frightened! The game fucking glitched right there. I had him staggered. It says I was frightened. If I was frightened, how was I able to reel him in? Welcome back, Seb. I'm still fighting this fucking annoying boss, right? blame the trolls. I blame the camera angle. Notice how he's not doing the scary attack anymore? He knows. Okay. No! He doesn't even give me time to do it! It was either heal or do the real. Not like it would be helpful. I don't have stagger built up. Tried to go in for the jump R2. Well, I say jump R2, more like just R2. I mean, I'm losing ridiculously, monstrously bad in this boss. And hitting $8 for a tier 1 sub? That's crazy. That should be illegal. Fuck Canada, right? Maybe R2 was right. Okay, that was not a good reel. Yeah, blame Trudeau, I think. That's the guy everyone hates, right? He's a fan of blackface. DSP would love him. Got way too greedy there. Oh my god, I got Bryden as I was reeling him in. It's not gonna work.
No.
Bossman just lost 1,000 on a coin flip. I hate when he plays the number generating minigame. It's just not fun to watch. Dude's an entertainer. Don't play a number genning game. At least play like the Minesweep one. There's like nothing for me when he plays the number generator. I don't got any healing. I need the sushi. Okay, maybe the phase 2 swing being more wider than narrower, maybe that was a good thing. They knew what they were doing. They know you're trying to roll around them. Yeah, it's not easy being the king of hate, I agree. Believe in you, dingus. Thank you, Bean. I agree. I believe in me too. Alright, time to run. Oh, he's gonna break it apart. Shut up, Carl. Got too cocky. I had only used one heal that whole fight. That's worse than a Dayville. Thank you, Sarah. I can't take this shit no more, man. Oh my lord. That was just felted from the first bad roll. So like, just so we're clear, I never said like I was a master at this game. Like, first of all, first things first. Oh, what? By the last possible frame. Oh yeah, that was a bad combo. How did that not hit? Alright, back off, back off, back off, back off, back off, back off, back off. At least I wish I could back off. Give me a sushi, give me sushi. That was very dangerous, and that did not pay off at all. Why did I do that? No. Done. I didn't make excuses, Carl. I've said it's my fault. I'm not good at the game. A bit too early to be posting troll status L, huh?
Perfect.
Cause this is a run. I'm about to win. This right here, this is a run. Alright, enough of that.
Easiest first phase in my life.
How about phase 2? You got the dog in me? Got the dog in me? Got the dog in me? Where's the dog? Okay, I don't have the dog in me anymore. It's immediately fucking up.
I need that rhythm again?
Went too early. I think he changes it. I noticed for that last bit of health, he changed up that last swipe so that the first one does like a sweep, but then the second one's an overhead. No, it didn't really have a difference there, but it's just something I noticed. The def was from the grab. Oh, I've been getting bodied for so long, the cooldown timer finished. Okay, this is the run. This is how you don't play. I'm a sandbag. I'm like DSP. Oh, this is the last run, guys. This is the last one. Look, you said I wasn't blocking. Now I'm blocking. Oh, no, you're blocking. You're blocking too much. You're desperate for a shell. Right? Was trying to parry.
It was too early. I went out the shell too early.
I physically can't have 2 good runs in a row. None of these are good runs. Ironically, I felt like my 5th run for the very first prediction, the 5th run was the closest run, even though that physically is not the case. Because that run just now from 2 runs ago was the best run so far.
I was healing.
This is the run.
Hello? You know, it's like it takes fucking forever for like it to load right now. Memory leak. Game sucks. Doesn't work.
I had a parry there, but I think it was out of reach. That cutscene is long on purpose, just to fuck with the stagger.
They purposely programmed it that way?
Okay, I'm in trouble. Is he stuck? What's he doing? He's just standing there. Peaches! Peaches, he's just standing there, menacingly. Oh, okay. His AI turned back on. Not a good time for that. And we're done. What kind of boss you want to spin on? I can't have 2 good runs in a row. It's just impossible. I'm physically incapable of having 2 good runs in a row. Did I hit him? I think I did. Oh, he was trying to hit me there. I can't see the camera. The camera. Oh, hey, this is it. To commemorate Death 150. This is when we win. This is it, right here. Right here. I'm telling you right now, it's right here. Right here, this is the W. Because I say so. Me, REEE. I'm the guy. Man, Carl, how was your birthday? I didn't even ask. Because I'm a fucking moron. Did you celebrate? Yeah, we got the parry. Oh, look, it freed me. I got caught, but it acknowledged it. Oh, okay. I can't even, be freed to discover interesting interactions with the game mechanics of the game colliding with each other because I just die before I'm able to analyze what I just encountered, what I just witnessed. How is that cold? I'm not saying oh, I shouldn't have died there. I'm just saying I saw something cool happen with the game, but I'm not able to take it in because I died. I'm not saying I shouldn't have died there. I think you just wish I was making more excuses. See, I won't even excuse that, because I know I got too cocky there. Now, if I was a frame earlier, they would have given that to me. You're probably wondering, Dingus, how are you so stuck on this boss? I'm wondering it too, Mayan. Just dodge, man. are. Now's the appropriate time to run away.
It's totally over once I lose the show, guys.
Big ups, Flane. We are here suffering on the smelly crab boss. Okay, let's run that back. Could have gone out a bit more before we went to phase 2. A bit more damage. That's fine. Whoa! If you're hit by the overhead in that 2 combo, you're done. You're fucking done, kiddo. I'm coming for you. Is this T for you? I suppose. Oh, this tea. Okay, you're making tea for me. Or you're drinking tea for me. I don't even know anymore. Why are we here? Just to suffer? Big ups. GPM. Rank 3 Castle. Oh god! I'm fighting an important crab boss, GPM. We're at attempt number a lot. Is this what Souls games are like, Digger? I know now, I know. Why did I even try to run away? Alright, we're in a good position now. Whoa, I healed and getting hit by it still felt ya. It's just that strong, dude. Hello, Juzzy. Juzzy, it's been like 20 deaths to this crab. We have eclipsed 150 deaths. I don't know. I don't know if I still have it in me. I've mastered the first phase, basically. Just made a correlation or causation to the exposure rate of cookies to oxygen and their gradual descent into hardness. Thank you, Iggle. I really appreciate that, man. Anyway, that's great. Go for it. Go for it. I want you to go for it. Win for it. Dodged the wrong way. Did it fuck with my first attack? My first R2? Okay, it didn't. It sort of did. Oh, the stagger was full. It's that cutscene is lengthy on purpose. Just like it's trying to reset your stagger. I was like, okay, I got him with the stagger. And then the cutscene started. New Synthetic Man vid has a hilarious moment. I already watched it. It was very positive. He enjoyed Stellar Blade. I think my favorite part was the video would only be 20 minutes long because he liked the game. What did you think was so hilarious, GPM? Oh, I thought that would be an overhead. Nope. Not that one either. Sadly, you guys. That wasn't it. Love him saying that the main girl was too bland to the natural curse of a woman didn't do anything for him. Oh. I heard that part, but I think I was distracted by the fact we were talking about how it was a real actress, but I made sure to mention, yes, I made sure to mention that technically it is an inorganic, inauthentic body style type because she's had a lot of plastic surgery. Obviously with hips like that, right? But this stream was over? It should be. But you guys want to set the alarm tomorrow for the pre-stream where he talks about how he didn't strike down the game about him, so stop saying he did because he didn't do it. It was some guy trying to say it was him, except they didn't know that Renton is in Washington and not Alaska. Oh, Jesse, you missed a lot. You probably didn't even hear that part. You don't think he'll address it at all? Not now that it's not. I thought like really not. It's absolutely confirmed. It can't possibly be him unless DSP is so stupid that he would get his own address wrong. But I don't even think he's stupid enough to get it wrong. He addressed the strikes that weren't him. People thought that was suspicious. I survived that? Why did I go for that? I want the thimble for defense, but honestly, I should probably just rely more because the sushi is just more free healing. Sort of free. Thoughts on LTG's live go message? Y'all be slacking. Sounds like he's hating on people for not subscribing to him. Imagine subscribing to content that you appreciate, right? Hint. No, I'm not hinting. I'm outright telling you. He's been advised again not to talk about it. I think he'll take it. He wants to pretend that he doesn't care about what detractors think. He should act like it. Yeah, you know, if he truly didn't care, he wouldn't bring it up. But I feel like the fact that it's confirmed, or actually, well, very likely not to be him, I just think that would instigate him more to just bring it up. As another example of how the detractors are allegedly fucking stupid, according to him. They like to attribute all this shit to him, right? And it's like factually confirmed, the fact fucking base that it's not him doing it, but they still say that it's him doing it anyway. It's almost like they don't like that he has a successful business. Daniel Larson charges? Yeah, he's got 60 years. I can thank Meerkat for retweeting that. The Meerkat response was simply based. I can't help but agree with that. Fuck Daniel Larson. He's a menace. A nuisance. It's like if Christian did the GameStop incident, but every day. Like, you know how many normal people's lives that guy probably fucks with? You go to Olive Garden, you just want to celebrate your kid winning the spelling bee. This motherfucker pulls the fire alarm. Go to hell. Fuck you, man. You're not human. That one was just a case of being too greedy. Definite case of greed. Just call me avarice, because I'm the new pot of greed. I don't know the whole story, I just know the charges. I don't even know if those are charges that'll stick. Nine federal charges? Hopefully they all stick. Big ups. I don't know the specifics. I don't know anything about it. But unlike DSP, I actually do care. Alright, he's gonna break him. Thank you, GPN. And thank you, Crab, for killing my stagger bar. Really appreciate that. I don't appreciate that. Nah, he didn't let me heal. Went for the Russian. Terroristic threats in April? Aren't they two, local politicians? I may be getting that wrong. Alright. You get it. We get it. Funny cutscene with the chopsticks. Very cool. Not the best run there. I need DSP to beat this in 5 tries. I need him to. I'm actually like I'm on the table, like I'm bent over. I need him to be better than me at this. Pick up Skogi, how you doing? Thanks, I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. Trying to survive in this game. Doing all I can. Living life the only way I know how. On the edge. Physics are very accurate for when you're rolling around on there, because the boat is slanted slightly. Alright. That was close. Okay, break it apart. Shit. Oh my god. Move! Hell. There it is. I had the R2 right there, but I was like, no. I'll go for the R2. Forget the shield, just win. So what I wanted to do, because I had like a little bit of health to where a full heal would be worthless, but it would be more advantageous to get the sushi health to bring it back to a full bar. What I was trying to do there. This time the parry. No! This time the dodge there too. Went for 2 in a row. We see, Peaches? You can't have 2 good runs in a row. It's just impossible. They were right. You were right. True. You weren't wrong, you were right. Literally right. Let me have the dodge there? Got out too early. No way are you gonna kill Stagger right there, man. No way. He is. Just combo right into that. Oh my god, please, give it. I can't attack Frightened, shit. Alright, enough of that. Too much avarice. I hate how he like dashes with the second swipe. No. Oh, I should have dodged. Not dodge. I tried to dodge, but I should have blocked. Need one more block. Now, 164 is one of my favorite numbers. Plus 100. No, one of my favorite numbers, but like, oh wait, no, I was right. I was right the first time. Big ups, Goon. Is GBM telling you bullshit on Discord again? I told him not to do that. Cleanest first phase or what? Damn. I was like, you know what? Let me go for another one. The problem is, okay, once you're already in, it's good. The problem is, once you get away from him, how do you get back in? You need that attack to come out, the spooky face. Or that one works. That actually works better than the spooky face. There. Fucking hell, man. Intimidation crab. Defeated. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Oh, my lord, baby. Whoa. We have achieved a stainless relic. A workable piece of metal. Maybe someone can turn it into something useful. See, all I needed was Goon here to help me out. And inspire me. I think this is a piece of the map. Never thought I'd say this, but I can't wait to get back to the city. This place is a huge bummer. I believe this play. You may have promised yet, vagabond. There you are. I could have really used your help beating that guy. I was otherwise occupied. Think nothing of it. Ah, yes. The beast was a mere speed bump besides. Nothing compared to the master that dwells within the village's sanctum, surely. I thank you for clearing the path, though. I press on. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You're still going forward, then? Don't you want to see what's on the map? Map? Yeah, the treasure map. Everyone's talking about it. And I'm the first one to this piece. When I head back to New Carcinia to slap it in, everyone's gonna think I'm the coolest. So you come here for such drivel? I expected better. Count your wealth in victories, not in plastics, and you shall live a truer life. Yeah, okay. Get the fuck out of here. What were we watching?
What the fuck is all of this?
the heavy inclusion of the in-world anime that Alex wrote to be similar to Evangelion, or the town he was developing. All this emphasizing how directionless Alex was, especially when put alongside other successful indie games. That and recent controversies like his hate and shame video that caused a massive dip in his Patreons, retconning the ages of the characters despite their depiction of being high school students remaining, made worse with their previous canonical age. With all this and more, Kapakaiju roughly estimates that the game is not even close to being done. This was significantly lower than Alex's own estimation that in 2018 was a vague less than 50% complete. What was meant to be the year Osana launched was turning into the year the game was pronounced dead. From speedruns to countless YouTube videos, and even games creating
the game was struggling right there.
Simulator lacked progress. On the non-game side, his accounts were getting hacked. His
I thought the vid was done? No, it was still 30 minutes.
Were dropping. In July of 2020, he was getting only
how naive. I wanted to concentrate. Leave me alone.
Obsessively, Alex was trying to plug up as many of these holes as he could, not realizing it was that was sinking his ship. A good example of this is how he handled Lovesick. Like Watashi no Mono, it is a Yandere Simulator-esque game, except this one is very much on the nose in terms of emulation. According to the description of the trailer, quote, it's a
I remember this arc. He
got
really upset that he used the same name as him. Well, the same clan name that he wanted to go with.
Although you still have the ability to murder anyone, which is up to you. Unquote. With this, uploaded July 4th was a cause for dual celebration. Its trailer came at a perfect time where hatred towards Yandere dev fueled attention to this possible alternative. Alex felt that he needed to act, so he messaged Dr. Apius on Discord. This one is the most important and reads, quote, if the cost of Yandere Simulator was ending a person's life, I'd cancel development. Unquote.
Hello?
Dr. Apius looked to have included Alex's typical lambasting.
The game?
Alongside a copyright strike from one of Alex's associates, Alex contacted
it was loading
Dr.
the next
Apius,
area or
something. Was a direct attack towards Alex's mental health. With foresight,
that one's not on me.
Later renamed Love Letter would actually go nowhere
Doesn't
due
even
to
count as a
the
death anyway.
Sparked by its creator. As for right now, the messages Yandere Dev sent Dr. Apius were the most prominent. What Alex likely didn't know is that Dr. Apius was in contact with the dev of Watashi no Mono, Epic Meal Dev, and received screenshots of Alex attempting to guilt Epic Meal Dev into stopping development as well, though he was using his financial backers instead. Quote, what I do know is that people feel justified in attacking me or lose faith in me, or withdraw financial support because they believe that WNM is proof that I could be doing my job faster.
Now, the Shell Splitter is the first boss Chelsea that DSP fought.
2019, only to be leaked now by Dr. Apius. As a direct response,
and the boss music is the one that goes
shared amongst his posts were more memes of Yandere Dev, even some where he robs the gas station. Some using deepfake technology, as was being seen widely with the images from Gaia. There was even a deepfake video that simulates what it would be like to go on a date with the Yandere Dev at a Pizza Hut.
So basically, in this game, you play as a Yandere, who it's a Japanese term.
This was a peak of interest in Yandere Dev. That still only matches the lowest point of interest in Yandere Simulator. There was one way that he theoretically could turn this around. A glimmer of hope. Could the release of Osana save the game and draw in more supporters and attention away from Alex? On August 1st, he stated that she was complete. He just needed to polish her. This was not good news, and Osana still has not been released, and now 3 years and 9 months past the original deadline. Mid-August came with another post confirming her completion with the necessary polish. And then the date no one thought would come arrived.
Hi. Osana is complete. Yandere Simulator's first official demo is now available.
On August 31st, Osana was in the game, and the game became a functioning demo. In his video announcing this, Yandere Dev explains Osana's extreme delays were due to waiting for volunteers to complete her animations, and that other aspects of the game needed development to allow Osana to be fleshed out. With that in mind, Alex made a new goal of sorts.
At this point, it would be quite reasonable for you to ask, will the other rivals take as much time to create as Osana did?
No.
And the answer is no. The reason why it took 6 months to implement Osana is because I had to create the systems that were necessary for the game to support the presence of a special student that everything else would revolve around. Now that all of those systems are in place, dropping new rivals into the game will be much easier and faster. The most time-consuming part will be
sound logic.
volunteers
I can see
to
that.
create the animations and models necessary to give each rival a unique set of events. After hearing that, you might be wondering, how close is Yandere Simulator to completion? In my opinion, Yandere Simulator is 90%
Big ups Peaches on the lurk.
And 10%
I wish I could hit the hay myself.
The gameplay mechanics are now functional.
At least I'm reasonably ahead in Dave in terms of pace. I might have to play more of this tomorrow.
That the game is currently 91% complete.
The game, by Yandere Dev's estimation, is 91% complete. In late 2016, it was 45% complete, and so this last 9% should not be a problem.
How does he calculate the
Added
percentage
circumstance
here?
That development would be sped up with more donations, and with Osana complete, there would have to be a bump in supporters. This heavily anticipated feature has to have done something, and it did. It bumped Alex's Patreon to just shy of $2,000 by the start of September, and that was it. Interest in the game rarely moved upwards. The lack of interest could not be overcome. With all the things that happened in 2020, the lukewarm response of Osana was by far the worst, and it is when Yandere Simulator truly fell apart. Game-wise, Yandere Dev wanted her to be the least difficult of all the 10 rivals, yet he expressed much difficulty in developing an entry-level obstacle that came in the form of her friend/bodyguard. Eliminating Osana in most cases requires the removal of Osana's friend, which overall is not an easy or quick feat, meaning that he would have to outdo himself continuously with the following rivals if this was meant to be the easy one. The support for the game was dying, and it was no surprise. The months following had more volunteers leave and moderators removed from his Discord for their predatory behavior. What stung the community was the sheer amount of instances that the moderator, Joel the Creeper, as he named himself, was not shy with his interest that went all unchallenged until recently. The 7-year mark was coming
Dude
up,
was named
and this
Joel
post
the
was not launched in
Creeper?
2021.
Like,
Alex
actually
was
Joel the
expressing not just
Creeper?
his typical burnout, but
He was like a
want to keep on
mod?
ship. Quote, 7 years is way longer than I ever expected.
Imagine.
to work on Yandere
It's like putting
Simulator.
a guy
And I
named
would
Swollen
really
Dingus
love to
in
work on
charge of
projects.
everything.
However, there is a very obvious reason why that's not an option. Backlash. Unquote. Recalling a video from June 2018, Alex provided a list of several indie games that took upwards of 5 years to be complete, with the exception of one. Knowing where he was demotivating. Being at such a low point demands examination of oneself. Alex previously did not want to adjust the way he behaved because he received support regardless. Now, with everything being stripped away, he knew he had to change or revert to the life he was living prior to the Yandere Simulator.
Because Yandere Simulator's future is entirely dependent on whether or not people trust me and feel comfortable supporting me, I think that my current goal should be to restore people's faith in me. There are a lot of things I'll need to do in order to accomplish that. But one of the things I'd like to do first is to demonstrate my ability to put 10 rivals into the game in a timely fashion.
A month later, in this blog, he stated, quote, the next build of the game will have 10 rivals, unquote. In August, he stated 9 out of the 10 rivals were complete.
What if I just create a new set of rivals? Rivals who exist purely to allow players to test the 10-week system.
His solution for the implementation of the rivals was not for the remaining rivals, but was for what he called 1980s mode. A mode where you can play as a protagonist
God,
model in the
even
1980s,
more
eliminating
Easter
simplified versions
eggs!
of the rivals in place of the complex ones the main game will have. While this did fulfill a promise to include rivals, it was not the ones that people were expecting. The ones for the version of the game people were accustomed to. And so interest, patrons, everything stagnated. The following year was even less eventful. There were monthly updates to his blog and community posts on YouTube, but no new rivals. No new videos on his main channel, an entire year without meaningful progress. Then, at the end of the year, uploaded a single 3-minute video to his main channel, opening with a satirical lamentation to addressing his disappearance.
Join us for this 2-hour documentary as we investigate the mysterious and unexplained disappearance of Yandere Dev.
How long did it take to make this video?
Oh, hey, wait a minute, what the heck? I didn't disappear. I've been here the whole time. I've been active. I've been posting updates. I
guess we're a VTuber now.
Maybe I should
Imagine using a
start
VTuber.
from the beginning.
Yandere Dev explains that his departure from YouTube was because he was turning to bug fixes, optimizing his time by not creating videos until he made significant progress. There was one more video
Wait,
uploaded
finally took
shortly
my
after,
advice.
a yearly Christmas Carol.
5 hours into the stream.
Then nothing. The start of 2023 was the last time his Patreon went over $2,000. Volunteers were not coming in. Where in the past he would pay exceptional volunteers as a reward for their work, that was no longer the case. Besides renovating his room and a focus on bug fixing 1980s mode, there was nothing substantial. There were short videos uploaded to his archive channel, but not much word on significant development. Even his blog had turned its mandatory monthly updates to cater to community interaction.
All these modes, but no substance. That's basically the issue. It literally is just feature creep on top of the lead developer being a complete weirdo.
Rivals, nothing but bug fixes. The death of the game was something Alex long feared. Now in 2023, he was not melting down or creating controversy. He was surprisingly adapting well to both his fall from grace and the persistence of detractors. This was possibly his most difficult challenge, tackled by doubling down and focusing on his fans. And maybe this was the best way the story could end.
Yeah,
Not
look,
one
he's
where his
positive
game's finished,
now.
but one of change. Going from an angry, purposeless individual to one that is able to reflect and grow from their mistakes.
Look, isn't that something to appreciate? He no longer, imagine molding and seething so much that you reach like a point in your life where you just can't mold anymore. Like you're just unable to mold. You're all molded out. So you reach like nirvana, like some sort of sixth sense zen state where nothing bothers you anymore. You are unaffected by the trolls. When will DSP reach that point in his life? Because that's what he's saying right here. Like, he's reached a point where the trolls just don't even bother. They don't even... They truly... The way DSP says he doesn't care about the trolls is evidently what's happening to Yandere right here. He allegedly no longer cares anymore.
Learning not to interact in kind to those that seek his downfall. To learn from one's mistakes and become something functional. This is proven by Google Trends that show Yandere Dev was sunk into its lowest possible interest since his adaptation of the name in 2014.
Still too thick and heavy to be worn by most armor crafts. The inside holds an intoxicating smell.
By only his most tumultuous
I agree.
monk. A wound was not reopened, but thrashed, originating from the blade wielded by
Yeah, where Wingo is.
These new set of scars will be slowly
It's a good
healed.
comparison.
The tragedy is that this was expected. Alex, while not too vocal at the moment, was still a Shellden without many social experiences, especially the one he desired. He
went from seething incelled to a humbled goblin.
Now 21, Ryan still identifies as an incel, but is trying to move away from a community that he calls toxic.
The majority opinion is kind of disgusting. I see the most foul shit of my life every day. The pedophilia, it's quite rampant. They can't get a girlfriend, so they're resorting to whatever women they can find.
And that was from a short documentary by SBS The Feed. As insults have become more prominent, interest has increased in covering and understanding them. And not just them, but also their
Like
victims.
an incel forum or something?
I and a lot of
About a
the
honeypot.
younger girls and boys in these communities were effectively groomed by the older people around us.
Lani was 14 when she joined the incel community, but by 16, she wanted nothing to do with it.
There were a lot of older men weaseling their way into your close circle and getting you to open up, even get us to lie about our ages, and their only goal with me was to acquire some kind of relationship or sexual encounter.
You know that game's
They
banned
go
on
for
Twitch,
younger
Jesse.
women because they're typically more vulnerable.
That was from the same video, and is to show cases of desperate men approaching children or teens are common, as Alex was going to prove.
When you turn 18, are you going to start an OnlyFans?
Okay, he acknowledges that she's underage. I have one more.
Oh my god, I forgot he went through a PDF file arc. I thought that was the end of his story. It keeps going! No!
That was a snippet
The
of
video
the
should have
TikTok
ended right
posted September 20th, 2023, which was gaining a fair amount of
my
traction
lord.
because of the sound bites of Yandere Dev talking to a minor, and then some. The creator of the TikTok was a friend of the victim, and that's how they got the sound bites. Additionally, they are promoting a video, not of theirs, but of a YouTube channel that is supposedly putting off the conversation. As it so happened, the creator of this video was in the comment section and stated, quote, "For those asking, I'm the one posting
Wait,
the
we were
full
talking
video.
about banned
You'll find
games
my YouTube
earlier,
channel
Jesse,
under
so,
the name Ali
I
McSee.
took a look
Thank
at
you,
a list
Bob, for
behind the
helping spread
scenes.
awareness," unquote. There was quite a bit of skepticism, of course. The top comment
Ooh,
was
refresh my memory on what games were banned.
Ironically, this was the only part that was straightforward. This conversation did happen. Everything else becomes a jumbled mess of changing intents and claims from all directions, asking for the situation to be dropped. To start, this victim, just one day after the TikTok, was on Reddit asking for the situation to be dropped, stating in a post that, quote, "He wasn't trying to groom me, and recording his calls with me was very, very illegal in my state. I've spoken to him about court, lawyers, and everything. At this moment, he's not
Thank you,
taking
Sir
legal
Glue.
action
Thank you for
against me
showing
and
up.
is not actively threatening me. He would have every right
Thanks
to
for
take me to
stopping
court
by,
if the
man.
videos were published, so please
Really
just drop
appreciate
it," unquote. The center
You
of
know
wanting
I
this to
do.
go away is the threat of litigation. Though she states Alex is not actively threatening litigation, the subtext that he was, and it was creating its own controversy and Yandere Dev trying to hide this evidence on a technicality. With that in mind, the creator of the video that the victim enlisted was still going forward with it, but it was delayed due to a rendering error. Now the thought was this video going to be released? To challenge that, on Reddit, the victim created a lengthy post verifying herself with a 6-second audio clip. The crux of the Reddit post is, quote, "I decided the whole thing was blowing up in a really stupid way and told everyone involved that I didn't want them to use my illegally taken recordings to make a video anymore. Allie really wants to release a video, though she keeps manipulating me into thinking that I am a grooming victim. Even after I revoked my consent and told her to stop multiple times, she still plans to release the video," unquote. Jelly, as she identified herself, states that people have identified her, possibly from her friend's TikTok at school, and calls Ali McSee the one who is going to make the video with the full Discord call manipulative. Not only that, she also posts screenshots of her conversation through Discord with Ali, showing her continued request for the video not to be made, and Ali only trying to convince her otherwise. These screenshots also left Jelly's Discord name uncensored as Agent Jelly E Squish. So now, beyond the voice clip calling herself Jelly, readers could find any accounts that share that very specific name. It did not take long for people to find her account, mostly because she was very open about who she was, and despite wanting the situation to go away, would discuss it at every opportunity. In here, she states that she is no longer friends with the person that posted the TikTok video. Discussion then turned to asking why she recorded the conversation.
This seems like
at
it's
all.
getting a bit
Well, she
away
states
from
that she was recording it to
Yandere
make the
Dev.
soundboard of his noises.
It's like
These
internal
conversations were
drama
endless.
about the
Here she also
politics,
revealed
not
that
even
there are
politics, like the
conversations
ethics of
who most
releasing
important screenshots
disinformation.
exist, confirming that her pulling out
I don't know
and
what to
wanting
believe in
this
anymore.
exposed is her decision. reputation alone. There is no
I mean, he's still a
coercion, as
weirdo
she
either way.
confirmed. Despite her best efforts, Ally McSee finally posted the new allegations and evidence against the yandere dev. On September
Yes,
24th,
the new
2023.
allegations and evidence.
Back in July of this year, I was contacted by a 16-year-old girl and fan of the game Yandere Simulator, who I will be referring to as Jane, and she alleged that she was actively being groomed and
Look, I would suggest maybe dropping the PNG tuber for the video, like a video this serious. You're like allegation, like you're basically like you're calling him a PDF file, and I mean, I just listened to the call. I just listened to the call. From what I heard, from the drama, the cursory me just skimming over what the drama was a couple of months back. I was convinced, but I didn't look into it at all. So convinced means I heard someone say stuff came out and I totally 110% believed it. But if you're like even if you got like a open and shut case, don't hurt your side, I guess. It's hurting your side to do stupid shit like this, like having the pretty cutesy little avatar when you're talking about a motherfucker who got groomed.
sexually abused throughout the summer by Yandere Dev, also known as Alex, creator of Yandere Simulator. She was reaching out to me to help get her story and gathered
also,
evidence.
Also, the victim revoked their consent for them to make the video, and they made it anyway.
The full conversations were very damning.
There's this one really important thing to remember, and that's that.
Okay, now here's the part I listened to, like snippets of the audio clips, because Jersh went over them. Now, me just listening to those clips, very damning, very bad. But I didn't know about the internal drama that circulated around the release of the audio clips. Now, either way, that kind of has no bearing on the audio itself, which is still damning regardless. So basically, it's like a situation where everyone involved in this story should die.
All the money I get is donations from people who want to support me. And if I start working less, then they will think, oh, he's not working, he's lazy, I should not support this guy. Okay, let's just hypothetically imagine I have an OnlyFans.
Why did he take that seriously?
What do I post on the OnlyFans? You mean like just naked pictures of me? I don't think I'm good looking enough for anyone to want to subscribe to my OnlyFans. When you turn 18, are you gonna start an OnlyFans?
God, no.
Well, how can you recommend that someone else do it if you wouldn't even be able to do it yourself? Yeah, you're very skinny and that's kind of hot. Sorry, am I a bad guy for saying that? Should I go die?
No.
Am I a bad guy?
Okay. And I can see where they got the idea from, but with context, it's not.
Yep, that's my life right there.
Wait, hold on, did you ever answer that question? I asked you if you were a virgin.
Yeah, then my phone rang. Very conveniently, I had to go flee to answer the phone call. Here's a question for you. What makes you think it's possible that I'm a virgin?
Everything? The past, like, 2 hours of this video?
College, and you haven't had any time to meet people because of Yandere Sim.
Yeah, exactly.
If I'm a virgin, does that make me a pathetic loser?
Yes.
I'm a pathetic loser.
It's just like, oh, this guy has no riz.
I feel like he's talking to me.
Sleep with them, pathetic. Maidenless.
Hollow press.
No bitches.
Everyone involved should Minecraft. Well, yeah, I mean, he just popped in maybe. He talked about how like there was drama circulating around the release of this audio and how the victim revoked consent for people to make videos on her because she didn't feel comfortable with it anymore. But then they put out videos anyway. It was like infighting that didn't even involve Yandere Dev. Like it's independent of the audio itself. And then you have the audio itself, which is also damning. It's like nobody looks good here.
Because, like, if you're not, then, like, good for you, you have to. But if you are, like,
You want to steal my first time? Well, I'm not very experienced with ladies.
Because everyone gets so mad
I wonder
about
why.
kids.
It's not because you make games where you take pictures of high schoolers' panties, right?
Without sounding like a creep.
That's a total turn on for women, I gotta say.
Mother Nature sexualizes minors. Puberty starts to give breasts and wide hips to children before they turn 18.
Oh my god, I can't cap anymore. Holy shit, why did he say this? What are you
What's the
doing?
weekly challenge? Don't wait.
What are you doing?
Conversations in this video also include topics of a lot of talk of genitalia, denying the existence of cis-apps, and even lengthy Snapchat conversations like the two going back and forth trying to establish the definition of grooming. What starts as Alex saying he has no room for time for a relationship, seeming that he is pulling away from her, only to state, quote, so really the only thing for me to get out of this are lewd pictures and videos to fap to, unquote. confirming he was soliciting photos and doubling down on keeping it secret. Though the only photo he allegedly got was a photo of her abs.
Now it looks like June the King is using that PNG tuber for his own video. Like that's his PNG tuber.
It starts with Alex begging her
Don't
to
have
release
that
the
on
rest of the
screen.
audio. Then later attempts to sway her.
I don't
want to
imagine your voice coming out of that little rainbow-haired idiot.
That Jelly traumatized her, to which Jelly responds, quote, I'm 16, you're 35, unquote. From this video, it is clear-cut that Alex solicited images from a minor, had various conversations that were also sexual,
like he's in his
and because
40s
of his
already.
regretful and secretive nature, knew this to be inappropriate. He was guilty of these conversations with Jelly, something he did with the added pressure of the standing accusations from Sysefs. Other accusations of a similar nature, and knowledge that recently, virtually every interaction with him is archived. He responded to this coming out in his blog with a post titled, I'm sorry. He starts it off by stating that he was battling against framing the conversation as dishonest or lacking context, but is taking the route of wanting to assume responsibility. He confirms he knew Jelly was 16 right off the bat, and that his actions were not okay. Further in, he attempts to claim that his remarks were not exactly showing sexual interest. Yet one of Jelly's friends, the TikToker, quote, interpreted my remarks as showing sexual interest in her. They convinced her that I was trying to groom her, and that she should release all of her recordings to expose me, unquote. As a counter to this is a Snapchat screenshot of Alex soliciting images. He is not being honest, or at least not addressing all the evidence in this blog, which created more tension. The rest of the blog recounts what has happened up to this point. While feeling regretful in his decisions, he also provided screenshots to his donation to REEE, a non-profit organization related to what has recently come out about him. Additionally being shared was presumably private Discord messages of Alex explaining what happened in a less formal way, but attention from that was swept away to a tweet. On September 25th, Allie's video with the conversation was taken down by someone using Jelly's real name. Allie, not wanting to believe it, shared her doubts, despite Jelly's established position against the video. It did not help that Alex had a history of taking down videos he did not agree with. Overall, an ineffective takedown because wanting to hide this evidence caused countless re-uploads of the video, and the evidence was still spreading.
It was supper
and then Allie on Reddit states that it wasn't Jelly at all.
Again.
Quote, the victim did not file this claim herself. According to her directly, it was done on behalf of Alex and Cameron in her name, unquote. Alex is Yandere Dev, but who is Cameron? Cameron F305, or simply just Cameron, is the lead composer and production assistant of Yandere Simulator. He was a friend of Alex, and has created videos in the past discussing the controversy around Yandere Dev that some disregard because of his friendship with Alex. On the 26th of September, Jelly asked Cameron if he could borrow his platform by a live stream on his channel. Cameron, openly displeased at Yandere Dev due to his recent controversy, obliged. And though the live stream was immediately taken down, there does exist archives like this one. The stream opens with her stating that she emailed Alex at the age of 9 after becoming a fan of the game, though her recent and charged correspondences only date back to around May of 2023. Again stating that she was recording Alex for the sake of getting peculiar soundbites, stating that Alex is not a predator, and that she definitively copyright struck the video.
Yes, I did copyright strike the video.
You were recording him to get peculiar soundbites?
So I have full legal right to do that.
Did he force you to lie? Like,
I don't know if I like that excuse.
No, he didn't force me to lie. He can't force me to do anything. He lives across the country, and he's not that scary.
Throughout this stream, she is adamant that the copyright claim and her other claims are done because she wanted it so.
Why did you want to do this stream?
To clear things up, a lot of people
capping never works out for me. Once again, it's a case of me giving too much credit to people
so that they wouldn't be able to accuse him of manipulating me, responding to things in live time.
Again, reaffirming that she is the one that struck the video.
Sorry, late AF. You claim you striked Allie's video from what I heard, but Allie claims you came forward and said you didn't strike it yourself. I'm very confused. Are one of you lying?
I would love to see where I came forward about that, because no, it was absolutely me. I struck those videos.
From that line alone, we can establish someone is lying. It is either Allie or Jelly. As this stream went on, Jelly proved to be more and more unreliable.
Can you possibly release any and all evidence that you have that can back up what you are saying if majority of what the video was edited, clipped, etc.?
Okay, I'm so sorry for this, and this is about to show my super bad priorities, but I deleted all of the original things when I asked Allie to delete her video, because I just expected it all to be over and done with, and I needed to make some storage for Minecraft to run smoother with mods.
Is there anything that we can do to make things easier for you? What would bring you better peace?
Maybe this,
For everyone to shut up about it.
Maybe this isn't like a priority, as big of a priority as... I mean, if the victim...
It would be so peaceful if everyone were quiet.
So far, two things were established from
I don't even know what to say. Like, what a response. My mind is like, kapow.
Clear the responsibility from Alex or Cameron. The intent is that she wants for all this to die down. Yet
she had to delete shit to make room for Minecraft.
During the stream, the voice actress Brianna tweeted that she is suspending participation. Everyone, including Cameron, was distancing themselves from Alex. except for Jelly, because she could still be seen in Yandere Dev's Discord server with a slightly altered name. The alteration made with the intent of getting attention as she renamed herself Jelly Squish, DM about drama. Quote, yes, I'm Yandere Dev's victim. Feel free to ask about it. Unquote. She was openly still part of the server against her established intent. There were cracks starting to show that would soon become ravines. Users now having access to her Discord, her username, her real name, all forms of verifying information.
How deep does the story go? I don't even know, like, what side should I be on here?
Like one of her stating she already turned 18. Another post is of her again stating she is 18.
Goki, tell me what to think.
That she lives in and other identifying information. Screenshots also tell of a quote-unquote e-brothel.
A what?
Within was a now down Google Drive where false contents are gone but archived. The photos that are presentable are extremely disturbing. Though some of these screenshots have been censored, her face was not. To protect her identity, her face will be censored. Within this archive are several photos of what is presumed to be her room. Trash strewn everywhere. There are also various pictures of her in Discord calls with different individuals, with the other party on the call right about to expose themselves. These, because of their nature, will also not be shown. All throughout was her username in the Discord calls Jelly Squish, and the most identifying bit, of course, being her face and voice. The most strange, on her behalf, was this. Jelly's honeypot rules, heart symbol. The definition of a honeypot varies.
Yeah, she definitely is
schizo. It is likely to find under the context of something that is using themselves or using something else as bait as a means to an end. There are 7 rules in the screenshot. Don't dox him if you DM him first. No leaking. No romantic promises. Keep your clothes on. Make sure he's sober, one at a time. Don't dox
be on
if
your
he's loyal
side?
to you.
Holy shit, if those
There
aren't
are
words
3
to live
rules
by, I
that
don't know
stand
what
out.
is.
The first is keep your clothes on, as it opens with, quote, setting nudes is still illegal.
Everything
unquote.
happy
This supports
or
the
something
idea
broken?
that she is in fact underage. Next is one at a time. Quote, multiple men at once can be overwhelming.
Oh my
but
god, she's
also
in the
just
polygamy?
inconsiderate. You're already sending him to jail, have the decency and compassion to
How
be
much
loyal at
worse
least,
is it gonna
unquote.
get?
In her conversation with Cameron, there are moments that allude to these rules being practiced. Final rule, don't dox if he's loyal to you. Quote, if he's loyal to you, he loves you. You've gone too far and any more will traumatize him. Abandon your plan. You have a new boyfriend, not a new victim.
Alright, I got the scrap hammer
The intention
ability.
could be purely satirical as Jelly claims. And while demonstrating Jelly's character, it still did not change what Alex did. But because Jelly was in the forefront, it made future developments difficult to follow or verify. By the end of September, there were even more developments. The person going as Sesevs came back to her blog to comment, without substantive evidence, my voice only reached so far. But finally, thanks to this girl coming forward, people are abandoning his project and leaving him to dry, like he deserves. It's a small justice. Really, he should be in prison. Unquote. Jelly, through her own volition or the influence of Ali and other creators, had a change of heart. She had Ali's video reinstated. Ali showing a screenshot of Jelly saying, quote, no, it needs to be up, unquote. She had also been in communication with a TikToker known as Decepticami, where they related that Jelly was enlisted in helping Alex write an apology. I also reached out to Decepticami, where he verifies that Jelly informed him that the honeypot rules were real, but claims that Jelly told him that they were made as satire due to her established chats with older men. Quote, so Jane claims that this was from an old service she was in. She was accused very often of being a honeypot, likely due to frequent attempts to gain attention from older men. This isn't a dig, just the nature of victims. Jane alleges that this made her write these rules as a joke. She wanted it to be a joke, a satire. She claims that she never thought it would ever be taken seriously because of how ridiculous and over the top
Maybe I
it
should
is.
start doing some
Unquote.
defense
Also
here.
floating around, but more difficult to verify was images of a driver's license or other items showing that she could possibly be 18. Though these, even if they were real, did not matter in the general conversation because Yandere Dev was still talking to who he thought was a minor. The larger conversation at hand was on the switching of intents and difficulty verifying information. On a
Without
video
moving in any
discussing
direction,
Alex's
tap
blog
circle to
post,
quickly
Alex
dash
announces his pausing
backwards.
development on the game.
Oh, there's nothing about
likely
your
due to
show's
people
way, making it
holding
useful
out
for a
en
quick
masse.
escape,
This
even while
comment
wearing a
was
heavy
down below
shell.
from Jelly. Quote, hey, I wanted to clarify something.
R1, charge attack on a shell to stick at the end of your 4 can be also pressed down to descend your quick shell. Hitting enemies with it will deal a lot of damage and capsize them quickly, but will use up the shells, shell hell.
Unquote. In the span of about 2 weeks, Jelly went from supporting the video, wanting the video to not be uploaded, verified that she was not
And
coerced,
TCP
and
unlocked
the strike
that
was
ability
purely for
pretty
attention.
quickly,
Had a change
so
of
he's
heart,
already been
had
able
the
to do
video
that.
reinstated and stated she did not make the copyright strike, and now not even the Reddit post, making this all very difficult to follow. As a contrast, how the fallout
Feels like
was affecting
the
Yandere
video
Dev
has
was
turned
very
into a completely
straightforward.
different
He
one
announced
about
that
a
he was
different
going to be
person
making a Gilded
altogether.
server. Quote,
I thought we
"Instead
were
of
talking
creating
about
this community
Alex.
On Discord, we created a server on the
Alex.
platform Gilded. If you want to participate in the new adults-only community, you'll have to create a Gilded account and then use this link to submit an application." Unquote. Though previously
Changed my
he
mind, I
stated
want a
that he was
girl
pausing
girlfriend
development,
anymore.
this
Glad I
post
could
showed
convince
intent
ya.
to continue development very soon. It was difficult to know what
We're
that
going
means, considering his
MGTOW,
Patreon had
baby.
fallen to just
We're
shy
gonna
of
go
$1,000
join
a month
Drexel over
following
in
the mass exodus
MGTOW
of
land.
support. Living in California California.
Actually, on second thought, no, because he's a fucking weirdo who grooms. We've already talked about groomers. He's another groomer. Why are there so many groomers?
And Yandere Simulator. And at the start of 2024, this conversation was reinvigorated by Yandere Dev himself through his blog that had become
look, we're back to Yandere Dev. Hello, everyone. I'm sorry I'm such a dickweed.
Hello, I'm Yandere Dev, the developer of Yandere Simulator. Last year, an extremely serious allegation was made about me that I would like to address. The accusation is that I attempted to groom an underage fan of my game. I will take accountability and admit that I did discuss inappropriate topics with the fan. However, the accusation that I deliberately attempted to groom this fan is false.
Alex, in this video, states that the allegation of him attempting to groom Jelly was not true because he saw her as a friend and not a target. He states he did not have ill intentions with her and was influenced by her provocativeness.
There's a part of me that wants to go point by point down the list of every single questionable or suspicious thing I said and provide context for absolutely everything, but that's not really the main issue here. For one thing, a lot of the stuff I said is just weird no matter what the context is. I'll just admit it. But more importantly, I never should have let conversations like that happen in the first place. A normal, mentally healthy adult would have just blocked the girl immediately after the very first time she said something inappropriate. But I didn't. And having to face that fact was a wake-up call that made me realize I had deteriorated mentally. So, after this whole controversy happened,
is this his like DSP moment when DSP married Kat?
And try to figure out how I had turned into the type
like
of
the
person
wake-up
who let
call.
something like this happen.
He grew up, he matured mentally.
Gotten to that point. Alex talks about how his mental state deteriorated due to a near-decade
sniper
production
here?
of the game that claimed a majority of his time. On that note, he states how the lack of outside influences, such as friends not attached to his online existence, hindered growth. But now has new hobbies and is going out with friends, and is in therapy, which is alleged to be the BetterHelp service.
After this whole controversy started, people started targeting anyone associated with me or my project for harassment. People even targeted the girl that I spoke to, spreading misinformation about her and spamming her with horrible images. It's one thing to screw up your own life, but it's another thing entirely to screw up so badly that you bring hate and abuse and harassment into the lives of others just for being associated with you. I am deeply sorry for that. I just hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me.
This video with Alex in a black shirt and hat and a white background is all there is in terms of footage. Besides the scarce inclusion of some screenshots, never on screen or addressed anywhere are the Snapchat conversations. And never did he address the most damning piece of evidence. This one screenshot counters his defense of stating the context of the conversations were done with humor in mind, treating her as one of the bros. Alex has been emailed for comment but has not responded. And so the screenshot both shows his intent to be secretive and the intent to elicit illegal photos. His lack of being fully transparent or not covering the entirety of his allegations is likely why he took this apology video down. Remaining are only re-uploads and other videos ridiculing his apology video as the first apology video as a genre of 2024. As of this recording, Yandere Simulator sits at 502 patrons with $1,400 a month. The game is the furthest it's been in development, but the furthest it's been to realistically being developed.
Didn't he make another video like to commemorate the 10-year anniversary? Oh shit. Battery, the stream's over. Stream's done. I'm out of fucking battery life. Dang it, wait, no, you have a second control. Nope, stream's over. It's done.
Resentful at a lack of real-world experiences and connection. While that cannot be bundled and traced, his proclivity towards minors is not influenced but sought. It is not a point of compassion, nor does one desire understanding. It is this that has dug him such a deep hole. One that has been there since SF, and one that he may now find it impossible to climb out of. For that reason, Alex at the helm of Yandere Simulator means that it will never garner the support to be complete. At least not complete by its original ambitions of 10 complex rivals. And for that reason, it is, and its failure, a reflection of Alex.
Dang it. What a good video. I guess I really didn't know the intricacies of that whole drama. I thought it was just the audio and okay, he's felt it. Bye-bye. The internal stuff with you know, the terms regarding the release of the audio, stuff with the victim being a whole schizo with her own honeypot server that she literally called the honeypot. The dirty room, being a complete degenerate herself. I've learned a lot. I really didn't know a lot about his past either. You know, I know he posted on Gaia. I guess I didn't understand the scope of just how deep the hatred for him ran. He was already a clown before he had even started development on the game at all. Curious. Okay, I gotta find, like, we gotta make it to the next shell or something. I'm running out of charge. Yeah, that was thick as fuck in terms of context. I agree. Like, there really were no winners in that exchange. Because so number one, he's a groomer. Like, I think that's like, that's confirmed. Like, okay, maybe once the contest is like, no, I'm not a groomer because of the context. It's so weird because he's like, he understands. I guess like, okay, after he's caught, he understands that he should have blocked there first of all. So, okay, I guess it's a case of understanding and you're only sorry once you're caught, yada, 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 but I don't know. Oh no, I do know. Everyone in the situation is terrible. Sure, some are more terrible than others. Like, not everyone involved in that scenario groomed someone. That was just Alex. But like, everyone there was kind of ugly in their own special way. From like the victim being a schizo, crazy lady who doesn't clean her room, to the YouTuber being kind of like, I don't know, seeking clout. Ah yes, seeking the clout of making a drama video even against the victim's wishes. And then you get Alex, who's just a fucking groomer. Who am I supposed to root for? No one. Just supposed to root for me. Numero uno. I'm the one. What a precarious situation. Will he ever get himself out of the rut that he's found himself in? Probably not. Will the game ever be released? Probably not. Do I think it would be funny if the game came out and it turned out to be pretty good and it was so good that even the haters, like the haters wouldn't have any cope about it because the game is so good? Other than that it took so long for it to come out? Yeah, I think that would be pretty funny, but it's not gonna happen. It's over, baby. But yeah, my controller's about to run out of charge. I feel like I didn't accomplish enough today. In terms of the progress. I mean, I beat the first area. I beat that first boss guarding that first area. Then I climbed the pot. And then I got into this town and then I beat the crab boss. I feel like I spent too long on the crab boss. I feel like I should have done like 4 bosses today. I'm disappointed in myself, man. Okay, it's a part of the learning process, isn't it? And I have this motherfucker shooting at me every 2 seconds. And I don't know why. Ow. Why do I have this cheese sting on me? How many crabs are there? Funhouse mirror full of dweebs in a negative sense? Yeah. That's a good way of putting it. Number 1 advice should be to never use Discord. Oh, sadly, I can't take my own medicine. I knew I should have listened to Medicare. Okay, no, that sounds like a bad takeaway. Just don't use Discord. That just seems like a cope. You can use Discord, but be smart enough to not do such shit. There you go. Because for me to just say, oh, just don't use Discord, that reminds me of when Tipster said, oh, just don't like anime because like we don't know what any of the lolicon is. Like who among us knows exactly what specifically lolicon is? And then the Tipster he goes very facetiously goes to his shelf and like trashes Pokemon and Digimon as if to imply everyone is so dumb nobody can tell what is specifically lolicon. Like, oh, all anime is lolicon, therefore it's all bad and we're all degenerates. I feel like that's saying just don't use Discord strikes me as an equivalent to that defense. So I will amend that by saying don't do such shit on Discord. How about you be a fucking adult? Oh yeah, and Cowboy Bebop. I don't know, guys. There may be lolicon in Cowboy Bebop. I'm not sure. Puts a bunch of shit that I know that he knows does not have lolicon in it. Puts a bunch of shit that doesn't have lolicon into the trash, and then disingenuously say, "No, none of us. Who among us knows what lolicon is really?" Just it was like a very weak gotcha attempt to like pull a fast one on anyone that likes anime. Oh, you like anime? Well, what if I told you Pokemon had lolicon? Just because I don't know what lolicon is, I don't know what the true definition of it is, therefore it's all bad. Go away, tipster. Forever. Yeah, you're right. IRC forums, definitely on Skype. Holy shit, Skype was crazy back in the day. Coming from a guy who might not have a hard time discerning what is edible, what is not. Oh, that's a good one. Tipster bros, no. I can't even front about that. There are no fucking tipster bros. Name a tipster bro, you can't. Not even Kerfuffles is a tipster, bro. That's how tough it is to be tipster. That's a person who people already have their own issues with. And even that person doesn't want to, like, go camping with you. This sniper is crazy. Doesn't help my my gameplay right now. Doesn't help. Like, of course it's not gonna help. It's my gameplay. We maybe speed run and then like get the shell and then just backtrack after the fact. Oh my lord. Okay, so we're not doing that. Bossman just got up to 30k on a coin flip and lost everything but 3k. How are you still awake? Pick up Seru. Thanks for the info. 30k? It's everything but 3k. Surely he plans to, like, just deposit the 3k and call it a night, right? I kind of want to call it a night right now. I'm not going to get past this city. My controller's running low. Oh yeah, we're bone dry. Okay. The game is telling me it's time to go meet me. God damn it. I'll charge it and we'll come back in the tomorrow. I feel down. I feel like I should have gone further, but I got these issues when I'm playing this game. I don't block. I try to commit too much to the charge attacks. I can't accept a good combo. I roll too much. I'm bad at the game in general, and I play it like a 3D platformer where I try to clear the field of enemies before actually proceeding, when in reality you're probably just supposed to skip half the enemies. I really succumbed to that at the very start. Like, I just wanted to do that first forest area, like get rid of all the enemies and then proceed. But me just doing so many round trips around the forest caused me to like die so many times and just reset the forest with more enemies. It was not a worthwhile endeavor. Thing is, you did great. This isn't a game the average person sprints to. You're right. I just feel like for the amount of time I streamed, I should have progressed further. But I did at least get 2 bosses. We'll try it again tomorrow and see where we go. Hey, where we at? Whoa, we have Almighty Tevin live right now after a lengthy all-day BRB segment. Holy shit. I think I know where we're going. We'll be back tomorrow. We learned a lot today. We learned that to not jump to conclusions when it comes to DMCA. We learned how to block and parry, but only when the attack comes out just right. And we learned... What else did we learn? Oh, don't be an incel. And don't groom minors, obviously. But if you need to learn that, then you need help. You need better. You need more than better help. You need to like commit yourself in. Yeah, but I'll go ahead and call it here. Thank you everyone for stopping by. Thanks for being positive. Thanks for chilling with me, REEE, on this Dave-tastic day off. We'll see if he addresses the shenanigans tomorrow. Again, I feel like it's more likely that he will, just because he wasn't involved with it. Because he has to clear his good name, because he's gonna be like, oh, people are saying that I'm involved, and I'm not involved, so now I have to have a 2-hour rant about how not involved I am. I'm gonna collapse. Thank you, everyone. We're gonna read off the stuff, and then probably go to Tevin's place. But, Pablo, you know what to do.
It's nice to rest your
Thanks for stopping by. Blame Sony and their dumbass controllers that just they don't want me to play the game because like they run out of charge. I started the stream with full charge. I don't know what happened, guys. Big ups to the dingers, the dongers, and the swollen __ones who made it to the very end. Like JC, Iggle Wiggle, Sweet Bean, Saru, Mr. Pun, Flame 1, Almighty Goki, Perez, Brett Check, GPM Guitar Punk Master, Peaches and Game, Drawn Fraga, Golem of Power, The Lurkers, like UNW1, Alpha Elite, Ghost MC, Natol Cog, Egg Gang 1738, Carl, by Carl, Arjuna, Shroom Duka, Arced One, Rytree, Pim Pam, Papuku, Un Popimi, BR Joe, DJ Filthy Rich, D Syph, Heavy Metal Gamer, Cam, Didi Duke, Nak, Chrono, Kiangun, Pancake Mix, Parker Saint, Ryohan, the Kojima World Order, Ashanios. Go ahead and read the stuff here. And then we will commence the jiggling. Thank you to Dio Does Streams. Wow, that guy. The re-up tier 1 for 3 months. He says, time to make the swollen dingus game. Yeah, the dingus really got a workout today, didn't they? Face Shot, the re-up tier 1 for 14 months in a row. 17 months total. My guy, Big Dinger, how you been? And I certainly have been. Eddie B43, the re-up tier 1 for 17 months in a row. My favorite fanfic author is Master Saru. He has excellent lady boxing stories. Yes, that guy. He's now a mod for Sonic Soul, if you can believe it. Small World. Pim Pam, the re-up tier 1 for 8 months. Dr. Bear, tier 1 for 4 months. And Lee, the gifted sub, tier 1 to Rebsy. That guy. Shroom Zukum, raid with a party of 8. And Peaches and Keem, the tier 1 to Drawn Fraga. For Fraga's first month. Wow. How inspirational. I can't believe it's already 1 in the morning. This didn't feel like a 6-hour stream. I feel like I owe you guys more. Now, sadly, I cannot deliver because I'm out of charge. I have the perfect excuse. Everything worked out. But yeah, as I said, Tevin is back. He's playing Gray Zone Warfare and catching up with King Cobra JFS. That is the best place you can go to right now to fall asleep. And oh my god, Tevin's here at the end of the stream. Tevin, pretend like you're gonna be surprised. Yeah, I know, right? How dare partnered streamer Drawn Fraga not already have, like, 8 months in a row sub to me. It's shameful. I'm wagging my finger right now. I have like a founder's badge over there. Like, not to brag. That's right, because it's all about money. That's the only thing that matters. I never cared about detracting. I just like to make extra money on the side from all of you guys, right? Why doesn't Yandere Dev just stream more on Twitch? Oh wait, they banned this stupid game. Tevin, watch me fight the, what would I call that? Samurai crab? Yeah, the samurai crab with chopsticks. I died like 30 times to him. I started him at like 120 deaths and we ended around 160, 40 times. I died to him more times than DSP died to the shelf splitter. Dave is going to have contend with that tomorrow. And knowing how Dave plays, he already beat the giant crabs. He's going to go to the Grove or maybe explore around the open world. If he goes to the Grove, I feel like he can easily, very quickly make it to that crab and then possibly even get ahead of me, depending on how he plays. I always say this about Phil, but Phil has this weird power. Despite Phil playing games at such a sluggish pace, I somehow managed to play games even slower than him. Because like, what I do in like a 7-hour stream, he's able to do in a 3-hour gameplay stream, even accounting for all the interactivity. It's very wild. Okay, but I've talked enough, man. I gotta like collapse. More crab game tomorrow, I guess? And maybe I'll try to make it up for you guys with the Saturday situation. I always say that every week. This time I totally mean it, guys. Why did the music stop? Bye-bye, adios, and maybe time. We'll see you when we see you, and if we didn't see you, then we didn't see you. But if we did see you, then we saw you. And if we didn't see you, then hopefully we will see you next time. I can see myself in the mirror each and every single day. Hopefully I can inspire viewers like you, Rue, too, to see themselves in their mirrors each and every single day. Saturday situation, yeah. Assuming I can get stuff, I have stuff in the morning to do Saturday. But assuming I can get that situated, settled away, we can pray our hands for a Saturday stream. Please know my watch streak. That's why you want to stream on Saturday every now and then, to felt the watch streaks. The raid message is, we're gonna use a Tevin emo with the Dingus emo. Damn. What is the emote? Okay, here it is. We're totally gray. You know what? Fuck it, yeah. Just use Eddie B's fucking thing. I'm too tired. You know it's a wash when I can't even do the raid message. Bye-bye!